Chapter 273. The flyers that Li Wangyu had people throw around in Chang and were picked up by the scholars. When they saw the content, their expressions changed drastically, and they carefully hid the flyers away like thieves. If there were transmigrators in the future who saw the titles of these flyers, they would definitely curse Li Wangyu for being shameless. The titles on these flyers were truly the essence of the news shock department. Shocking. 3 men did this in the peach garden. Yes, this was the oath of the 3 in the peach garden. Shocking. Men will be silent when they see it, women will cry when they see it. Shocking. A woman actually dares to do such a thing in broad daylight. This was the story of Diao Chan's honey trap at the Fengyi Pavilion. Shocking. This kind of shocking headline was what people in the future hated the most. In short, the headline was hateful, but it was enough to attract attention. Li Wangyu shamelessly copied this trick and openly printed it on the flyers. In this regard, the beautiful boss could only roll her eyes to express her admiration for Li Wangyu's shamelessness. Even in the future, netizens who had experienced the baptism of countless headlines were still attracted by these shocking headlines time and time again. They clicked on them and were fooled, not to mention the people of the Tang Dynasty who had not experienced the baptism of headline baiting. In short, these flyers had the effect they were supposed to have. In Chang'an, all literate scholars had a strong interest in Romance of the 3 Kingdoms after receiving the flyers. As for whether they could find the content they wanted to read in the book, that was none of Li Wangyu's business. The effect of the flash advertising outside the Vermilion Bird Gate was naturally explosive. In addition to the shocking publicity effect of the flyers, the various bookstores in Chang'an welcomed a large number of customers who wanted to buy the book. After the eastern and western markets opened at noon, countless curious scholars poured into the markets and went straight to the bookstores. Even the civil and military officials outside the Vermilion Bird Gate asked their servants to go to the bookstores and buy Romance of the 3 Kingdoms for them. The book written by the Crown Prince's imperial tutor, Pai Lupi's favorite, and the new Baron of Hu County, naturally had to be praised. Regardless of whether the book was good or not, everyone was curious about it. To be able to cause such a huge commotion outside the Vermilion Bird Gate, he had to read this book no matter what. Owner's son didn't go back on his word. His bookstore in Hu County worked for several days and finally printed all 10,000 copies of the Romance of the 3 Kingdoms. However, with such a large number of books, it was obviously not possible to rely on his bookstore to sell them. Therefore, with Li Wangyu's approval, Owner's son contacted dozens of bookstores in the eastern and western parts of Chang'an City and asked them to sell the books on his behalf. Each copy of the Romance of the 3 Kingdoms was priced at 500 copper coins, and those bookstores could earn 100 copper coins from selling them. Naturally, no one would refuse such a good deal. Without much effort, all the bookstores in Chang'an City had been placed in the 3 Kingdoms. What the owners of the bookstores had not imagined was that a huge colorful poster was sent together with the bookstores. The life-sized portrait was unprecedentedly realistic and shocking. In the portrait was a lovely and moving beauty. Beside her was a powerful general holding a halberd. This beauty was so realistic that it was as if a real person was sealed in the painting. Her figure was beautiful, her ears were thin and her smile was captivating. What was even more unbearable was that the beauty in the painting had a voluptuous body and a slender waist. It instantly made the bookstore owners feel a little impulsive. On the huge portrait were the words, Romance of the 3 Kingdoms, which spoiled the mood. The bookstore owners were so distressed that they beat their chests and stamped their feet. How could such a great painting be wasted like this? At the top of the poster were the words, Honey Trap, and below the characters were the names of Diao Chan and Lu Bu. These colorful posters were all hand-drawn by Li Wangyu and Yan Liben in a few days. The two of them had drawn a total of 10 posters, and they were also very tired. Li Wangyu was very resentful about this. This damn Tang Dynasty, why didn't they invent a color printer? The scholars and servants who went to the bookstore to buy books were all shocked by the colorful posters hanging in front of the bookstore. Such a soul-stirring portrait of a beauty made the men who had not been destroyed by the various movies of the later generations feel that it was somewhat difficult to control themselves. The woman named Diao Chan in the painting, that figure, that curve. For the scholars of the Tang Dynasty, such a realistic colorful beauty was simply a visual bomb. In front of every bookstore with a colorful poster hanging in front of it, there were 3 layers of people inside and 3 layers of people outside. Even those who were illiterate were staring at the colorful poster non-stop. They were even reluctant to blink their eyes. The owners of the bookstores hurriedly sent out their employees to guard the colorful poster to prevent it from being snatched away by others. Many libertines even squeezed to the front and almost stuck their eyes on the poster. They were quickly stopped by the shop assistants. "Hey, what are you doing? You can't afford to pay for this painting if it's dirty. If you want to look, stay away, don't get so close. No matter how close you get, you won't see anything. What are you smelling? Are you a dog? You can smell something from the painting. Take your dirty hands away. If you reach out again, I'll call the patrolling woo-ho." No matter how loudly the shop assistants reprimanded them, the libertines were not angry. They only stared at the colorful poster non-stop with an extremely vulgar expression. If Li Wangyu was here, he would have noticed that the expressions on these people's faces when they were looking at the colorful posters were exactly the same as the expressions on the faces of his roommates when they were watching Japanese romantic action movies behind closed doors. As for the scholars, they were still considered reserved. After staring at the poster for a while, they silently said, "See no evil," in their hearts. Then, they squeezed into the bookstores and asked to buy The Romance of the 3 Kingdoms written by Nan. The thick Romance of the 3 Kingdoms was actually sold for only 500 coins. Such a cheap price surprised many of the scholars. Some impatient ones, after paying the money, began to flip through the book in the bookstore. The opening poem, Riverside Immortal, attracted the praise of the scholars. Nan, Li Wangyu, was still so talented. This poem described the rise and fall of history and the vicissitudes of life. As they continued to read, these scholars were fascinated. The 3 Kingdoms era at the end of the Eastern Han was like a vast historical scroll that slowly unfolded in the book. After flipping through a few pages, all the scholars only had one thought in their hearts. This Romance of the 3 Kingdoms was a peerless book. Chapter 274. The Romance of the 3 Kingdoms was one of the 4 classics of Huaxia. Naturally, it was extraordinary. What was even rarer was that it happened to suit the tastes of the current Tang Dynasty's officials and scholars. This book described the general trend of from chaos to governance at the end of the Han Dynasty. It had a lot in common with the chaos at the end of the Sui Dynasty and the replacement of the Sui Dynasty by the Tang Dynasty. After the chaos at the end of the Sui Dynasty, the people's thoughts were settled. The Romance of the 3 Kingdoms also met the psychological needs of the scholars of the Tang Dynasty. In the words of later generations, the immersion was extremely strong. Those scholars who read the 3 Kingdoms in the bookstore could not help but be surprised to find that this novel was bright and smooth. It was both elegant and popular. Moreover, there was a deep meaning in the words. As the saying goes, understanding the world is knowledge, and practicing human relationships is literature. Every paragraph in the book was full of wisdom and the essence of Huaxia's traditional culture. Good book. A rare good book. This was the unanimous thought in the minds of all the scholars who read the 3 Kingdoms. Such a good book should be poured into a cup of good wine and read carefully while drinking. That was a kind of enjoyment. Or perhaps he could boil a pot of fragrant tea and have a beautiful woman to accompany him. Then, he could savor this wonderful book. As the saying goes, the earth stove, the tea cauldron, and the fire is alive. Where can the joy of reading be found? Several plum blossoms, the heart of the world. In short, the scholars who read the Three Kingdoms all opened their wallets and bought the book. Even if there were scholars who were poor and did not have enough money, they still shamelessly borrowed copper coins from their companions and bought a book. In the two cities of Chang'an, more than a dozen bookstores were like this. It was unprecedentedly popular. The scene of selling books even scared the owners of the bookstores. No one had ever seen books sold like this. Those scholars gave away a lot of copper coins just to get a copy of the Three Kingdoms. The Three Kingdoms plagiarized by Li Wangyu was completely popular. Seeing that the stock in each bookstore was decreasing, the owners of the bookstores hurriedly called their shop assistants and asked them to quickly go to Sunji bookstore in the East City to replenish the stock. Due to the fact that Romance of the Three Kingdoms was a story, most of the bookstore owners didn't ask for too many books when owner Sun sent them over. They thought that the books would take up too much space. The books in these bookstores ranged from 100 to a few dozen books. Now, with so many scholars rushing in to buy the books, many bookstores were sold out. The owners of these bookstores were already starting to regret not leaving behind more copper coins when owner Sun came to sell his goods. After all, these were all copper coins. If he sold one book, he would earn 100 copper coins. If he sold 10 books, he would earn 1 copper coin. Looking at the customers who squeezed into the bookstore with strings of copper coins in their hands, the owners of the bookstore sighed in their hearts. This money was too easy to earn. Owner Sun, I'm an employee from the Ma family bookstore in Shi City. Our bookstore would like to make up for 500 copies of the Three Kingdoms. Owner, I'm from Liuji bookstore in East City. Please send another 600 books of the Three Kingdoms to our bookstore. Owner Sun, all the books in our bookstore have been sold out. Please give us the books first. Our bookstore is full of customers waiting to buy books. It's the same for our bookstore. All the books are sold out. Owner Sun, please send the books to our bookstore first. Similarly, Sun's bookstore was packed with scholars who wanted to buy books. When owner Sun heard the words of these employees, he was so happy that his beard trembled. He hurriedly agreed and began to arrange for his employees to deliver the books. Li Wangyu, on the other hand, had already anticipated this situation. He had arranged for several four-wheeled carriages to wait near Sun's bookstore and informed owner Sun that these carriages could help him deliver books to various bookstores. Originally, owner Sun didn't think much of it and thought that Li Wangyu was too optimistic. He had sent more than 1,000 books of the Three Kingdoms to the bookstores in Chang'an City. Could it be that they were all sold out? It was impossible to sell 1,000 books in a day. However, owner Sun naturally couldn't say much about Li Wangyu's arrangement. He just smiled and thanked him, and didn't think much of it. Now, owner Sun realized that he had underestimated the influence of the Three Kingdoms. He was also full of admiration for Li Wangyu's foresight. He hurriedly called for the four-wheeled carriages to come over and ordered the employees to start moving the books out of the warehouse. Stacks of books that emitted the fragrance of ink were moved onto the carriages. Under the guidance of the employees of the bookstore, they were sent to the bookstores in Chang'an City. More and more people rushed to buy the books of the Three Kingdoms. Many of them were just passing by the bookstores. They were either attracted by the colorful posters or the flood of people rushing into the bookstores to buy the books. Out of curiosity, they unconsciously squeezed into the bookstores to see what kind of book it was that so many people were rushing to buy it. After flipping through a few pages, these people who didn't know about the Three Kingdoms also opened their wallets and bought a book, preparing to go back and study it carefully. The books were selling faster and faster. In just half a day, the evening drums sounded in Chang'an City. The customers in the market had no choice but to leave. The bookstores also sent in the sales statistics for the day. Owner Sun almost had a heart attack when he saw the numbers on top of it. More than 4,700 books sold. It had only been half a day. For the Tang Dynasty, such a terrifying sales volume was comparable to a stormy sea. It set off a huge wave in Chang'an City. Owner's son suddenly felt like laughing. Those young masters from aristocratic families actually wanted to bet with the men from Hu County. Wasn't it obvious that they were prepared to give away money? There were still 5 days before the bet, and nearly half of the 10,000 books in the bet had been sold today. What was the point of this bet? He had forgotten that back then, he had also thought that Li Wangyu would be the loser of the bet. Owner's son was amused for a long time. Then he immediately called his shop assistant and rode out of Chang and City, ignoring his old body. He was going to tell Li Wangyu the good news and inform the craftsmen in the Hu County bookstore to continue printing the Three Kingdoms. According to today's trend, 10,000 books of the Three Kingdoms would not be enough. Not to mention how happy Owner's son was, Wang Ziqiao and the others naturally received the news that Li Wangyu had made such a big scene in Chang and City. His troops and servants went to the bookstores in the east and west to inquire about the news. When they came back, they described the scene of the rush to buy the books. Wang Ziqiao, Cui Daogu, and the other two could not help but feel their hearts skip a beat. If Li Wangyu's book continued to sell like this, there was a chance that they would lose that ridiculous bet. The 4 people who received the news looked at each other. If they really lost 1,000 taels of gold, each of them would have to pay more than 200 taels of gold. Although 1,000 taels of gold was just a small amount for aristocratic families like the Wang clan of Taiyuan, it was not a small amount for the 4 of them. It would even make them feel the pinch. Even as the legitimate sons of aristocratic families, they could only get a fixed amount of money from their families every month. They could get 200 to 300 strings of copper from their families every month. This was enough for them to indulge in wine and women every day, lingering in the various brothels of Peace Square. One had to know that a first-rank big shot in the imperial court only had a monthly salary of 600 to 800 strings of copper. From this, one could see how extravagant aristocratic families were. It was no wonder that old Du would write such an indignant poem, "Meat stinks at the Vermilion Gates, bones frozen to death on the road." Wang Ziqiao and the others did not have much savings. Usually, they would spend all the copper they had every month. If they really lost the bet with Li Wangyu, they might not be able to pay the money. "Everyone, we can't just sit and wait for death. We can't let that little bastardly be so arrogant." Inside the Peace Square, Wang Ziqiao hugged a prostitute and said fiercely. Chapter 275. Wang Ziqiao and the others naturally did not want to lose 1,000 gold taels to Li Wangyu for nothing. They originally thought that the bet with Li Wangyu was purely because Li Wangyu was out of his mind and wanted to give them money. Especially a few days ago, in Sun Ji bookstore, the book Romance of the Three Kingdoms sold lukewarm. The bookstore sold less than 10 books of the Three Kingdoms every day, which made Wang Ziqiao and the others laugh even more, ridiculing Li Wangyu for being kicked in the head by a donkey. But now, Li Wangyu did such a thing, which was out of their expectations, making them panic. "What do you think we should do?" I asked the servants to ask around. "That stupid book sold a few thousand copies today." Cui Daogu asked. Cui Hong straightened his neck. "What can we do? Can you force others not to go to the bookstore to buy books? If you ask me, so be it if we lose. Can Li Wangyu come to us to collect the debt? I won't give it to him." Lu Xiang said, "Bullshit. This is a written bet. Can you go back on it? If he really takes the bet to the residents to collect the debt, what will you do? If he dares to come, I will let the troops beat him out. Then what if he goes to the Taiji Palace to find the saint?" This, if they really lost the bet, there was no need to consider reneging on the debt. This time, the bet was written on paper. It was different from the previous verbal agreement. In black and white, both sides signed the bet. If they refused to give it up, Li Wangyu would really dare to go to the Taiji Palace and ask Pai Lupi to collect the debt for him. Li Wangyu was now the founding county man. In terms of status, he was the same as these few silk pants elders. How could the few of them, who relied on their family's power, refused to pay the bet. It's neither right nor left. Then what do you think we should do? Are we really waiting to lose the bet and obediently hand over the gold with both hands? Cui Hong was also angry. His words left Wang Ziqiao and the other two speechless for a while, not knowing what to do. Wang Ziqiao suddenly drove away all the prostitutes and singers around him. He lowered his voice and said to the three of them, "I have an idea, but I don't know if you dare to do it." "What idea?" "Let's hear it." "Come closer, my teachings are not to be passed on to 6 years." Cui Daogu and the other two hurriedly came over. After hearing Prince Qiao's words, the three of them were speechless. "Brother Ziqiao, this method is extremely risky." "What if?" Cui Daogu was a bit hesitant. 200 taels of gold was actually not much. Taking a risk for this bit of gold was not worth it. Lu Xiang also shook his head. "That's right. At most, you'll lose 200 taels of gold. It's not worth it, right?" However, Cui Hong supported Wang Ziqiao's idea. "I think it's fine. If we really lose, it's not just a trivial matter of 1,000 taels of gold. What we lose is the face of our family." When he said this, it made Cui Daogu and Lu Xiang hesitate. Just as Cui Hong said, losing a bit of gold was nothing. But to lose the face of the family, that was not okay. Wang Ziqiao advised again. "Let's each send a capable troop to do this. After the matter is done, give them a sum of money and send them back to Taiyuan, Bowling and other places. How much trouble can they cause?" Cui Daogu and Lu Xiang silently looked at each other and nodded in agreement. It was night. Chang'an City East Market. Suddenly, an ear-piercing copper whistle sounded. In the city square, a raging fire erupted. The intensity of the fire was so great that it lit up the night sky of Chang'an City. The flames soared several zhang high and the momentum was terrifying. East Market Wuho shop's Colonel Qin Xian led his Wuho subordinates and desperately squeezed water bags in an attempt to extinguish the fire. But not only was the fire not extinguished, it was instead becoming more and more intense. "Colonel, someone must have set the fire and used kerosene to ignite the fire. Otherwise, why would the water bags not be able to extinguish the fire?" The Wuho subordinates who were trying their best to extinguish the fire loudly shouted to Qin Xian. On this point, Qin Xian had already seen through it. The fire came so suddenly and the water could not extinguish it. Other than someone maliciously setting the fire, there was no other explanation. His face was already covered in black soot. After being soaked in sweat, his face was covered in black marks. But Qin Xian did not care about this. He could only continue to urge his subordinates to extinguish the fire. At the same time, he ordered the Wuho subordinates to push down the shops on both sides of the fire to create an isolation zone to prevent the fire from spreading. Madhav *Ker, it's really strange. Which shop is on fire? What kind of business is it doing? Colonel, this is a family bookstore, Sun Ji Bookstore. When Qin Xian heard that it was a bookstore, he did not care too much. But during the day, he also knew that many scholars came to the bookstore to buy books. It seemed that they were all trying to buy a novel written by a county man. He did not know if the bookstore being set on fire tonight was related to this matter. But after all, Qin Xian was only a colonel of the Wuho shop. He was not responsible for the arrest case. So this thought only circled around in his mind and he did not delve into it. He only focused on directing the Wuho subordinates to extinguish the fire. As the most important market under the jurisdiction of Wanyan County, the news of the fire in the East Market was immediately reported to Wanyan County Magistrate Lu Dehang. Lu Dehang, who was woken up, broke out in a cold sweat. He hurriedly broke out from the arms of the concubines on the bed. He hastily put on his clothes and led a group of yamen runners to the East Market. By the time he arrived at the East Market, the sudden fire had almost been extinguished. Sunji bookstore and the shops next to it were all burned to the ground. The embers were not extinguished, and from time to time, dark red sparks would appear in the night. Colonel Qin, why did it suddenly catch fire? Lu Deheng wiped the sweat from his forehead and asked Qin Xian. Including the Tang dynasty, the dynasties of Huaxia all attached great importance to fire fighting. Although the Tang dynasty would not punish officials for a fire, it still had a big impact. So when he heard the fire alarm, Lu Deheng could not sleep well for the past 10,000 years. Lu Ming House, according to this official speculation, it should be arson. We have to wait until the fire is completely extinguished before we go in to investigate. Hearing that it might be arson, Lu Deheng could not help but gasp again. Arson was a serious crime. According to the Tang dynasty's law, arson was sentenced to death by hanging. If the fire killed people, it would be considered as death by reason. Moreover, arson was one of the 10 evils. It was an unforgivable crime. If it was really an arson case, he would have a headache as the Wanyan County magistrate. He would have to urge the Yamen runners to investigate the case. Just thinking about it was troublesome. If it could not be solved, he would have to report the case to the Ministry of Justice and the Supreme Court. That would be even more troublesome. Lu Deheng sighed and could only secretly pray that Qin Xian's judgment was wrong. But when the fire was completely extinguished, the Marquis of the Marquis shop and the Yamen runners entered the fire to investigate. Then, bad news came. Not only was it confirmed that the fire was arson, but the charred remains of a human were also found in the fire. Chapter 276. During the Sui and Tang dynasties, the Yamen did not have a coroner who specialized in autopsies. During the Sui and Tang dynasties, a coroner was someone who worked in the funeral industry. Due to the fact that examining a corpse was a menial and arduous task, the government would usually send a coroner who was in charge of funeral work to examine the corpse. It was not until the Song dynasty that coroner became official servants in the Yamen. They were equivalent to the forensic doctors of later generations. After the coroner who was summoned by the Wanyan County Yamen examined the corpse found in the fire, he concluded that the corpse was burnt by a weapon. Hearing this report, Lu Deheng felt a toothache. Now, not only was there an arson case, there was also a murder case. This was a huge case. After dawn, the Yamen runners of Wanyan County found owner's son in Hu County and brought him to the Wanyan County Yamen for questioning. Owner's son almost fainted when he learned that his bookstore had been burned to ruins last night and that someone had died. After owner's son identified the remaining belongings and clothes on the charred corpse, he confirmed that it was the shop assistant who had been keeping watch in the bookstore last night. His own shop assistant had died an unnatural death, and his bookstore had been set on fire. The old man wept and kowtowed to Lu Deheng, begging Lu Mingfu to help him get justice. He had to catch the culprit who had committed murder and arson. Lu Deheng naturally had a headache about this. After asking owner's son in detail whether he had any grudges with anyone recently and whether he had any enemies, Lu Deheng sent the old man out. Putting aside how Lu Deheng urged the Yamen runners to handle the case, owner's son walked out of the Wanyan County Yamen in a daze and was numbly brought to the Eastern Market by his shop assistant. Looking at the bookstore that had been burned to the ground, the old man could not help but shed tears. This bookstore was not worth much and could be rebuilt with just a few dozen strings of coins. However, there were a large number of books in the bookstore, especially those handwritten copies and famous paintings. They were all priceless treasures. With a rough estimate, the value of the burned books, paintings, paper, ink, brushes, and inkstones was no less than 500 strings of coins. Now that all of them had been burned down, owner's son even had the thought of committing suicide. When the shopkeepers of the surrounding shops saw owner's son suffer such a disaster, they all shook their heads and sighed. They all comforted the old man. "Owner's son, my condolences. Sigh, this is truly a sin. How dare a murderer commit murder and arson in Chang and in broad daylight? Damn it. Owner's son, if there's anything you need, just tell this old man. This old man will help you get through this difficult time. Owner's son is such a nice person. He has never argued with anyone and is always honest in his business dealings. How could someone be so cruel? The group of merchants all spoke up to console the old man, causing owner's son to feel slightly comforted. He cupped his hands in thanks to everyone and began to make arrangements for the aftermath. He ordered people to clean up the ruins of the bookstore and take stock of the losses. He also arranged for someone to report the news to the shop assistant who was killed. He also had someone send copper coins to express his condolences. After busying himself for half a day, owner's son suddenly recalled something and his face warped in shock. He had no time to care about anything else. He pulled over a shop assistant and hurriedly gave him a few instructions. Then, he hurriedly mounted his horse and ran out of Chang and city. Owner's son suddenly remembered that there were still thousands of copies of the Romance of the Three Kingdoms in the bookstore. He had to go to Dingzhou village to inform Li Wangyu about this matter. As he galloped on horseback, a thought flashed through owner's son's mind. Could this sudden fire have something to do with those aristocratic families? After thinking carefully, the old man could not help but break out in a cold sweat. He had no quarrel with anyone. Apart from those books and paintings, there was nothing valuable in the bookstore. If it was for money, there were many shops in the Eastern market that dealt in gold and jewelry. There were plenty of valuable things. How could a thief commit murder and arson just to steal books? Owner's son did not think that there were any enemies that would be so fierce, except for some minor conflicts with the legitimate sons of the aristocratic families such as the Wang clan of Taiyuan and the Chui clan of Bowling. Thinking deeper, owner's son felt even more frightened and his heart raced. He thought of the bet that Li Wangyu had made with those young masters of the aristocratic families. He had promised to sell 10,000 copies of the Three Kingdoms in 10 days. But now, all the books in his bookstore had been burned to ashes. Owner's son did not dare to continue thinking about it. This was not something that a merchant like him could participate in. The old man whipped the horse twice more and sped up towards Dingzhou village. Li Wangyu had just woken up and received such bad news. He could not help but be shocked. He exchanged glances with his beautiful superior and could tell what the other was thinking from their eyes. If this matter had nothing to do with the aristocratic families, Li Wangyu dared to wring his head off and give it to the aristocratic families to kick as a ball. Yesterday, he had just created a sensation in Chang and city and made the Romance of the Three Kingdoms sell like hotcakes. But in the middle of the night, someone had sneaked into Sun's bookstore to commit murder and arson. This was definitely not a coincidence. With the books burned, it was naturally impossible to sell 10,000 copies of the Romance of the Three Kingdoms. A few days later, he would be considered to have lost the bet and would have to pay Wang Ziqiao and the others 1,000 taels of gold. Li Wangyu did not expect that Wang Ziqiao and the others would be so crazy. For a bet of 1,000 taels of gold, they dared to commit murder and arson. This was truly outrageous. Li Wangyu naturally did not know that these aristocratic families dared to do anything for their own reputation. If he had not been conferred the title of meritorious noble by Pai Lupi, the aristocratic families would have already made a move on him. Whether it was the Jing clan of Xinjiang or the Wang clan of Taiyuan, they had been unhappy with him for a long time. Now, it was only because they were afraid of Pai Lupi that these aristocratic families did not dare to openly deal with Li Wangyu. Li Wangyu's face was gloomy as he asked, "Owner's son, can your bookstore in Hu County print more books urgently?" "Of course. Old me thought yesterday that 10,000 copies might not be enough to sell, so I have already informed the bookstore to start printing more. I estimate that in another 2 or 3 days, we should be able to rush out 5,000 copies." "That's good. Owner's son, then I'll have to trouble you to arrange for the printing as soon as possible. As for the murder and arson case, I will give you an explanation, Li Wangyu said in a low voice. Owner's son nodded repeatedly. Old me understands. Once the books are printed, Old me will immediately have people send them to the bookstore in Chang and City to sell. Don't worry, there are still 4 days left. We will definitely sell 10,000 copies. Li Wangyu did not say anything else after arranging things. He let the old butler, Li Heng, send owner's son out of the door. The murder and arson case in the East Market gave Li Wangyu a great shock. At this moment, he realized that this was not a legal society of the future, but the Tang Dynasty of 1,300 years ago. If one did not have enough power to protect himself and his family, he would probably be eaten up until not even his bones were left. Just a few legitimate sons of the aristocratic families dared to commit murder and arson in Chang and City. In this world, was there anything that they did not dare to do? Those who steal will be punished, and those who steal the country will become feudal lords. Only the feudal lords will be benevolent and righteous. The so-called benevolence and righteousness of these aristocratic families was indeed hypocritical. After a brief discussion with Su Chongqing, Li Wangyu called for Niu Wu. The two of them rode on horses and rushed to Chang and City. Chapter 277. Li Wangyu naturally went to Chang and to complain. Although he had the title of a county baron, he had no power or influence. Other than complaining to Pai Lupi, he had no other choice. Li Wangyu was just a white-collar worker who graduated from a second-tier university in the future. He did not know how to solve cases, nor was he as intelligent as Zhuge Liang. If he was bullied, complaining to his parents was his only choice. Fortunately, his current parent was also powerful enough. No matter what, Li Heir was still his uncle who hadn't gone beyond 5 generations. Li Wangyu naturally would not be pretentious. He wanted to take responsibility for everything. When it was time to cry, he would not be stingy. In the legislative hall of Taiji Palace, Pai Lupi summoned Li Wangyu as usual. Zio, why did you come to the palace again today? Is something the matter? Pai Lupi asked with a smile. Li Wangyu would not come to Chang, and if he had nothing to do, let alone to Taiji Palace. Pai Lupi was very clear about this. His nephew was good at everything, except that he was too tired. If he had nothing to do, he would definitely hide in Dingzhou village and live a carefree life. Yesterday, Li Wangyu had just entered Taiji Palace and created such a good show. Pai Lupi was very satisfied, but he did not know why he had come to the palace today. Li Wangyu's face was full of misery. Uncle, I came to the palace today to ask you to save my life. What happened? Pai Lupi asked, puzzled. Li Wangyu took out the contract he had signed with Wang Ziqiao and the others, and handed it to Pai Lupi with both hands. Uncle, a few days ago, I had some conflicts with the legitimate sons of Taiji Wang clan, Bowling Chui clan, and a few other aristocratic families. Feeling indignant, I made a bet with them. I bet that I could sell 10,000 copies of the Romance of the Three Kingdoms within 10 days. Pai Lupi looked at the bet and motioned for Li Wangyu to continue. Yesterday, after my promotion, the bookstores in Chang and sold more than 4,000 books of the Three Kingdoms. This little nephew was about to win the bet, but who would have thought that last night, the bookstore that helped this little nephew sell books was set on fire and all the books turned to ashes. When Pai Lupi heard this, his expression slowly turned grim. Li Wangyu sighed and continued, if it was only the books that were burned, it would be fine. But the key point is that even the clerk who was on night duty in the bookstore was killed. This is really... At this moment, Li Wangyu's acting skills were off the charts. He was just short of wiping his eyes with an onion. Uncle, I don't expect to win any bets. I just hope that uncle can help me talk to this aristocratic family and cancel the bet. Sigh, with my small arms and legs, I really don't dare to get involved with such a vicious person. His words were very pitiful, but Pai Lupi understood the meaning of his words very clearly. He was insisting that the aristocratic family had committed murder and arson in order to win the bet. Pai Lupi glared at him with a gloomy face. He waved his hand to summon an attendant, have the 100 Horsemen Department investigate what exactly happened in the East Market. Not long after, the attendant in charge of palace affairs from the 100 Horsemen Department entered the legislative hall and reported to Pai Lupi. Reporting to everyone, the 100 Horsemen Department has already investigated. Last night, at 1:00 in the East Market, Sun Ji bookstore caught fire. The clerk who died was also stabbed to death with a blade and then abandoned in the fire. Pai Lupi coldly asked, "Did you find out who did it?" "We're still investigating, but after the 100 Horsemen Department examined the corpse, they confirmed that the method of murder was the method of an old soldier in the army. The clerk who was killed should have been in his sleep. His mouth and nose were covered, and then a blade was used to stab his heart. The blade was inserted between the bones, and he died on the spot. The method was very skillful. This is definitely not something that a thief can do." After the curfew last night, did the patrolling Wuho ask about it? "Did you find anything strange?" Pai Lupi asked again. In Chang and City, there was a curfew after nightfall. The streets, which were more than 100 meters wide, were like natural barriers that separated the various markets. And on the streets, there were patrolling Wuho at any time. Wanting to quietly climb over the high walls of the market, then pass through the 100-meter wide streets, and climb up the wall to enter the East Market was not an easy task. No, the patrolling Wuho have already interrogated, but did not find anything. But the 100 Horsemen Department can confirm that there are 4 murderers. After carefully inspecting the walls of the East Market, the 100 Horsemen Department found the footprints of 4 people on the wall near the Peace Square. And the same footprints were also found on the other side of the Peace Square. To be able to avoid the Wuho, and quietly climb over 2 walls, it's not easy. Reporting to everyone, the 100 Horsemen Department also deduced that the murderers must be fierce soldiers from the White Army, or else they would not have succeeded so easily. Pai Lupi heard this and could not help but look at the bet in his hand again. The murderers went from the Peace Square to the East Market. Last night, Taiyuan Wang clan, Bowling Chui clan, these aristocratic families, did anyone stay at the Peace Square to drink? Taiyuan Wang clans Wang Zi Qiao, Qinghe Chui clans Chui Daogu, Bowling Chui clans Chui Hong, Fanyang Lu clans Lu Xiyang, these 4 people stayed at the Peace Square last night. Pai Lupi sneered, "For murderers committed murder, and the 4 of them were drinking at the Peace Square. Ah, what a coincidence. Order the 100 Horsemen Department to continue investigating, especially the troops around these 4 people, find out what their identities are." "Yes." The eunuch of the 100 Horsemen Department responded and immediately left to arrange the investigation. Li Wangyu also heard the conversation between the 2 clearly. After the eunuch left, he immediately looked at Pai Lupi with a pitiful expression. "Uncle, you have to give your nephew justice." Pai Lupi glared at him. "All right, stop acting, I will give you an explanation for this matter. 5 surnames and 7 looks, as expected, arrogant and despotic." Hearing Pai Lupi say this, Li Wangyu naturally stopped acting. He came to complain, and now that he had achieved his goal, he naturally did not want to continue acting. Li Wangyu said with a mischievous smile, "Uncle, I made a bet with them, if they want to renege on the debt, you have to help me collect the debt." "Stinking brat, scram. You want me to help you collect the debt, only you can think of something like that." Pai Lupi laughed and scolded. "Hee, how about I give you half?" Pai Lupi was so angry that he almost kicked him. The more he spoke, the more shameless he became. "Your books have all been burned, how are you going to win this bet? I have already asked the bookstore to hurry up with the printing. Today, we will continue to send books to the bookstore. It won't delay matters." Pai Lupi nodded. "Ziyu, the engraving printing that you came up with is really good, it can be considered beneficial for the country. With this engraving printing, books can be printed on a large scale, and it will not be so easy for those aristocratic families to monopolize knowledge. This is another merit you have made, I will remember it for you. Li Wangyu had already reported the engraving printing matter to Pai Lupi. Pai Lupi immediately saw the effect of breaking the aristocratic family's monopoly on knowledge, so he had already asked Li Wangyu to hand over the engraving printing technology to the work supervisor. Now, the work supervisor had already begun to copy the books stored in the palace, and was preparing to print them on a large scale and distribute them to the world. While Li Wangyu was complaining in Taiji Palace, Taiyuan Wang clan was not having a peaceful time. Chapter 278. Chang'an City, Fuxing Square, Wang Mansion. Taiyuan Wang clan's head Wang Rinyu slapped Wang Ziqiao's face, leaving a red mark on his face. Bastard, who allowed you to be so daring? Wang Ziqiao covered his face with his hands, looking at his father in disbelief. What did I do? Didn't I just let my subordinates burn down a bookstore? Don't tell me I have to watch that bastardly Wang Yu humiliate me. Wang Rinyu said angrily, just burn down a bookstore. You even killed a waiter in the shop with your troop. Just a lowly commoner, what's the big deal? Wang Ziqiao did not care at all. Burning down the Sun bookstore in the East Market, destroying Li Wangyu's books, and winning the bet, was his idea. Cui Daogu and Lu Xiyang, under his and Cui Hong's encouragement, and after drinking a lot of wine, under the stimulation of alcohol, they also nodded in agreement. The four of them each sent out a highly skilled troop. Taking advantage of the night, they climbed over the Peace Square, and entered the East Market. Those few troops were also ruthless people. Originally they did not need to harm people's lives, but as a precaution, they directly stabbed the shop assistant who was on night duty in the bookstore to death. After pouring oil on the bookstore, and blowing on the fire, the four of them burned the bookstore clean, and then took advantage of the chaos when Wu Ho was busy putting out the fire, climbed over the wall, and slipped back into the Peace Square. After dawn, Wang Ziqiao and the other three woke up, and after sobering up, they started to feel a little scared. They were the rich young masters of aristocratic families, they bullied and dominated the market, and even snatched women, and they were not any better than that bastard Jin Kongbua. But things like murder and arson, they had never done it before, and at this moment they could not help but feel their hearts palpitate. The four of them pretended to be calm, as if nothing had happened. After the Peace Square opened, they each led their subordinates back to the mansion. Wang Ziqiao was somewhat regretful, so he found his father Wang Rinyu, and explained everything in detail, but did not expect to get a slap from his father in exchange. Wang Rinyu snorted, foolish beyond compare. Do you think that Li Shimin's 100 cavalry department are all useless? You're just giving him something to use against you. There are many ways to deal with that Li family child, but you chose the stupidest way. Wang Ziqiao was a little confused. He forced himself to say, so what if it's the 100 cavalry department? Could it be that they would come knocking on his door to arrest him? I have already come to an agreement with Cui Daogu and the others. We will send those troops back to Taiyuan, Bowling, Fanyang, and other places. So what if Li Shimin's hands are long? What's more, these four troops won't betray us. Wang Rinyu looked at the red mark on his son's face and let out a long sigh. Suppressing the anger in his heart, he explained, Ziqiao, you've underestimated Li Shimin and the 100 cavalry department. If he really dares to let the 100 horsemen department come to our door and arrest people, as long as we torture them, once your troops confess, do you think Li Shimin will let go of this good opportunity to humiliate our aristocratic families? At this moment, Wang Ziqiao was also scared. He asked in panic, don't tell me that Li Shimin won't give any face. Nyang is his aunt. Idiot, do you expect Li Shimin to let our Wang clan go because of your mother? Wang Rinyu's wife, Wang Ziqiao's mother, was Li Wangyu's only aunt, retired Emperor Li Yuan's younger sister, Princess Tang. When Li Yuan was guarding Taiyuan and had yet to rise up against the Sui dynasty, the two sides had become relatives by marriage. Wang Rinyu was Pai Lupi's uncle. Logically speaking, the Taiyuan Wang clan and Li Tang's imperial family had a close relationship. The two sides should not be fighting openly and covertly. But aristocratic families and imperial power, the two sides had loved and hated each other for thousands of years. This was not a conflict that could be resolved just by marrying a few women to each other. Wang Ziqiao did not agree with his father's words. So what? Don't tell me that Li Shimin dares to kill us aristocratic families. Why should we be afraid of him? We are a 1,000-year-old aristocratic family. Wang Rinyu only sneered at his son's words and did not say much. The aristocratic families had always been the core power behind the imperial power. They held power similar to the imperial power and could even shake the foundation of the imperial power. This was something that no emperor could tolerate. However, an emperor needed the support of the aristocratic families to sit on the throne. Hence, the imperial power and the aristocratic families were always in a situation where they used and opposed each other. Flourishing for thousands of years, there were aristocratic families with 100 years of history. However, there were no dynasties with more than 400 years of history. This was also the reason why aristocratic families like Wang Ziqiao looked down on the imperial power. Wang Mang wanted to change the situation of the Western Han's land annexation. In the end, the aristocratic families rebelled and overthrew Wang Mang's rule. The aristocratic families in Guangzhou supported the Nanyang Lu clan to establish the Eastern Han. At the end of the Eastern Han, the three kingdoms fought for hegemony, and the aristocratic families were the ones supporting them. The aristocratic families of the West Jin moved south, causing the treasury of the West Jin to be empty. The chaos of the five barbarians had a lot to do with the aristocratic families moving south. When the aristocratic families reached their peak in the East Jin, their power even surpassed that of the imperial power. During the Sui dynasty, Yang Jian created the imperial examination system in hopes of using it to keep the aristocratic families in check. However, it did the opposite, increasing the power of the aristocratic families. The aristocratic families made use of the imperial examination system to push the power struggle between the aristocratic families and the imperial power into the imperial court. When it came to the Tang dynasty, how could the battle between the aristocratic families and the imperial power be peaceful? Just a few days ago, the aristocratic families used the locust plague to force Pai Lupi to issue an edict. From this, one could see the relationship between the two sides. Wang Rinyu waved his hand at Wang Ziqiao. Okay, I'll deal with this matter myself. You don't have to worry about it. Go take a look at your mother. She caught a cold recently and is not feeling well. After sending his son away, Wang Rinyu closed his eyes and thought for a while. Then, he summoned the housekeeper and gave him a few instructions. The housekeeper lowered his head and left to carry out Wang Rinyu's orders. Within the Taiji Palace governing hall, Pai Lupi and Li Wangyu were playing chess while waiting for the 100 Cavalry Division's report. The eunuch from the 100 Cavalry Division tiptoed into the hall with an embarrassed look on his face. Pai Lupi looked up at him. Speak, what's the news? Just now, the 100 Cavalry Division sent news that the Wang clan of Taiyuan beat a soldier to death for stealing property. After the Wang clan beat him to death, they sent someone to Chang'an County to report. Pai Lupi and Li Wangyu were stunned. They didn't understand what the eunuch meant. The Wang clan beat a soldier to death for stealing property. Was this news worth telling to Pai Lupi? Before Pai Lupi could ask, the eunuch continued, the Chui clan of Bowling, the Chui clan of Qinghe, and the Lu clan of Fanyang all beat a soldier to death for different crimes. They have all gone to Chang'an County and Wanyan County to report. As soon as he finished speaking, Pai Lupi immediately understood what was going on. In a fit of rage, Pai Lupi slapped the table in front of him and swept the chessboards on the table to the ground. These bastards! How dare they! Li Wangyu also realized what was going on. This was King murder to silence them. The aristocratic families were so cruel. Chapter 279. The troops were not the property of the master, and their status was higher than that of the servants. However, if the troops made mistakes and were punished by the master, even if they were accidentally beaten to death, they would not be punished. The law of the Tang Dynasty stipulated, if the master beat the troops to death, he committed murder, but he was punished to death or negligent homicide, he was not guilty. That was to say, if the troops of the Taiyuan Wang clan, the Boling Chui clan, the Qinghe Chui clan, and the Fanyang Lu clan were charged with violating the law due to negligence, they would not have to bear any responsibility after being punished to death. They only needed to report to the county government. The 100 Cavalry Department had just found out that there were 4 people who committed the crime in the East City, and was investigating the troops of the 4 sons of the 4 families. Then, there was news that the troops of the 4 families were beaten to death because of mistakes. Even a fool could understand what had happened. This kind of merciless method of silencing witnesses made Li Wangyu shudder. These aristocratic families did not care about human lives at all. Even the troops who worked for the aristocratic families were killed just like that. Li Wangyu could not understand or accept this kind of ruthless decision and the practice of treating human lives as grass. Pai Lupi's anger was more because he was played by the aristocratic families. The 4 troops were beaten to death without any disguise. They were clearly laughing at him, the emperor of the Tang Dynasty. There was no evidence, and no evidence. Even if Pai Lupi was dead, what could he do to them? Wang Rinyu was not a playboy like Wang Ziqiao. Sending the troops back to their hometowns would only leave behind hidden dangers. If the 100 Cavalry Department could find clues, the aristocratic families would naturally know. Last night, the 4 playboys hurriedly ordered their troops to attack and had already left a lot of clues. If the 100 Cavalry Department found out that it was the aristocratic families who did it, it would probably be a big trouble. Since they had already done it, they would do it to the end. Only the dead could keep an absolute secret. Therefore, Wang Rinyu was merciless. He found a random reason to beat the troops of his family to death. The other 3 aristocratic families naturally would not be merciful. After receiving the news, they also chose to kill to silence. After venting his anger, Pai Lupi finally managed to control his temper. He waved his hand and dismissed the servant. Li Wangyu was also filled with helplessness and fear. Uncle, these aristocratic families are truly unscrupulous. Humph. Sooner or later, he would teach them a lesson. Ziyu, you will go now and urge the bookstore to quickly print the books for sale. You must not lose the bet. I want these aristocratic families to obediently lower their heads and hand over the gold with both hands. Pai Lupi said through gritted teeth. To Pai Lupi, the bet between Li Wangyu and the hedonistic sons of the aristocratic families was no longer just about Li Wangyu. He wanted Li Wangyu to win the bet and humiliate these aristocratic families. This bet that seemed like a joke had turned into a battle between Pai Lupi and the aristocratic families. If Li Wangyu lost, then he, Pai Lupi, as the emperor, would lose even more face. As the emperor of the Tang Dynasty, he could not protect Li Wangyu and let the aristocratic families kill him in Chang'an City. This was simply a slap to Pai Lupi's face. Li Wangyu nodded and asked worriedly, Uncle, those aristocratic families won't continue to use any tricks, right? They won't do anything to me, right? These aristocratic families were unscrupulous in their actions. They really made him, a white-collar worker of the future, feel a little scared. Which normal person would not be scared? He was not a ruthless person who was used to murder and arson. He was just a white-collar worker. The most exciting thing he had experienced was a gang fight when he was in school. But now, 5 lives had already told him that this was the Tang Dynasty. Pai Lupi glared at him. Why are you so timid? I will let the cavalry department protect you secretly. You don't need to worry, Ziyu. Li Wangyu was speechless. What do you mean I'm timid? I'm not afraid even if you want to protect me with all the palace guards. But he only had the Niu brothers as guards at home. His own safety was one thing. If they really pushed him too far, he could fight them to the death. But what about his beautiful boss and Aphrodite? No matter who it was, if they were really harmed by those aristocratic families because of him, even if he made explosives and sent them all to the Western Paradise, what could he do? So Li Wangyu had to first ensure the safety of himself and his family. There's also Dingzhou village. Uncle, you have to let people protect it for me. That's my fief. Okay. Pai Lupi nodded in agreement. Since Pai Lupi said that he would let the cavalry department protect him in Dingzhou village, Li Wangyu was slightly relieved. He was ready to go all out and fight with those aristocratic families. After leaving Taiji Palace, Li Wangyu rode with Niu Wu to Hu County. He wanted to hurry Owner's son to print the books as soon as possible. Owner's son didn't waste any time. In half a day, he had the bookstore urgently print several hundred copies of the Three Kingdoms. After checking them, Li Wangyu arranged for a four-wheeled carriage to transport all these books to the bookstores in the east and west of Chang'an City for sale. However, what Li Wangyu and Owner's son didn't expect was that these books were all returned to the bookstores in Chang'an City after being shipped to them. Even the copies of the Romance of the Three Kingdoms that hadn't been sold out yesterday were all returned. Overnight, these bookstores all refused to sell the Three Kingdoms and cut off their cooperation with Owner Sunday. This sudden turn of events shocked both Li Wangyu and Owner Sunday. Li Wangyu came to a realization. This was definitely the doing of the aristocratic families, directly cutting off his sales channels. This method of removing the firewood from under the cauldron was even more vicious than Wang Ziqiao's methods of murder and arson. Given the influence and power of the aristocratic families, it was all too easy for them to force the 10-odd bookstores in Chang'an City to bow their heads. Moreover, the fire at Sun's bookstore yesterday had also frightened the owners of the other bookstores. Everyone had their own guesses as to why Sun's bookstore had been burned down. But today, the aristocratic families of the 5 surnames and 7 gazes had sent people to warn them that they were forbidden from selling the Three Kingdoms. Everyone immediately understood. No one was a fool. Putting the two together, the owners of these bookstores all understood that Owner's son had offended someone he shouldn't have offended, and that the root of the problem was the Romance of the Three Kingdoms. As merchants, no matter how much they sympathized with Owner's son and how much they despised the actions of the aristocratic families, the owners of these bookstores had no choice but to obey. Without hesitation, they removed all the Three Kingdoms books from their bookstores and returned them to Owner's Sunday. They also carefully put away the colorful posters, no longer daring to openly hang them outside the bookstore. The methods of the aristocratic families had caught Li Wangyu by surprise. Sun's bookstore had been burned down and they had lost their sales channels. Even if the subsequent books were printed, where could they sell them? Just as Li Wangyu was racking his brains for a solution, another piece of bad news came from Chang'an City. Chapter 280. Within a day, more than 4,000 copies of the Romance of the Three Kingdoms were sold in Chang'an, which was terrifying. For a while, everyone in Chang'an was talking about the Three Kingdoms. But when this famous book began to spread widely in Chang'an, it was criticized by many sour scholars. The Romance of the Three Kingdoms was a historical novel, unlike the Records of the Three Kingdoms, which was a historical book. When Luo Guanzhong wrote the Romance of the Three Kingdoms, he made a lot of references to the Records of the Three Kingdoms. This was the so-called 30% truth and 70% romance. In the future, because the Romance of the Three Kingdoms was so famous and spread so widely, many people even regarded it as the official history. But since it was a novel, it naturally had elements of artistic exaggeration and processing. It also had the imagination of the author, which was understandable. It was also Luo Guanzhong's processing and modification that made the Romance of the Three Kingdoms become a model and masterpiece of history. But many sour scholars, after reading the first 5 chapters of the first volume of the Romance of the Three Kingdoms, criticized this book. These sour scholars thought that the Romance of the Three Kingdoms distorted historical facts and was full of loopholes. It was an inferior work that misled people. It was normal for some people to criticize. As the saying goes, everyone has their own preferences. Even if it was a famous book like The Romance of the Three Kingdoms, it was impossible for everyone to like it. Li Wangyu did not care about this at all. But what made Li Wangyu speechless was that the shop assistant of the Sun's bookstore in Chang and City to deal with the aftermath hurried to report. The group of bored sour scholars actually gathered together and ran to the Vermilion Bird Gate to kneel down. They wanted to report to Pai Lupi and request that the Romance of the Three Kingdoms be sealed. These sour scholars even piled up the books they had bought outside the Vermilion Bird Gate and burned them all, which attracted a lot of people to watch. Li Wangyu was so angry that he almost cursed out loud. These sour scholars, are they bored? I'm copying a novel, what does it have to do with you? Bad news came one after another. In Chang'an, undercurrents began to surge again in various markets. They accused the Book of the Three Kingdoms of harboring evil intentions and reflecting the current sage. The rumors were very vivid. Some people even took out Li Wangyu's Three Kingdoms and pointed to the contents, describing vividly to the crowd how this place reflected the saints and so on. Li Wangyu was even more speechless when he heard these rumors. Was the Tang Dynasty also trying to set up a literary prison? He really wanted to ask Luo Guanzhong if he had such thoughts when he was writing the book. Li Wangyu was so angry that he laughed. He thought of a certain college entrance examination in his previous life. The author of the article described something about food. He wrote about a fish, but there was a strange light in its eyes. The question asked, what does this strange light mean? Then, the author was dumbfounded, what can I do? I'm also in despair. I don't have any ideas at all. Without the standard answer, how would I know what I wanted to express? Right now, Li Wangyu was in such a state of confusion, yet there was still someone who could decipher that he was reflecting Li Heir from the Romance of the Three Kingdoms. This was really King insane. Fortunately, there was no literary prison in the Tang Dynasty, so Li Wangyu was not too worried. In the history of Huaxia, the Tang Dynasty's open-mindedness and magnanimity were admired by the world. Du Fu, Bai Ji, and the other big shots often scolded the royal family and the imperial court in their poems, but nothing happened. At most, they were not liked. In the Tang Dynasty, there might be people who were dismissed and demoted because of poems and essays, but there were definitely no bloody cases like the Ming and Qing dynasties. The literary prison was a nightmare for the literati in the Ming and Qing dynasties, especially the Qing dynasty's literary prison. During the Yongjing period, because the incantation of the Baiyun Temple's old Taoist, heaven and earth listen to me, ghosts and gods are under my command, Yongjing was furious and the old Taoist was immediately beheaded. Yongjing's Hanlin officials wrote, Qing Feng is illiterate, why are you randomly flipping through books? Slandering the imperial court, beheading. Qianlong's assistant minister of the Ministry of Rights wrote, seizing the vermilion bird is not righteous, even a mutant is called a king, beheading a coffin and filing a corpse. Qianlong's cabinet scholar wrote, a heart that talks about turbidity and purity, insulting the Qing dynasty, beheading at the waist. The literary prison of the Ming and Qing dynasties could be said to be unprecedented and at the peak of perfection. Fortunately, it was the Tang dynasty now, and Pai Lupi was his backing. Therefore, Li Wangyu only felt angry and amused about these unreliable rumors, but he was not worried at all. After all, Pai Lupi had already read his Romance of the Three Kingdoms, and he was one of the people who urged him to update. However, this ruckus made Li Wangyu smell a thick scent of conspiracy. This series of methods could be said to be sinister and ruthless. Cutting off the sales channels of books, spreading rumors, slandering, Li Wangyu naturally knew who did these things. Except for those aristocratic families, there was no one else. However, this method was obviously not something that Prince Chiao and other aristocratic families could come up with. In comparison, the murder and arson in the East Market last night seemed simple and crude, without any technical content. Today's action was a conspiracy to kill without spilling blood, and it made Li Wangyu a little anxious and at a loss. More troublesome things continued. Before Li Wangyu could come up with a solution, Pai Lupi sent an eunuch to Dingzhou village to tell him to go to Taiji Palace tomorrow to attend the regular court meeting. The reason was very simple. Li Wangyu was impeached. Li Wangyu was flabbergasted. He only understood what had happened after the chamberlain explained to him. Someone from the censorate jumped out and impeached Pai Lupi, saying that Li Wangyu's book contained evil intentions and slandered a saint. The censorate was loyal and devoted, wholeheartedly protecting Pai Lupi's dignity, which made Pai Lupi speechless. Pai Lupi was unable to reprimand this censorate. After all, it was their duty to censor rumors. He also could not say that the man from Huxian, Li Wangyu, did not slander him, so he did not need to worry about him. Therefore, Pai Lupi could only summon Li Wangyu to the court meeting and have him confront the censorate. Li Wangyu only felt that he was cursed in his heart. He originally thought that the Tang dynasty did not have such a thing as a literary prison, but in the end, there really was an censorate impeaching him because of this. He pulled over the eunuch who had come to pass on the message and asked him who the censorate was. This eunuch had already received Pai Lupi's orders, so he naturally told him everything he knew. He clearly explained the situation of the censorate named Huang Fu-yi. Pai Lupi was even afraid that Li Wangyu would be careless and suffer losses, so he had someone pull out Huang Fu-yi's information from the Ministry of Appointments and secretly had the eunuch give it to Li Wangyu. In this regard, Li Wangyu could only look up to the sky and sigh. This aristocratic family was really willing to go all out to deal with him. Chapter 281. Early the next morning, Li Wangyu hurried out with Niu Wu and rode to Chang'an City to attend the court session. He was now used to traveling between Chang'an City and Dingzhou village. Anyway, it was only 100 miles away, which was about 50 kilometers. It would only take about an hour to ride a horse, so it was not a big deal. Although the distance between his rented house and his company was not far, the time he spent commuting was close to 3 hours, so he did not feel that it was inconvenient. The only problem was that the court session was too early. He had to leave at dawn, otherwise he would be late. Li Wangyu was not worried about the possible problems he might face in the court session today. After the eunuch left yesterday, he took Huang Fu-yi's information and studied it with his beautiful boss for a while, and the two of them came up with a solution. With Pai Lupi silently supporting him, Li Wangyu did not feel any pressure. He wanted to cause a ruckus in the court session today and teach the aristocratic families a lesson. As for the sales obstacles that the romance of the Three Kingdoms was facing, he and his beautiful boss came up with a solution. They would start implementing it after the court session today. When he arrived outside the Vermilion Bird Gate, the officials waiting for the court session were already waiting. The court session was different from the Shua Wang Imperial Conference that Li Wangyu attended before. There were much fewer people attending the court session. Only officials above the 5th rank, censors, and doctors in charge of sacrificial ceremonies were required to attend the court session every day. Li Wangyu hurriedly greeted Zhang Sunwuji, Fang Xianling, and the other big shots that he knew. Before they exchanged greetings, the palace doors opened, and the officials entered the court session. The court session did not have any ceremonial guards, nor did it have any extravagance. It was just a daily court session that dealt with the administrative matters of the court. Li Wangyu followed the crowd into the main hall. After bowing, he sat in his seat bored, and listened to the officials of all levels report to Pai Lupi and discuss state affairs. He had no interest in these things at all. Moreover, he woke up early today, and his ears were filled with the so-so voices of the officials. He could not help but doze off. His head drooped, and his eyelids grew heavier and heavier. Li Wangyu dozed off in the Taiji Palace's main hall. Speaking of sleeping while sitting down, that was Li Wangyu's specialty. When he was in school, he had never been caught sleeping in class by the teacher. He placed his left hand on his forehead and pretended to be in deep thought. Then, he lowered his head and began to sleep. Chang Chao started to deal with official business at around 7 in the morning. Usually, it would be between 9 and 11 in the morning. After such a long time, Li Wangyu slept very happily in the palace. He was just short of snoring. While he was on a date with the daughter of the Duke of Zhou, he suddenly heard someone call his name, causing the sleeping Li Wangyu to suddenly wake up. He wiped the saliva from the corner of his mouth without batting an eyelid and looked forward. In front of Pai Lupi's throne, there was a young official dressed in 8th-rank dark green official robes. Li Wangyu immediately understood that the meat show was coming. Presumably, this person was the imperial censor who had impeached him, Huang Fu-yi. Pai Lupi had a strange expression on his face as he looked over. Huxian Nan, did you hear what Imperial Censor Huang Fu said? How could Li Wangyu not know that Pai Lupi had seen him dozing off? His throne was in front of everyone and was high above the imperial steps. Naturally, he could see everything clearly. Li Wangyu quickly stood up and bowed respectfully to Pai Lupi. Your Majesty, I heard. Then what explanation do you have? I have nothing to explain. Explain my ass. He didn't even know what he had just said. He was sleeping soundly. He saw that the book in Huang Fu-yi's hand was the copy of the Romance of the Three Kingdoms. Huang Fu-yi saw that Li Wangyu didn't respond and immediately opened the book in his hand. He pointed to a page and said, Your Majesty, in the Romance of the Three Kingdoms written by Huxian Nan, in the 4th chapter, he deposed the Han Emperor Qin Lu and offered his blade to the traitor Dong Mengde. This is the proof of his disloyalty. Li Wangyu silently rolled his eyes. He was too lazy to respond and continued to watch his performance. Huang Fu-yi righteously continued, Your Majesty, look at this book. Shue Qi supported His Majesty to the left and right and removed his royal ribbon. He knelt in the north and said that he would obey orders. He also called the Empress Dowager to serve the imperial edict. The Empress Dowager cried, and all the officials were miserable. This is clearly a reflection of the abdication of the retired emperor in the 9th year of Wu De. Huxian Nan referred to His Majesty as Dong Zhua. He really harbors evil intentions. Li Wangyu almost gave Huang Fu-yi a thumbs up. This scholar's mouth was really King amazing. Even in the book, Dong Zhuo forced the Han Emperor to abdicate. He could forcefully say that he was referring to Pai Lupi forcing Li Yuan to abdicate after the incident at the Xuanwu Gate. When Pai Lupi heard this, his expression became very ugly. He naturally wouldn't believe Huang Fu-yi's nonsense, but the incident at the Xuanwu Gate was a thorn in Pai Lupi's heart. Huang Fu-yi used the incident at the Xuanwu Gate as an excuse, but Pai Lupi couldn't do anything. He simply looked at Li Wangyu with a gloomy expression. Zio, do you have any explanation for Imperial Censor Huang Fu's words? All the civil and military officials in the court, including those who weren't from aristocratic families, felt that Huang Fu-yi was too much. How could he interpret the text in the book like this? All the officials had already read the Romance of the Three Kingdoms yesterday. How could they see the meaning in it? Huang Fu-yi was clearly making trouble for no reason. Yu Shinan was about to stand up and curse, but he was pulled back by Kong Yingda. Kong Yingda shook his head at him, indicating for him to calm down and listen to Li Jia Xiaolong's explanation. In the main hall, all the officials looked at Li Wangyu, waiting to see how he would explain. However, Li Wangyu calmly nodded. Your Majesty, this is what this official meant. It is as Imperial Censor Huang Fu said. His words were like a clap of thunder, shocking all the civil and military officials in the main hall. Was this Li Wangyu from Huxian crazy? What did he just say? He said that he was referring to Pai Lupi. referring to the incident at the Xuanwu Gate. After a moment of silence, the main hall of the Taiji Palace was instantly filled with buzzing sounds. The officials whispered to each other, asking if they had heard wrongly. Pai Lupi touched his ears in disbelief, wondering if he was hearing things. Ziyu, what did you say? Say it again. Your Majesty, the meaning in my book is that Imperial Censor Huangfu is slandering Your Majesty. That's right, that's exactly what this subject thinks, Li Wangyu replied slowly. Yu Shinan, Fang Xianling, and the others couldn't help but exclaim in horror. Ziyu, don't talk nonsense. Answer properly. However, Huangfu Yi was pleasantly surprised. He didn't expect that Li Wangyu would admit it in front of Pai Lupi. Originally, Huangfu Yi just wanted to discuss Li Wangyu and smear the romance of the Three Kingdoms. Who would have thought that he would gain such a result? Huangfu Yi laughed. Since Imperial Censor Huangfu Yi admitted it, that's for the best. Your Majesty, this official asks Imperial Censor Huangfu Yi to punish him for slandering the sage and talking about the court. Before he finished speaking, he heard Li Wangyu say loudly, Your Majesty, this official is guilty. This official has an accomplice and is willing to confess. Chapter 282. Li Wangyu's words caused a commotion in the hall. Even Wang Rinyu, Xing Yuanshou, and the other big shots of the aristocratic families were dumbfounded by his words. Was this Huxian man crazy? These big shots of the aristocratic families vaguely felt that something was wrong, but they couldn't figure out what the problem was. Yesterday's series of actions against Li Wangyu had been discussed by Wang Rinyu, Xing Yuanshou, and the other big shots of the aristocratic families. The methods of this group of old foxes were naturally incomparable to those of Wang Ziqiao's group. They mercilessly flogged the troops who committed murder and arson in the East Market to death, cut off the 100 Horsemen Department's pursuit of clues, and turned the East Market case into an open case. Even if the 100 Horsemen Department and Pai Lupi were well aware of who committed the East Market case, so what? Without evidence, no matter how furious Pai Lupi was, he could only endure it. After that, they used the influence of the aristocratic families to set a trap for Li Wangyu. With a few efforts, Li Wangyu was badly battered. Yesterday, in the entire Chang'an city, not a single book of the Three Kingdoms could be sold. As for Huangfu Yi, of course, this was also arranged by the aristocratic families. Their purpose was to discuss Li Wangyu and Pai Lupi, and at the same time to defame the Book of the Three Kingdoms. In short, they only needed to cause a ruckus in the imperial court for a few days and delay Li Wangyu from successfully selling the book. In their view, in the face of this kind of impeachment, Li Wangyu would naturally not admit to it, and then there would be a lot of verbal arguments. In this way, it was very simple to cause a ruckus and delay the matter. As long as the impeachment was not settled, Li Wangyu's Book of the Three Kingdoms could no longer be sold on the market. If the bet was delayed for 10 days, the aristocratic families would win the bet. It was very simple and easy. The reason why these big shots of the aristocratic families began to interfere in the bet between Li Wangyu and Wang Ziqiao was not because they were unwilling to part with the 1,000 taels of gold. This amount of gold was not even a drop in the ocean for the aristocratic families. What they didn't want to lose was face. The foolish sons of the aristocratic families had drunk too much and let their underlings commit murder and arson. This was simply stupidly giving Pai Lupi something that could be used against them. For the sake of the aristocratic family's reputation, Wang Rinyu had no choice but to kill his family's troops to cover up the truth. Although they did not care about killing a troop, the act of killing a troop of their own family in order to protect themselves made the aristocratic families feel that they had lost face. Thus, they became more and more jealous of Li Wangyu. As a result, Wang Rinyu and the others took the bet seriously. No matter what, they could not afford to lose the bet. Otherwise, the reputation of their aristocratic families would be worthless. If Li Wangyu lost the bet, the aristocratic family's face would be saved, and they would be able to give Pai Lupi a slap in the face. So what if you, Li Shimin, are the emperor of the Tang Dynasty? So what if you protect Li Wangyu? In the end, you could only watch your nephew lose the bet and obediently hand over the gold with both hands. But today, in the Chang Dynasty, Li Wangyu actually nodded and admitted Huang Fuyi's impeachment. He even said that he had accomplices. What was going on? After the shock, Pai Lupi immediately realized that something was wrong. Not to mention whether Li Wangyu really had such thoughts. Even if he did, he was not crazy, right? How could he admit it in front of everyone? Looking at Li Wangyu's faint smile, Pai Lupi could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. This bastard must have a backup plan. In the main hall, Li Wangyu said loudly, "Your Majesty, this subject is guilty. This subject also has accomplices and is willing to confess. This imperial censor Huangfu is this subject's accomplice. The reason why this subject slandered your Majesty in the book was all because of imperial censor Huangfu's instructions." As soon as he said this, everyone was stunned again. And Huangfu Yi, like a cat whose tail was stepped on, immediately exploded. Nonsense. Your Majesty, Hu Xiannan is speaking nonsense. This subject does not know Hu Xiannan at all, so how could I order him around? This subject is also not his so-called accomplice. Your Majesty, please investigate this. Li Wangyu gave him a sidelong glance. Your Majesty, this subject has evidence. Pai Lupi looked like he was watching a good show. He did not care how Huangfu Yi defended himself and only asked, "Ziyu, what evidence do you have?" Li Wangyu pointed at Huangfu Yi. Imperial censor Huangfu, you are a grand scholar in the first year of Zhenguan, right? That's right, so what? Hu Xiannan, don't you dare slander me and slander me. Huangfu Yi shouted angrily. Li Wangyu ignored him and bowed to Pai Lupi. He continued, Your Majesty, Imperial censor Huangfu has long been dissatisfied with Your Majesty. The poem he wrote during the spring examination is proof. Huangfu Yi was stunned when he heard this. The poem he wrote during the spring examination last year was his proudest work. Although he had submitted to the Wang clan of Taiyuan before the spring examination and became their disciple, the poem he wrote during the examination was also very well done. Otherwise, he would not have been given the important position of imperial censor after passing the grand scholar examination. Li Wangyu recited, Spring grass grows in Xuanwu Lake, vaguely thinking of Chang and city. Later, thousands of people rose like clouds, hating that the king's plan failed. The people lost their virtue, the road to society was crooked, and tears were stained in several places tonight. Imperial censor Huangfu, you wrote this poem during the spring examination, right? That's right, I wrote it. Huangfu Yi nodded angrily. He did not feel that there was anything wrong with his poem. Similarly, Pai Lupi and the civil and military officials in the hall did not feel that there was anything wrong with the poem. They all looked at Li Wangyu. Li Wangyu laughed and bowed to Pai Lupi again. Your Majesty, this is an anti-poem written by Imperial censor Huangfu. The Xuanwu Lake in the poem alludes to the Xuanwu Gate. He is saying that Your Majesty ascended the throne after the Xuanwu Gate and hated that the king failed. The last sentence, the people lost their virtue, the road to society was crooked, is alluding to Your Majesty. He uses Your Majesty's name to imply that Your Majesty has lost his virtue and the people have suffered grievances. His explanation made everyone in the hall, including Pai Lupi, petrified. Damn, this poem can be explained like this. Huangfu Yi directly knelt down and repeatedly kowtowed to Pai Lupi. Your Majesty, I did not mean what Hu Xiannan said. He misinterpreted my poem. Your subject has always been loyal to Your Majesty, and I would never have such rebellious thoughts. Your Majesty, please investigate clearly. I have been wrongly accused. Pai Lupi's mouth couldn't help but twitch. He also felt that Li Wangyou's words were too nonsensical. However, Pai Lupi was not in a hurry to speak. Instead, he looked at Li Wangyou with questioning eyes, waiting for his explanation. Li Wangyou looked at the kneeling Huang Fuyi. Your Majesty, since I wrote that Dong Zhuo forced the Han Emperor to death, how can Huang Fuyi's poem not be an anti-poem? Oh, that's right, many of the officials in the court are my accomplices. They all wrote anti-poems to slander your Majesty and have disloyal intentions. He pointed at the dozens of ministers who came from aristocratic families in the hall and recited their poems. As long as there were words like world, people, Tang in the poem, he could distort them and turn them into evidence of these officials' crimes. Following Li Wangyou's accusation, the officials in the Taiji Palace all knelt down. Chapter 283. Li Wangyou's move was actually just pestering endlessly. He and his beautiful boss thought of the literary prison of the Ming and Qing dynasties. Although the practice of misinterpreting the meaning of poems was shameless, he could use it. Since Qing Feng does not know how to read, could be misinterpreted as slandering the Qing dynasty, then Huang Fuyi's sentence that the people have lost their virtue and the road to the world is crooked was pointed out by him as a deer and called it an anti-poem. The officials of the Tang dynasty, who had not experienced the bloody baptism of the literary prison, were now in a panic after being disturbed by Li Wangyou in the hall. They wanted to defend themselves, but they did not know how to say it. As Li Wangyou said, since Dong Zhuo forced the Han Emperor to death in the Three Kingdoms, it was said by Huang Fuyi to reflect the change of the Xuanwu Gate and slander Pai Lupi, it was natural for Li Wangyou to interpret their poems and articles in this way. Zio, don't talk nonsense, Pai Lupi saw the situation and understood Li Wangyou's meaning. He held back his laughter and reprimanded him. Your Majesty, if Censor Huangfu said that I was reflecting your Majesty, then I am not talking nonsense. These people are all my accomplices. Li Wangyou's words made Huang Fuyi hate him. It would have been better if he hadn't said anything. As soon as he said that, those officials who had been dragged out by Li Wangyou to be targets all looked at Huang Fuyi with resentment. It's all because of this bastard. Why did he provoke a county man? He was writing his own novel. Do you have nothing better to do? Why did you impeach him? Facing the angry eyes of the crowd, Huang Fuyi was even more speechless. He could not explain to the crowd that it was the idea of Wang Renyu and the other big shots, could he? That would be akin to courting death. The people in the hall were all smart. Yu Shinan, Fang Xianling, and the others, who were originally worried about Li Wangyou, also saw Li Wangyou's intention at this time. They didn't say anything and just sat there with a smile on their faces, like qualified onlookers. This aristocratic family wanted to discuss Li Wangyou, but they didn't expect to be dragged down by this brat Li Wangyou. Interesting, really interesting. Now that things had developed to this point, Wang Renyu and the other big shots from the aristocratic families were all dumbfounded. This bastard actually didn't defend himself. Instead, he openly admitted Huang Fuyi's impeachment. Then, he pulled Huang Fuyi and a group of ministers from aristocratic families into the water. This move was too vicious. Wang Renyu, Xing Yuanshou, and the other big shots of the aristocratic families naturally couldn't sit back and watch this farce continue. If Pai Lupi took it seriously, their aristocratic families would suffer great losses. They looked at each other and could only brace themselves to stand up and speak. Your Majesty, the Tang dynasty is not guilty because of words. Your Majesty's mind is even more tolerant. Why do you care about these word games? Pai Lupi looked at this group of big shots from the aristocratic families and coughed softly. So, you also think that Imperial Censor Huangfu's impeachment is nonsense? This, we all think so. In the face of Pai Lupi's question, Wang Renyu and the others could only pinch their noses and admit it. If they dared to say that Huang Fuyi's impeachment of Li Wangyou was right, Pai Lupi would really dare to dismiss all the ministers in the hall who were named by Li Wangyou and investigate them. In any case, Li Wangyu only had an empty title and no official position. Even if he was impeached and lost his title, it was no big deal. However, Li Wangyu had just dragged more than a dozen officials from aristocratic families into the water. Wang Rinyu and the others couldn't agree to take so many officials to be buried with him. At this point, they could only wash the mud off Li Wangyu's body first. Only then could their people come ashore clean. Pai Lupi also stood up from the throne and looked around at the ministers. After a while, he opened his mouth and said, "The Tang dynasty is not guilty because of words, but it is also not allowed to slander others. I am not the first emperor, and I will not burn books and bury Confucians. You all must not make mistakes. Few people in the world read the history of the Three Kingdoms. Only Li Zio's Romance of the Three Kingdoms is known. I like Li Zio's Three Kingdoms very much. This matter ends here. Don't mention it again. We will follow your Majesty's instructions." The ministers knelt, and the farce ended. Li Wangyu chuckled and said, "Your Majesty, I was wronged for no reason at all. I hope your Majesty can help me out. Didn't I say that this matter ends here?" Pai Lupi didn't understand Li Wangyu's meaning and asked in confusion. Li Wangyu pointed outside the hall and said, "But the people in Chang'an don't know. Your Majesty, why don't you write me a note to prove my innocence?" Pai Lupi was speechless and said, "What are you trying to do now? What do you want me to write for you?" "Hee, Your Majesty, just write the sentence you just said. It's I like Li Zio's Three Kingdoms very much. These few words will do." Pai Lupi began to have a toothache. This bastard, what is he trying to do now? He wanted to refuse, but the ministers in the hall were watching, so he couldn't bring himself to do so. He asked the servant to grind the ink, picked up the brush, and wrote down the sentence. Then he threw it to Li Wangyu. "Court is dismissed." Pai Lupi wrote down the sentence shamefully. He didn't want to continue talking nonsense, so he turned and left. Li Wangyu came forward with a smile and picked up Pai Lupi's calligraphy. He carefully dried the brush and ink and put it away. Then he proudly raised his eyebrows at Wang Rinyu, Xing Yuanshou, and the other aristocratic leaders. Xing Yuanshou said angrily, "This bastard, we still underestimated him." Wang Rinyu smiled disdainfully and said, "He's lucky, but so what? Now the big and small bookstores in Chang'an aren't selling his book. Can this guy make Pai Lupi issue a decree and force the bookstores to sell his book? There are still 2 days left. I'd like to see how he can sell a few thousand books." Xing Yuanshou thought about it and agreed. If they blocked Li Wangyu's sales channels, no matter how capable he was, he wouldn't be able to sell his book. They looked at each other and couldn't help but laugh. Yu Shinan, Fang Xianling, and the others knew about the bet between Li Wangyu and Wang Ziqiao. After the court, Li Wangyu was about to leave, but Yu Shinan and the others stopped him. "Zio, we heard that the big and small bookstores in Chang'an aren't willing to sell your book. Do you need me to speak up for you?" Li Wangyu quickly thanked them for their kindness and said, "Thank you, Master Yu and Prime Minister Fang, but there's no need. I know that they were forced, so there's no need to put these merchants in a difficult position." "Then how are you going to sell your book?" Yu Shinan asked worriedly. Li Wangyu smiled mysteriously and said, "Hee, I have my ways." He didn't believe that he could only eat pigs with hair after leaving Butcher Zhang. If he wanted to sell his book, there were many ways. Yu Shinan and Fang Xianling wanted to ask more, but Li Wangyu just smiled and didn't answer. He only said that they would know tomorrow. In this regard, Yu Shinan and Fang Xianling could only shake their heads helplessly and let him be. The next day was the last day of the bet between Li Wangyu and Wang Ziqiao. The morning drum sounded in Chang'an and the city gate opened. A team of carriages drove in from outside the city. Chapter 284. In the Tang Dynasty, Chang'an was a city with only 1 million people. It was the most prosperous city on earth. Every day, there were countless horse carriages, ox carts, and camels entering and leaving the city. As the guards of the illustrious Virtue Gate, they were used to seeing these carriages. However, when the illustrious Virtue Gate opened today, the carriages lining up to enter Chang'an stunned the guards and colonels. The colonels of the illustrious Virtue Gate were familiar with these four-wheeled carriages. They were the carriages of the Shun Feng Express Carriage Company. These four-wheeled carriages were very powerful. Four horses could pull 30 stones of goods and they could run very fast on the official road. The colonels also knew that the Shun Feng Express Carriage Company was the property of Empress Zhongsun. Therefore, the colonels of the illustrious Virtue Gate took good care of these four-wheeled carriages entering and leaving the city. However, the four-wheeled carriages that appeared in front of the guards and colonels were filled with books. This was not strange. What left everyone dumbfounded was that there was a banner hanging on each of the carriages. The words written on the banner made the soldiers and colonels who were guarding the illustrious Virtue Gate unable to believe their eyes. A sign was a sign that a shop in ancient times used to attract customers. "Colonels, do we need to kneel down?" a soldier asked softly. The colonels of the illustrious Virtue Gate stared at him and said, "Kneel my ass. Go check the public examination and let them enter the city." Although he knew that these carriages belonged to the Shun Feng Express Carriage Company, the colonels did not dare to let them pass. They had to check the public examination one by one. Otherwise, if something happened, he would not be able to bear the responsibility as a mere colonels. Nearly 100 four-wheeled carriages formed a long line as they waited to be checked into the city. The banner hanging on the carriage also stunned the merchants and pedestrians waiting in line outside the city gate. After half a day, the guards finally finished checking the public examination and let the carriages enter Chang'an City. Seeing the carriages leave, the colonels could not help but look at the signs hanging on the carriages again. Was this really okay? After the carriages entered Chang'an City, they immediately spread out and headed towards the markets that had just opened. The old soldiers guarding the gate, the marquis patrolling the streets, and the citizens of Chang'an were all stunned when they saw the four-wheeled carriages. Those who were literate all stared at the banner on the carriage in a daze. Some of the more cowardly ones even knelt down and kowtowed to the four-wheeled carriage. The illiterate commoners beside them hurriedly asked these people what was written on the banner hanging on the carriage. Why did they have such a reaction? After hearing the explanation, many more knelt down. Even the scholars who lived in the market bowed to show their respect when they saw the banners on the four-wheeled carriages. The reason why these four-wheeled carriages attracted so much attention and caused such a commotion was because of the banners hanging on the carriages. There were 11 words written on the banners: "We like Li Zio's Three Kingdoms very much." This was what Pai Lupi had written yesterday in the Great Hall of Taiji Palace, unable to refuse Li Wangyu's request. But Pai Lupi would never have thought that Li Wangyu would use his handwritten words on the banners as an advertisement. The calligraphy written by Pai Lupi had been enlarged and copied by Li Wangyu and made into banners. There were more than 100 copies, hanging above each four-wheeled carriage. Everyone was so shocked because they saw the contents of the banners. Using the calligraphy of a saint to advertise was an unprecedented feat in the market. The onlookers did not know what the words written by the saint meant, so they asked each other. "Excuse me, Lang Jun, but what is the meaning of the Three Kingdoms written by Li Zio written on the carriage cover?" A passerby dressed as a scholar was stopped and asked. "Li Zio is the man who founded the country, Li Wangyu, the man who founded the country. His name is Zio. He is now very famous, and even became the royal tutor of the crown prince at the age of 16. Hiss. There was a sound of people sucking in cold air. The royal tutor of the crown prince, the man who founded the country, these titles were very important to the people. Lang Jun, what is the meaning of the Three Kingdoms? Don't you know what happened outside the Vermilion Bird Gate the day before yesterday? The Three Kingdoms is a novel written by the man who founded the country. It is called The Romance of the Three Kingdoms. This book is amazing. Look, everyone, the banners are written by the saint himself. Even the saints like it. The scholar replied with great admiration. TSK, TSK, even the saints praise the book. I have to buy one. Someone in the crowd immediately said. You can't read, why buy it? Someone knew that the speaker was illiterate and could not help but make fun of him. Nonsense, I can't read, but will my son not be able to read in the future? Besides, even if I can't read, it is good for me to buy one and keep it at home. This is a book that even the saints like. In that case, it makes sense. I will go to the bookstore and buy one later. The scholar shook his head. I don't know why, but the bookstores in Chang and City do not sell this book. I wanted to buy it yesterday, but I couldn't find it even after going to several bookstores. What? Those bookstores don't sell it. Shh, be quiet. I know about this. I have a relative who works as a clerk in the bookstore. He secretly told me that someone forbade the bookstore from selling the Three Kingdoms. There is such a thing. This is a book that even the saints like. Did these bookstores eat a bear's heart or a leopard's gall? Who knows? In any case, the bookstores in Chang and City do not sell this book. As the crowd discussed, the four-wheeled carriages drove to the crossroads of the various markets and stopped. The innkeeper jumped down from the four-wheeled carriage. He looked around, cleared his throat, and suddenly shouted out. The Romance of the Three Kingdoms, written by the man who founded the country, Li Zio, is a book that even the saints like. 500 copper coins for one book. You will not lose out if you buy 500 copper coins, you will not be fooled. Don't miss this rare opportunity, it is worth it. Needless to say, the advertisement that the carriage driver shouted was taught by Li Wangyu, the man from another world. In the future, the advertisements in the $2 stores on the streets were plagiarized by Li Wangyu to poison the ears of the people of the Tang Dynasty. This kind of extremely straightforward shouting made the crowd around the carriage stunned. It took them a while to react. These carriages were actually here to sell books. The Wu-ho in the market heard the carriage drivers shouting and hesitated. He did not know if he should go forward and stop them. In the Tang Dynasty, the market and the market were separated. The market was the living area, and stalls were not allowed. However, looking at the dazzling cover on the carriage, the Wu-ho decided to pretend that they did not see it. Using the saint's calligraphy as a cover, they could not afford to offend him. Chapter 285. Using four-wheeled carriages to sell books was the idea that his beautiful boss came up with for Li Wangyu. The gypsies could turn caravans into mobile homes, so Li Wangyu could naturally turn the four-wheeled carriages into mobile bookstores to sell books. Since those aristocratic families used their power to coerce the bookstores in the East and West markets to not sell books from the Three Kingdoms, they might as well start from scratch. Now, under the management of his beautiful boss, the number of four-wheeled carriages in the Shun Feng Express Carriage Company had already exceeded 300. It was not troublesome to borrow 100 carriages for a day. Moreover, Li Wangyu promised these carriage drivers that for every book they sold, he would give them 100 copper coins as a reward. As such, the coachmen of these carriage companies naturally didn't mind playing the role of a peddler. Owner's son desperately ordered the craftsman in Huxian bookstore to print new books day and night. In just 3 days, more than 10,000 copies of the first volume of The Romance of the Three Kingdoms were printed. However, this was the limit. After more than 15,000 copies of the first volume of the Three Kingdoms were printed, the wooden engravings were almost worn out. If they wanted to print again, they would have to redo the engravings. Now, these new books of the Three Kingdoms were piled up on these four-wheeled carriages. Following the shouts of the temporary peddlers, many customers quickly gathered around the four-wheeled carriages in the market square to buy books. Just like before, the crowd gathered around the carriages to buy books. Not only were the customers dressed as scholars, but there were also many illiterate Chang and commoners who gathered around to buy books. They wanted to buy a copy of the Three Kingdoms that even saints liked. 500 copper coins. Although it was much cheaper than hand-copied books, it was definitely not cheap. A bolt of raw silk was only 470 copper coins. An iron hoe was only 50 copper coins. Due to the locust plague in the Tang Dynasty, the price of grain had risen from 360 copper coins per bushel to 450 copper coins per bushel. In other words, one volume of the Three Kingdoms could be exchanged for more than 1 bushel of rice. Moreover, Li Wangyu knew that in history, in the 3rd year of Zhengguan, the price of grain would drop to about 20 copper coins per dou. In other words, 1 book of the Three Kingdoms could be exchanged for 25 dou of grain. Therefore, even if it was 500 copper coins, those who were willing to buy it were at least well-off families in the Tang Dynasty. Ordinary people might not be able to afford it even if they wanted to. It could be seen that it was not easy to study in the Tang Dynasty. Without a certain amount of wealth, it was impossible to support the education of the children at home. Even so, the four-wheeled carriage that sold books was doing surprisingly well. Those pedantic scholars who had once said that the romance of the Three Kingdoms was a distortion of history all shut their mouths when they saw the cover on the carriage. They didn't dare to say anything else. Even Pai Lupi said he liked the book. Unless they were tired of living, they wouldn't dare to complain. The rumors and slanders in the marketplace were naturally dispelled. There was no market for the rumor that Hu Xiannan's book was a reflection of the Sage of the Three Kingdoms and harbored evil intentions. The calligraphy written by Pai Lupi himself was so dazzling that it could blind people's eyes. The carriages that went to Wuban Square, Pingkong Square, and Chongren Square to sell books were surrounded by customers who wanted to buy books with just a shout from the coachman. The 100 books of the Three Kingdoms on the carriage were all sold out in a short period of time. They were replaced by heavy copper coins that covered the carriage. Because Wuban Square was where the Imperial College was located, Li Wangyu specially arranged 2 carriages to sell books. They also quickly cleared out the books. These students of the Imperial College were no different from the college students of the modern era. They had no resistance to a novel like The Three Kingdoms. In addition, those who could study in the Imperial College were all descendants of officials and aristocratic families. They didn't lack copper coins to buy books. Many of them had already bought The Three Kingdoms from the bookstores in the East and West markets the day before yesterday. They loved it so much that they couldn't put it down. This novel, which was rarely seen in the Tang Dynasty, naturally set off a wave of Three Kingdoms craze in the Imperial College. Many students rushed to the bookstores the next day to buy books. They didn't expect that after going to all the bookstores in Chang'an, they couldn't find a single copy of The Three Kingdoms for sale. Therefore, in order to borrow The Three Kingdoms from their classmates, there was almost a bloody conflict in the Imperial College. This showed how much they loved The Three Kingdoms. There were more than 2,000 students in the Imperial College. Today, there were only 2 carriages that came to Wuban Square to sell books. There were only about 200 books. For the student consumer group of Noda, this was simply a drop in the bucket. The Three Kingdoms books in the 2 carriages were sold out in an instant. The students who didn't buy any books surrounded the carriages and asked them to quickly bring the books over. They still wanted to buy more. The 2 coachmen were sweating profusely. They could only nod and agree. The 2 of them hurriedly drove the carriages and went to other bookstores to get more books. After going to 5 or 6 stores, they finally gathered another 200 or 300 books. Only then did they barely satisfy the students in the Imperial College. At noon, the East and West markets had just opened. The 4-wheeled carriages from Dingzhou village drove out of Chang, and one after another. All the books in the carriages were sold and exchanged for heavy copper coins. In 10 days, The Three Kingdoms by Li Wangyu had sold more than 14,000 copies in Chang'an. It was terrifying. He won the bet with Wang Ziqiao and the others without any suspense. Li Wangyu's actions today naturally couldn't escape the eyes of the aristocratic families. But they couldn't do anything. They couldn't send their own troops to smash the carriages selling the books, could they? As the books and the carriages were sold out, and they returned with copper coins, Wang Rinyu couldn't help but sigh when he heard the news. He didn't expect that even after he acted, he still couldn't stop Li Wangyu from winning the bet. He beat his own troops to death and had to pay with gold and the aristocratic family's face. When he thought about how he was the one who proposed the marriage with Li Wangyu and even had to pay with gold, Wang Rinyu felt even more sullen. This feeling of losing the wife and losing the soldiers made Wang Rinyu even more jealous of Li Wangyu. However, Pai Lupi in the Taiji Palace laughed proudly. He was in an extremely good mood. He had already forgotten that when he heard the 100 Horsemen Department report that Li Wangyu, that bastard, had actually used his calligraphy as a cover, he was so angry that he almost wanted to send people to Dingzhou village to capture Li Wangyu and bring him into the palace to spank him. Guanyin maid, Zio has won against the aristocratic families again. Ha, delightful, truly delightful. Empress Xiangsun also covered her mouth and chuckled. Zio often does amazing things. The Wang clan of Taiyuan is defeated by him again. Tomorrow, I'll go to help Zio collect his gambling debts. Ha, I'd like to see how Wang Rinyu and others perform. Pai Lupi clapped his hands and laughed. He was extremely excited when he thought that he could ridicule these aristocratic families again. However, Pai Lupi's wish to see the aristocratic families make a fool of themselves did not succeed. Before he could help Li Wangyu collect his debts, the aristocratic families took the initiative to send 1,000 taels of gold to the Lai Hot of Dingzhou village to show that they were willing to admit defeat. Li Wangyu received the gold, but he didn't feel any joy. He didn't think that the debts between him and the aristocratic families were settled. He hadn't avenged the Sun bookstore that was burned and the shop assistants were killed. The cynical man was not ready to forget the grudges with a smile. For a gentleman to take revenge, 10 years was too late. He had to seize every moment. Chapter 286. The first volume of The Romance of the Three Kingdoms had been printed by Sun Ji Bookstore, with a gross profit of 250 copper coins per volume. Li Wangyu had earned more than 3.7 million yuan just by selling books, which was more than 3,700 strings of copper coins. The four great clans also sent 1,000 taels of gold as a bet, which was equivalent to 6,000 strings of copper coins. In half a month, Li Wangyu had earned almost 10,000 strings of copper coins. He could be considered a rich man in Shanghu County. Li Wangyu was not stingy. He directly took out 1,000 strings of copper coins and gave it to owner's son as compensation for the destruction of the East Market bookstore. In response, owner's son repeatedly refused to accept it. Huxian man, this old man is ashamed to accept this copper coin. Please take it back. Li Wangyu shook his head. Owner's son, I know that your bookstore was burned down because of me, not to mention that your shop staff died because of it. Consider this money as compensation. I'll have to trouble owner's son to send 100 strings of copper coins to the staff's family as a token of my sincerity. How can I blame Huxian man for this? Sigh, this is fate. Old me has already sent 50 strings of copper coins to the staff's family as burial money. There's no need for Huxian man to worry about it. Owner's son shook his head and sighed. Li Wangyu said, after all, this happened because of me. I can't let owner's son suffer any losses. Please accept these copper coins and rebuild the bookstore in the East Market as soon as possible. There are still 23 volumes of the Three Kingdoms to be printed and sold. I'll have to trouble owner's son to do so. Then this old man will thank you, Mr. Huxian. Having said that, owner's son didn't try to be pretentious and accepted the copper coins. The cost of rebuilding his bookstore was about 500 to 600 strings of coins. The money that Li Wangyu sent was more than enough to cover the cost. As for the staff's family, Li Wangyu only gave them 100 strings of copper coins. It was not because he was stingy, but because too much money was not necessarily a good thing for the staff's family. To the common people of the Tang Dynasty, 100 strings of copper coins was already a big fortune. No matter how much money he had, he was afraid that it would attract the attention of thieves, which would be bad for him. After doing all this, Li Wangyu began to think about how to deal with Wang Ziqiao and the others. The case of murder and arson in East City was now a dead case. Although both Li Wangyu and Pai Lupi knew who the mastermind behind the scenes was, and who the culprit was, there was nothing they could do. The only thing that made Li Wangyu slightly relieved was that the 4 murderers had already been beaten to death by the aristocratic families themselves. However, this did not mean that the matter was over. Wang Ziqiao and the other 3 people who ordered the 4 troops to commit the crime were still free and unfettered. However, Li Wangyu thought about it and realized that revenge would not be easy. No matter where those rich playboys went, they always brought a group of troops with them. The aristocratic families were so powerful that even Pai Lupi was not willing to confront them head-on. Therefore, revenge by force was unrealistic. What was more, Li Wangyu was a white-collar worker in the future. He did not have the courage to kill people. He had lived in a legal and harmonious society for 26 years. How could he become so hard-hearted and want to kill people only after a few months in the Tang Dynasty? Except for the time when Jing Kongbua of the Jing family in Xinjiang tried to humiliate his beautiful boss, Li Wangyu could not help but want to kill him. At that time, he was already thinking about how to make black gunpowder. However, at this time, Li Wangyu wanted to find a way to kill the 4 playboys. It was not that he could not do it, but that he could not do it. How to punish the aristocratic families and the playboys of the aristocratic families became a problem. The cynical man thought for a long time, but finally he came up with a way that was not a way. Since the aristocratic families wanted to be whores and set up a monument to their chastity, he would simply let these aristocratic families lose face completely to vent his anger. However, he could not do it by himself. After thinking about it, Li Wangyu was going to ask the playboys for help. He was too lazy to look for these playboys one by one, so he went directly to Marquis Lu's mansion in Yongxing Square and handed his name card to the Qing family's troops, asking for Qing Chumo and his brother. Seeing that it was a county man who came to visit, the Qing family's troops naturally did not dare to neglect. They quickly invited Li Wangyu and Niu Wu to the gatehouse to wait for a while, and then asked someone to invite their young duke. Hearing that Li Wangyu came, the 3 brothers of the Qing family immediately came out to greet him. Wow, ha ha ha, Zio, it's rare for you to take the initiative to come here. Let's talk in the mansion. Let's get drunk today. As soon as Qing Chumo saw Li Wangyu, he gave him a bear hug, which almost suffocated Li Wangyu. Without waiting for him to speak, it was a double bear hug. Qing Chuliang and Qing Chubi each gave him a bear hug, which made Li Wangyu suddenly wonder if coming to Marquis Lu's mansion today was a mistake. Brothers, let's go outside to drink. Call Chai Lingwu, Fong Yai, and the others. I have something to ask brothers for help. As Li Wangyu spoke, he looked behind Qing Chumo and the others, afraid that Qing Yaojin, that old hooligan, would appear. Ever since Qing Yaojin and Yuqi Jingda, that group of old hooligans, caused a ruckus at home, fireproofing, burglary, and old hooligans became the top priority of the Li family. He did not want to drink in Marquis Lu's mansion. Wouldn't that be walking right into a trap? If he met Qing Yaojin, that old hooligan, he would definitely not have a good time. Seeing Li Wangyu say so, Qing Chumo and his brother did not refuse. Okay, go to Peace Square or the Hu Wine Shop. Li Wangyu was sweating like a waterfall. This group of hedonistic hooligans. When it came to drinking, they would go to these 2 places. They really were hopeless. He thought that today's matter was not suitable for others to know. It would be more convenient to go to the Yahoo wine shop. Let's go to the Yahoo wine shop. As soon as Li Wangyu finished speaking, he saw the Qing brothers winking at him. What are they doing? Li Wangyu was baffled by the three brothers' actions. Heh, Ziyu, how was that Hu Ji you bought from the wine shop last time? Are you satisfied with her service? Qing Chubi had a lascivious smile on his face. Li Wangyu was speechless. He gave the three hooligans a middle finger to express his disdain. Qing Chumo smiled and said, calling me brother is useless. Hurry up and tell me, have you opened that Hu Ji's bud? Is the taste ecstasy? That Hu Ji is a bit ugly, but her figure is really not bad. Li Wangyu rolled his eyes and couldn't be bothered with these three hooligans. He turned and walked out of the door. In fact, Li Wangyu also wanted to show off to these hedonistic sons, but he hadn't even touched Aphrodite's little hand. How could he endure this? At the thought of this, Li Wangyu's heart was filled with sadness. The young version of Angelina Jolie was right under his nose every day, but because of his beautiful superior's strict guard. Sigh, it was all tears. Qing Chimo summoned the troops in the mansion and had them send letters to the various manors on horseback, telling the hedonistic sons to meet directly at the Hu wine shop. It didn't take long for the hedonistic sons to gather at a Hu wine shop in Shi City. As soon as they met, Fang Yai was the first to shout, Ziyu, how long will it take for you to finish the second book of the Three Kingdoms? My lord has been thinking about it every day. I'm also waiting to read it. Chai Lingwu and the others also chimed in, that's right, Ziyu, your writing is too immoral. Just when we're itching to read it, we'll break it down next time. Aren't you immoral? I'll give you 10 days to produce the second book. Otherwise, don't blame me for living in your mansion and watching over you while you write. A bunch of people who want me to write faster, you win. Li Wangyu repeatedly begged for mercy and punished himself with several cups of wine before the hedonistic sons finally let him off with a laugh. Chapter 287. After 3 rounds of wine, when the atmosphere was at its peak, Li Wangyu suddenly chased all the Hu concubines out. Ziyu, what are you doing? Fang Yi asked, puzzled. Li Wangyu chuckled and said, brothers, I have something that I would like to ask for your help with. What's so mysterious? You even chased all the Hu concubines out. Ziyu, if there's anything you need us to help with, just say it. Li Wangyu said, brothers, I'm sure all of you know about the grudge between me and the Wang clan of Taiyuan. This time, I invited Sun Ji Bookstore to sell my 3 kingdoms, but I implicated Sun Ji Bookstore and caused the bookstore to be burned down. I really can't take this lying down, so I want to ask you to help me vent my anger and take care of these lawless aristocratic families. Hearing Li Wangyu's words, the debauches agreed without hesitation. Qing Chumo slapped the table in front of him, bastard, I've long been unhappy with Wang Ziqiao and those bastards. Ziyu, tell us, how can we help you? Fang Yi rolled up his sleeves, are we going to beat them half to death or what? Ziyu, tell us the plan, we won't be vague about it. That's right, kill these sons of bitches. Ziyu, why didn't you say so earlier? I've long wanted to beat those bastards up. Li Wangyu hurriedly stopped them when he saw that the silk pants were about to pick a fight with Wang Ziqiao and the others. Hee, brothers, don't be impatient. Beating those bastards up is easy, but it's too easy for them. Qing Chumo said impatiently, Ziyu, what's your plan? Tell us quickly, don't keep us in suspense. Li Wangyu looked left and right, lowered his voice, and told everyone his plan. Hearing this, the debauches nodded their heads. After listening to Li Wangyu's plan, Fang Yi slapped Li Wangyu's back. Zio, you little rascal, you're really bad. Haha, this is a good plan, I like it. Waha, Zio, you're really bad. Let's do it this way. I support you. Ching Chumo also laughed. Chai Lingwu, Yuchi Baolin, and the others roared with laughter, their faces filled with excitement. This group of silk pants felt that Li Wangyo's idea was too much to their liking. The rich playboys' families were all meritorious ministers who had followed Pai Lupi to conquer the world. Unlike the rich and powerful families like the Five Surnames and Seven Hopes, they disliked each other and despised each other. In the eyes of the aristocratic families, Pai Lupi was just a nouveau riche, not to mention Qing Yao Jin, Fang Xianling, and the others. They were not even worth mentioning. As for Fang Xianling and the others, they had all been conferred the title of Grand Duke and held great power in the imperial court. They were even more displeased with the aristocratic families who controlled the local politics and economy. They had long wanted to get rid of them as soon as possible. One party was in the local area, while the other party was in the imperial court. For the time being, neither party could do anything to the other. Now that Li Wangyu wanted to make things difficult for the aristocratic families, how could they not be happy? After a discussion, they did not drink anymore and dispersed to make preparations. A few days later, in the morning, the whole city of Chang'an slowly woke up with the beating of the morning drum that resounded throughout the city. The old soldiers who were in charge of guarding the gate pushed open the heavy gate with force. After the gate was opened, the old soldiers suddenly noticed that a few large pieces of paper had been pasted on the gate by someone, like a notice from the government. These old soldiers were illiterate and did not know what was pasted on the gate. They only thought that it was a notice posted by the government last night. When a passerby dressed as a scholar was about to go out of the gate, he was stopped by the old soldiers and asked what was written on the paper pasted on the gate. The scholar fixed his eyes on it and could not help but be stunned on the spot. He stared blankly at the several pieces of paper and his face turned red. However, he did not answer the old soldier's questions. Lang Jun, what exactly is written on the notice? More and more people began to gather around the notice posted on the door of the workshop. However, limited by the education level of the Tang Dynasty, the literacy rate was terribly low. There were not many people who could understand the notice. Those who could understand the notice all had strange expressions on their faces. No matter how others urged them, they did not answer. However, they were reluctant to move their feet. They just stared at the paper pasted on the gate. Finally, under the constant urging of the onlookers, someone read out the content on the paper in a low voice. It did not matter. The crowd gathered at the gate became more and more, but they were still very quiet and did not make any sound. They were afraid that they would miss a word or two from the scholar's mouth. They all looked very excited. They stretched out their ears and listened attentively to the scholar reading out the content on the paper in a low voice. There were even some young people who were listening to the scholar's reading and blushed. They were so excited that even the pimples on their faces were glossy. Such a scene was happening at the gate of many important houses in Chang'an City. Wang Ziqiao, Cui Daogu, and the other two people spent the whole night in Ping Kong Square. At this time, they were yawning and walking out of the square under the protection of a group of troops, ready to go home. They walked to the gate of Ping Kong Square. However, they were shocked to find that the originally wide gate had been blocked by the crowd. There was no way to get in or out. What happened? Someone go and have a look. Wang Ziqiao rode on the horse and could not help but yawn. He impatiently waved his hand to his troops, indicating that they should go and have a look. Immediately, a troop jumped off the horse and tried to squeeze into the crowd. After a while, the troop squeezed out with sweat on his forehead. However, the expression on his face was strange. He bowed to Wang Ziqiao and replied hesitantly, "Sir, I don't know who pasted a few pieces of paper on the gate of the square. On them, it is written, what is it? Make it clear." Wang Ziqiao shouted angrily. It is a piece of erotic literature. When they heard the troops say this, Wang Ziqiao and the others could not help but be interested. They immediately shouted to their subordinates, "Go, disperse the crowd." The troop accepted the order and rushed out after a sound of acknowledgement. This troop was strong and no one was willing to provoke the Taiyuan Wang clan and the Chui clan of Qinghe. When the troop revealed their aristocratic identities, the crowd gathered at the gate of the square dispersed. However, these people did not go far. After they opened the gate, they still gathered together and pointed at Wang Ziqiao and the others. From time to time, there would even be bursts of laughter from the crowd. Wang Ziqiao and the others felt that it was strange. When they saw the troop disperse the crowd, they squeezed their horses' bellies and urged their horses forward. They wanted to see what was written on the paper on the gate of the square. When they saw it, the originally curious four people's faces instantly flushed red. Wang Ziqiao was so angry that his eyes were bloodshot. He lashed the paper on the door with his whip and roared angrily at his subordinates, "Are you all King dead? Tear it! Tear this thing off for me!" After he finished speaking, he shouted at the old guard guarding the gate, "Who is it? Who pasted this? Do they not want to live anymore? I will tear them into pieces." Chapter 288. The reason why Wang Ziqiao and the others were so furious was because of the notice posted on the door of Ping Kong Fang. On it was a piece of erotic text that made people blush. The main characters of the erotic text were the Taiyuan Wang clan, Xinyangjin clan, Bowling Chui clan, Qinghe Chui clan, and Fanyang Lu clan. It did not even try to cover it up. It directly wrote the names of Wang Ziqiao and the others, as well as their families, in the text. This erotic text was very explicit, delicate, and vivid. Its imagination was so strong that it made people stunned. It was no wonder that the onlookers were so excited. Erotic texts had long existed in Huaxia. In the pre-Qin period, erotic texts had appeared. In the Book of Songs, National Wind, there were many chapters about love between men and women. In the Song Dynasty, Zhu Shi even thought that the wind was obscene. Since Huaxia had etiquette, men and women should not touch each other. Everyone thought that these erotic texts were bad people's thoughts, and forbidden texts that made people's imagination run wild. But in every dynasty, these erotic texts were endless. It reached a record high in the Ming and Qing dynasties. For example, Cut Lamp Newspeak, National Beauty, Spring Dream in the Red Chamber, and so on. These books had a large scale of erotic descriptions that made people speechless. Even the well-known Jin Ping Mei belonged to the category of novelty in front of these erotic novels. These books were forbidden books since ancient times. Li Wangyu once found these ancient forbidden books out of curiosity and read them one by one. As for Li Wangyu, who had experienced the baptism of Japanese action movies, he didn't think much of these so-called forbidden books. At most, they were just a little more erotic. But for the ancient scholars of Huaxia, these erotic texts were too lethal. They could be called mental bombs. And now, the erotic text posted on the door was created by Li Wangyu to take revenge on the aristocratic families. The aristocratic families boasted of being a 1,000-year-old family, and what they valued the most was their reputation. Even if Wang Ziqiao and the others were unruly in Chang and city and did all kinds of ugly things, they were covered up by the aristocratic families using their power. In order to maintain their prestige, these aristocratic families did not hesitate to throw out huge amounts of copper coins every year to let the literati cheer for them. Li Wangyu wanted to strip them of their bright and beautiful clothes and let the world see the ugly side of the aristocratic families. For several times, the aristocratic families had tried in vain to deal with him using scholarly rumors, which made Li Wangyu even more annoyed. Since the aristocratic families liked to stir up the hearts of the people, Li Wangyu didn't mind letting the aristocratic families experience what it meant to be full of malice. Therefore, he chose the seemingly absurd erotic text, fighting poison with poison. As the saying goes, 3 men make a tiger. Although the plot of these erotic novels seemed absurd and unruly, there would naturally be people who would believe it after reading and discussing it. What's more, it wasn't completely fabricated. Just by looking at Jing Kongbao of the Jing family in Xinjiang, one would know that these kinds of scandals were often committed by the rich young masters of aristocratic families. Now, it was just Li Wangyu presenting it in front of everyone through artistic processing. Although Li Wangyu couldn't recite the erotic novels, he could remember the general plot. Together with his own imagination, several erotic novels that were classic in the eyes of the people of the Tang Dynasty were concocted by him. These erotic novels, he wrote not only one, but a series of them. One was Cutting Lamp Newspeak, in which Li Wangyu described the erotic story between human and ghost, and the protagonists were naturally the legitimate sons of several aristocratic families. There was also Flying Flower Thoughts, which described the plot of men and women in aristocratic families. Heavenly Fragrance of the Nation, which described how several young masters of aristocratic families stole beauties. In short, after reading these erotic novels written by Li Wangyu, Qing Chumo and the other rich young masters didn't know what to say. However, these erotic novels had a surprisingly good effect on the Tang people. Even Qing Chumo and the other rich young masters, after reading these erotic novels, bent down and didn't dare to straighten their bodies. Fortunately, they were in the Hu Tavern at that time. This group of rich young masters, who were burning with anger and had blood rushing to their bodies, could only grab a Hu prostitute each, carry her and run into the room. Li Wangyu gave all the erotic novels he had concocted to the rich young masters. His plan was to distribute these erotic novels describing the aristocratic families in Chang and City and paste these erotic novels all over Chang and City, so that the aristocratic families could show their faces. However, Li Wangyu didn't want the aristocratic families to find out the truth. He didn't have the ability to stand up against the aristocratic families face to face. He was sure that once these erotic novels were made public, the aristocratic families would definitely go crazy. As for the crazy aristocratic families, they were capable of doing anything. Therefore, it was not easy to secretly paste these erotic texts all over Chang and City without anyone noticing. At least, Li Wangyu, who was alone, couldn't do it. Therefore, he found the rich young masters, hoping to make use of their family power. Qing Chumo and the others were also very excited. It was so fun, and it could make Prince Chiao and the others feel disgusted. Now, they couldn't even chase them away. The group of rich young masters finally vented on the Hu prostitutes. After seeing the negative reactions caused by the erotic novels, they gathered again and began to discuss how to trick the aristocratic families. The discussion was so heated that even Li Wangyu couldn't get a word in. He could only drink helplessly at the side and listen to the rich young masters discuss how to proceed. First of all, how to make these erotic novels. They planned to paste them all over Chang and City, so they needed a lot of them. Fortunately, with Sun Ji bookstores engravings of the Three Kingdoms on the market, the process of engraving printing was no longer a secret. This was a technique that could be understood easily. Many bookstore owners took the Three Kingdoms printed by Sun Ji bookstore and showed it to their own bookstore's craftsmen, who figured out how to do it. Therefore, in just half a month, all the bookstores in Chang and City had launched engraving printing books. Moreover, the technology of engraving printing was rapidly spreading throughout the Great Tang along with the spread of all kinds of books and books. This was also the reason why Li Wangyu gave the technology to owner Sun just because he gave it to him for free. Seal engraving and rubbing techniques were already made. What they lacked was an opportunity to break through the window paper. Once someone discovered these engraving printing books, it naturally wouldn't be a secret. In order to keep it a secret, the rich young masters found an illiterate craftsman and asked him to carve a few erotic novels on the wooden boards. Most of the craftsmen in charge of engraving in the Tang Dynasty bookstores were illiterate. They just carved according to the copies pasted on the wooden boards. Whether they were illiterate or not didn't affect their work. After the engraving was completed, the rich young masters began to print the erotic novels themselves in order to keep it a secret. Chapter 289. Under the guidance of Li Wangyu, the group of fops found a secluded courtyard in Chang'an City and started their black workshop business. After printing a few hundred copies of each of the pornographic articles, they destroyed the engravings and destroyed the corpses to prevent future trouble. These debauches were well aware of the possible serious consequences of causing trouble for the aristocratic families. Therefore, the Silk Pants didn't even tell their fathers about this matter. It was all done in secret by the Silk Pants and Li Wangyu. Everything was ready. All that was left was to put up these pornographic articles. Even for Qing Chumo and the others, it was not easy to secretly put up these pornographic articles on the doors of all the markets in Chang'an City after the curfew. Fortunately, 3 stinkers were better than 1 zhuge-liang. After some discussion, the fops really did come up with a solution. Waigua City had a total of 11 main streets in the north and south and 14 main streets in the east and west. After the curfew, other than the Marquis on night patrol, there were only the left and right Golden Guards in charge of the palace and the capital. Of the 16 guards of the Tang Dynasty, other than the left and right Golden Guards, the left and right Golden Guards, and the left and right Thousand Ox Guards, who were the emperor's personal attendants, the rest of the guards were stationed outside Chang'an City to guard the capital. The generals of the 16 guards were basically military bigwigs like Qing Yaojin, Qin Qiong, and Yuqi Jingde. Qing Chumo and his 2 brothers, Yuqi Baolin, and Yuqi Baoqi, these fops also had nominal titles in the 16 guards. For example, Qing Chumo was the Left Golden Guards commander of the Left Golden Guards, a 6th-rank upper military official. Yuqi Baoqi was the Thousand Ox Guards of the Right Thousand Ox Guards, a lower 6th-rank upper military official. However, the fops only had nominal titles. After all, Qing Yaojin, Qin Qiong, and Yuqi Jingde were all in their prime. No matter how open-minded Pai Lupi was, he could not let these generals under him control his own sons in the army. Therefore, even if Qing Chumo and the others had official titles, they were actually just eating empty pay. Usually, they had nothing to do. At most, they would go to the barracks to do roll call. Other than messing around together all day long, there was nothing else they could do. But although Qing Chumo, a trusted general of the E-Guards, did not care about the actual situation, he was still an official of the Left Jin Wu Guards. This gave the foppish sons a chance to execute their schemes. After the drum of dusk was sounded yesterday, the city gates, palace gates, and all the gates of Chang'an were closed one after another. The Wu Ho who was in charge of patrolling the streets as well as the Jin Wu guards on the left and right began to patrol the streets with torches and lanterns. In fact, patrolling at night was quite boring, and it was difficult to slack off even if one wanted to. On both sides of the streets in Chang'an City, there were only trees and tall walls. The streets were empty. There wasn't even a place to shelter from the wind. Unless they hid in the drainage canals on both sides of the road, there was no place for the Imperial Guards and Marshal Marquis to rest. As for those drainage ditches that were full of filth, as long as one had a normal brain, they would not have such thoughts. On these main streets, only the residences of nobles, and officials of the 3rd rank and above near the imperial city could open their residences. On the wide streets, only the lanterns hanging above the doors of these mansions could give off some faint light. The Jin Wu guards who were in charge of patrolling the streets had just passed by Duke Lu's residence when they heard the door creak open. The squad leader of the Jin Wu guards turned his head and saw the person clearly with the help of the lanterns hanging on the door. "Greetings, General Qing." The squad leader hurriedly jumped off his horse and saluted Qing Chumo. The Jin Wu guards under him also dismounted and saluted. "Is your Jin Wu guards patrolling today?" "Brothers, thank you for your hard work. It's still early now, come in, I'll treat you to a cup of wine to warm your bodies," Qing Chumo said casually. His words made the squad leader of the left Jin Wu guards hesitate for a moment, but he nodded in agreement. "Then I'll thank General Qing on behalf of my brothers." The squad leader respectfully saluted. They patrolled the streets of Chang and city on a daily basis, so no one restrained them. Since it was late at night, the general of the left Jinwu guards was not worried that they would slack off. Furthermore, they had to patrol the streets for a night and could only report back to the military camp when the morning drum sounded. As such, it did not matter if they were delayed for a while. Moreover, this was Duke Lu's eldest son, the general of the left Jinwu guards guards Imperial Guards. How could a small squad leader like him have the courage to refuse? The Jinwu guards of the left Jinwu guards tied their horses respectfully and put down their weapons, then followed Chingchumo into Duke Lu's residence. After entering Duke Lu's residence, the group of Jinwu guards dared not even breathe loudly. They lowered their heads and followed Chingchumo closely. They were only ordinary Jinwu guards, and there was a huge difference between their statuses and Duke Lu's, so they dared not be presumptuous. Although they did not know why the general of the left Jinwu guards suddenly summoned them today, the squad leader of the Jinwu guards and the other soldiers were not qualified to refuse. Chingchumo led them to a side room in the front yard of the residence, then pushed the door open and entered. In the side room, there were a few tables with dishes and wine. Chingchumo called out to the Jinwu guards, "Come, come, all of you are comrades in the army, so there's no need to be polite. Take off your armor first, and just eat and drink without worry." The squad leader was slightly hesitant. "General Ching, I still need to patrol at night later." Chingchumo did not give him a chance to speak, and waved his hand. "It's fine, I'm in a good mood today, so I want to treat my fellow soldiers to a drink. You don't have to be restrained. As for the night patrol, it's even easier. Don't worry, I'll explain it to the general." There was a general in the left Jinwu guards, and it was Duke Lu, Qingyao. There was also a great general, who was a primary grade 3 official, and 2 generals, who were secondary grade 3 officials. Below them were the 4 generals, who were secondary grade 4 officials. The general was in charge of arranging and supervising the day and night patrols in the capital. With Chingchumo's status, it was indeed very easy for him to inform the general that he wanted to reserve some Jinwu guards for a drink. Since Chingchumo had said so, the squad leader of the Jinwu guards naturally had to be tactful, so he ordered his men to take off their armor and sit beside the tables. Chingchumo smiled as he watched everyone sit down. He clapped his hands, and a servant girl from the Qing residence entered the side room, took away the armor, and poured wine for the Jinwu guards. "Come, fellow soldiers, let's drink. You can't drink this wine in the winery, but this is Shaodao wine personally brewed by the county men. It has a strong taste like fire, and it's a rare wine." Chingchumo did not say anything, and began to pour wine into their cups. These Jinwu guards were all soldiers, so how could they not drink wine? Since Duke Lu's son said so, they naturally did not hesitate, and after thanking Chingchumo, they raised their heads and drank the wine in their cups. In the room next to the side room, there were still many people, including the group of foppish sons, Li Wangyu, and the others. Chapter 290. According to the military system of the Tang Dynasty, 10 people were one fire. Excluding Chingchumo and Li Wangyu, there were exactly 10 people in the room. Everyone didn't have to wait for long before a servant girl from the Qing residence brought in the armor that the Imperial Guards had taken off. Ching Chuliang greeted everyone, picked up the armors of the left Golden Guards and began to put them on. Du He, Du Go, Wei Shuyu and Li Wangyu did not know how to put on the armors, so the maidservants came forward to help them. "Ziyu, is there any problem with your wine? These rough men in the army can drink a lot." Ching Chuliang asked as he put on the armor. Li Wangyu laughed. "Unless they are immortals, they will definitely get drunk. Brothers, you can rest assured. Let's hurry up, we have to go to many places later." "That's good." The group of foppish men did not say much. With the help of the maidservants, they put on the armors of the Imperial Guards and turned to leave the room. The 10 people directly left the Lu mansion, put on the weapons of the Imperial Guards, and mounted the horses of the Imperial Guards outside the mansion. Under the leadership of Qing Chuliang, they slowly walked to the streets of Chang and under the night curfew. This was the plan that the group of foppish men had discussed. They disguised themselves as Imperial Guards of the left Golden Guards and went to the doors of the various houses to post the printed erotic texts. Cross the sea by deception, steal the beams and replace the pillars. They quietly entered the village and did not want to shoot. The Imperial Guards that were left in the mansion by Qing Chumo to drink would not be able to come out for a while. Even if Li Wangyou's wine could not make them drunk, Qing Chumo would still make them stay. The Imperial Guards who were kept in the dark were still confused. They did not know what kind of luck they had today to be called by the eldest son of Lu Guogong to drink in the mansion. In fact, Qing Chumo wanted to be with the foppish men rather than stay in the mansion to act. However, he could only blame himself for his bad luck. He lost to his brother in a finger-guessing game and could only sullenly continue his career as a movie king. On the other hand, the group of good-for-nothings who were disguised as Imperial Guards felt extremely excited. Even they had never been able to walk on the streets of Chang and after the curfew. Not to mention, he was disguised as an Imperial Guard of the Golden Guards of the left. This was not a small crime. If they were seen through, even if it was them, they would definitely be in trouble. They might even lose a layer of skin. At this moment, Li Wangyu was riding on horseback. His heart was also beating rapidly. In his previous life, he had never done such an exciting thing. On the streets of Chang and city, from time to time, there would be patrols of Golden Guards and Marquis Wu passing by. Naturally, there was no need to care about those martial Marquis. Not only were they not part of the same system, but to the Golden Guards, martial Marquis were equivalent to the urban management or police in the future, while they were a regular army, so they naturally looked down on those martial Marquis. However, whenever the patrolling chamberlains of imperial insignia encountered each other, they would ask for the military password. This was also because he was worried that someone would impersonate an Imperial Guard with ill intentions. If they did not match the military password, the Imperial Guard would immediately blow the copper whistle in his hand, and the patrolling Imperial Guards would immediately rush over to help. Fortunately, this method of confirming each other's identity was completely ineffective against the fops. After all, Qing Yaojin was the general of the Golden Guards of the left. Qing Chumo was also the general of the Golden Guards of the left. It was very easy for them to find out the password for the night patrol. Just like this, the fops used the night patrol as an excuse to post erotic texts everywhere in Chang and city. There were 4 gates in each of the houses, and they did not miss a single one. Under the cover of the night, they pasted erotic texts on the gates of dozens of houses in Chang and city that were close to the imperial city. Even when they passed by the gates of Taiyuan's Wang clan, Xinyangshan clan, and other aristocratic families, the fops did not let go. They looked left and right to see if there were any patrolling Imperial Guards passing by, then they ran to the gates of their houses and pasted the erotic texts. After being busy for more than 4 hours, the batch of erotic texts that everyone had printed were all pasted up. Only then did the Silk Pants and Li Wangyu excitedly look at each other, turn their horses around, and slowly head towards the Qing mansion. When they returned to the Qing mansion, they tied their horses, took off their armors, and asked the maidservants to send back the armors of the Imperial Guards. Their tense nerves finally relaxed, and they began to feel tired. In the side room, the Imperial Guards of the Fire had already been drunk by Qing Chumo, and they were all lying on the tables. For this plan, Li Wangyu even contributed the only high-grade sorghum wine he had left. The Imperial Guards of the Tang Dynasty who had not been baptized by strong wine were easily drunk. It was not until the morning drum in Chang and city that the Imperial Guards of the Fire were woken up by the servants of Marquis Lu's mansion. Seeing that they had stayed in Marquis Lu's mansion for the whole night, the Imperial Guards of the Fire could not help but panic. They hurriedly put on their armors and were sent out of the mansion by the servants of the mansion. The imperial guards of the fire still did not know what had happened last night. However, when they learned that the notices that humiliated the aristocratic families were pasted everywhere in Chang and City last night, the squad leader of the Imperial Guard seemed to have guessed something. However, he was smart enough to pretend that nothing had happened and kept his mouth shut. This morning, Wang Ziqiao and the rest were not the only ones who discovered the erotic texts pasted on the doors of Peace House. Half of the people in Chang and City saw it, including the aristocratic families. The erotic texts were pasted on the doors of their own mansions, and it was impossible to miss them. In a fit of rage, the aristocratic families sent their monks to tear down the erotic texts pasted everywhere in Chang and City. But it was too late. At this time, in Chang and City, the doors of the shops that Li Wangyu and the foppish playboys had posted the erotic articles were already crowded with people. Countless busybodies were seriously studying these rare erotic articles. Many scholars even took out their pens and ink and copied down the erotic texts. Some of the erotic texts on the doors were carefully removed and kept for themselves. Many people were reading out loud the contents of the erotic texts at the doors of the houses, causing the crowd to heat up. "Who's the mother of ****? Suddenly, someone in the crowd cursed loudly. His words caused the crowd to roar with laughter that all men understood. It could not be helped because the person who was reading out loud was not the only one who became hard after hearing it. Many people did not even care that it was still early in the morning as they turned and ran into Peace House. The brothels that had just sent off their customers suddenly welcomed a peak of customers again, causing the brothels to be confused as they did not understand what was wrong with the customers so early in the morning. Due to the large number of customers entering Peace House, the brothels that were not open in the morning actually had customers lining up. In short, no matter how furious the aristocratic families were, they could not stop the erotic texts from spreading like wildfire in Chang and City. There were even some daring bookstore owners who secretly ordered people to engrave the erotic texts into books and sell them at high prices. Their business was surprisingly good. Chang and City was in chaos early in the morning, but the instigator, Li Wangyu, had already quietly left the illustrious Virtue Gate and returned to Dingzhou village. He left in a huff, hiding his identity and reputation. Chapter 291. The aristocratic families were so humiliated that they almost went crazy. In order to find out who was humiliating them, the aristocratic families used almost all their power, but they didn't find any valuable clues. In Chang'an, including the surrounding bookstores, the aristocratic families searched all the bookstores that could do engraving and printing. Facing the aggressive pressure of the aristocratic families, the bookstore owners naturally didn't dare to hide anything. But they still didn't find anything. It could be confirmed that these erotic articles were not printed by these bookstores. They couldn't find the source of the erotic articles, and the aristocratic families couldn't find out how these erotic articles were posted in various bookstores. When the playboys and Li Wangyu posted these erotic articles, they were quite careful and avoided the patrolling marquises and guards. In addition, there were no public facilities like street lights in the Tang Dynasty, so it was dark everywhere at night. In order to keep it a secret, the playboys didn't even lift a torch. They all worked in the dark by the weak moonlight. There were no surveillance cameras in the Tang Dynasty, nor any detection technology like fingerprint comparison. This trick of the silk pants was quite successful. No matter how hard the aristocratic families tried to find the truth, they didn't find any useful clues. No one knew how these erotic articles were posted on the door without anyone noticing. After searching for a long time and finding nothing, the aristocratic families were even more annoyed. They were full of anger, but they didn't know who to vent it on. This made the maids and servants of the Wang clan of Taiyuan and the Jing family of Xingyang all keep quiet out of fear of angering the angry masters in their mansions. By now, Wang Rinyu, Jing Yuanshou, and the others had a guess in their hearts. After the curfew, no one could post hundreds of erotic articles in Chang and with such fanfare. It seemed that except for the one in Taiji Palace, no one else could do it. When the aristocratic families didn't find anything, Wang Renyu and the others were more convinced of this guess. In their hearts, the resentment for Pai Lupi grew stronger. Pai Lupi didn't know that he would help Li Wangyu and the playboys take such a big blame. Naturally, the 100 Cavalry Department had already reported to Pai Lupi about the commotion in Chang'an. Even those erotic texts were collected by the 100 Horsemen Department and sent to Pai Lupi's desk. After Pai Lupi saw the erotic stories created by Li Wangyu, he just laughed. He didn't even bother to ask the 100 Cavalry Department to investigate who did it. However, Pai Lupi, who had seen these erotic texts, put them away and couldn't help but sleep with a few of his concubines that day, not to mention how Pai Lupi was licentious in the harem and how angry the aristocratic families were. The reputation of these aristocratic families, as well as the protagonists of the erotic literature, such as Wang Ziqiao and Cui Daogu, was notorious in Chang'an. Even his friends from the aristocratic families couldn't help but smile strangely when they saw them. Chang'an City was also filled with all kinds of discussions. Some people, after reading the erotic literature, had a righteous look on their faces. Who wrote this? It's so vulgar. Using such unsightly words, it's really a disgrace to the educated. That's right, the person who wrote this is extremely morally corrupt. How could such a wicked article be written? It's a bad atmosphere, the moral of the world is deteriorating day by day. The person who wrote this should be punished for his evil intentions. These few defenders, while scolding angrily, carefully took down the erotic literature pasted on the door and put it into their arms. Then, they angrily scolded and moved out quickly. However, the direction they were walking in was towards Peace Square. Most of them were the onlookers in Chang'an City. TSK, I didn't expect the eldest son of the Taiyuan Wang clan to be so playful. Not only did he not let go of his maids, sisters, his father's concubines, even the dogs in his mansion. That's right, there's also the Jing family of Xingyang, the Cui family of Bowling, the Cui family of Qinghe, and the Lu family of Fanyang. I originally thought that these millennium-old aristocratic families were the leaders of the scholarly world, but I didn't expect them to be so filthy, hiding filth and accepting filth. Shoo, quiet, you guys don't want to live anymore, talking about the aristocratic families like this. That's right, did you guys see that erotic literature? It said that between the young masters of these aristocratic families, each other. The more he spoke, the lower his voice became, but the more excited the crowd heard. Similar scenes were playing out everywhere in Chang'an City. The image that the 5 families and 7 families had painstakingly built up was almost destroyed by Li Wangyu's erotic literature. Even those officials from aristocratic families, whether in the imperial court or in the government office, could not avoid the strange looks of their colleagues. This made the aristocratic families so angry that they almost vomited blood. And the initiators of all this, Qing Chumo and the other foppish young masters, were naturally very happy. The erotic literature that Li Wangyu threw out was simply a mental bomb. It made Wang Ziqiao, Cui Daogu and the others feel absent-minded. Intolerable bullying, intolerable bullying. Who on earth wanted to destroy the pride of their aristocratic families? Who on earth wanted to humiliate them so viciously? This was a mortal enemy. Wang Ziqiao and the others did not dare to go out of their houses now. They felt that wherever they went, they were the center of the crowd's attention, and they always felt that someone was pointing at them and whispering. This kind of mental torture made the foppish young masters of aristocratic families, who had always lived a luxurious life, become mentally and physically haggard. In just a few days, they were almost unrecognizable. Seeing this situation, Wang Renyu and the others simply asked the family to send these legitimate sons out of Chang'an City, to Taiyuan and other places to recuperate and avoid the limelight. Outside Chang'an City, by the Ba Bridge, Wang Ziqiao and the others looked lonely. They turned their heads to look at the towering walls of Chang'an City behind them, but there was no one behind them to send them off. Now, these people's reputations were so bad that even the foppish young masters of aristocratic families, who usually called them brothers, did not send them off when they left the capital. It was very sad. When Wang Ziqiao and the others left Chang and city in a sorry state like stray dogs, Li Wangyou's second volume of the Romance of the Three Kingdoms was ready to be sold. Li Wangyou did not want to let owner's son print the first volume of the Romance of the Three Kingdoms, because he was shocked to find that there were already pirated copies in Chang and city. The demand of the scholars of the Tang Dynasty was obviously not something that the 15,000 copies of the Romance of the Three Kingdoms printed by Sun Ji Bookstore could satisfy. Under the situation that they could not buy the Romance of the Three Kingdoms, the owner of the bookstore immediately found craftsmen to remake the engravings and directly print them for sale on the market. In this regard, Li Wangyou could do nothing. There was no such thing as intellectual property protection in the Tang Dynasty, so he could only admit that the books were pirated. What's more, Li Wangyou also pirated Luo Guanzhong's books. He did not have the face to accuse others of pirating. The second volume of the Romance of the Three Kingdoms was ready to be sold, and the fans of the Three Kingdoms in Chang and city had been looking forward to it for many days. Now, even generals like Qing Yaojin and Yuqi Jingda were fascinated by the Three Kingdoms. Regarding Li Wangyou's delay in updating, the few old hooligans did not directly kill him with their knives. It could be said that Li Wangyou was blessed by the heavens. Chapter 292. In the Eastern Market, the Sun bookstore that had been burned down had been rebuilt. After all, the shops in the Eastern and Western markets were not residences. There were not so many painted beams and carved rafters. Moreover, the structure was very simple. Owner's son threw out a lot of copper coins. With enough money, the craftsmen were naturally attentive. Li Wangyou also asked his beautiful superior to lend a few four-wheeled carriages to owner's son to help transport the wood. It only took 5 to 6 days for the 3 shops to be rebuilt. The second volume of the Romance of the Three Kingdoms had been printed long ago. Now, owner's son's bookstore in Hu County had already started to carve the third volume. However, Li Wangyou had been holding back the release of the book. He was waiting for the Sun bookstore in the Eastern Market to be rebuilt. Since he won the bet with the aristocratic families, the bookstores in Chang and city naturally did not have to pay attention to the aristocratic families' ban on the sale of the Three Kingdoms. However, although Li Wangyou did not blame these bookstores, he was not willing to give them benefits like this. He would rather wait for the Sun bookstore to be rebuilt. First, the Sun bookstore would start to sell the books. Then, he would let owner's son send the books to other bookstores to sell. In this way, the benefits that it would bring to the Sun bookstore were self-evident. Owner's son was naturally aware of Li Wangyou's sentimental and righteous actions, and he was moved to tears. In the old man's opinion, it was very rare for a noble like Hu County to be considerate of a merchant like him. Owner's son was very attentive to Li Wangyou's instructions. He wanted to make sure that Li Wangyou was satisfied. After the Sun bookstore was built, a notice was posted early to inform everyone that the second volume of the Romance of the Three Kingdoms was about to be released. This news was immediately noticed by many fans of the Three Kingdoms who were looking forward to it. Now, not only did the Book of the Three Kingdoms have many fans, but the storytellers in the brothels had also started to talk about the Three Kingdoms. Storytelling actually started from the Tang Dynasty. Originally, in the temples, in order to attract believers, spread Buddhist scriptures, and preach to the public, there were secular stories. Secular stories were stories that the monks used to explain Buddhist scriptures that were easy to understand. The content was interesting and very popular. As a result, storytellers began to appear in the brothel. They would often tell stories about supernatural stories to attract customers. After Li Wangyou's Three Kingdoms was published, it naturally attracted the attention of storytellers. Many storytellers saw that there were many fans, so they also began to try telling stories about the Three Kingdoms. However, because Li Wangyou's Three Kingdoms had only published the first volume, there were only 5 chapters and about 20,000 words. The content was too little, and this made the storytellers extremely vexed. Now that the second volume of the Three Kingdoms was about to be released, the most excited people in Chang and were the storytellers who made a living out of it. On the day of Sun's bookstore's reopening, Li Wangyu brought Niu Wu out early in the morning to congratulate owner's son and also to check on the sales of the second book. He still remembered the time when he confidently went to see how the first volume of the Three Kingdoms was selling. In the end, only a few big and small cats bought the book. The scene was very awkward. He even inexplicably got into a conflict with Wang Ziqiao and the others. In the end, it led to the destruction of owner's son's bookstore and the death of his employees. Now that Wang Ziqiao and the other aristocratic playboys were chased out of Chang'an, Li Wangyu's mood improved a lot. When he arrived at the East Market, it was not yet noon, and the East Market was not open yet. When he arrived at Sun's bookstore, owner's son, who had received the news, immediately came out to welcome him. Owner's son, congratulations, congratulations. I wish you a prosperous source of wealth and a prosperous business, Li Wangyu said with a smile. At the same time, he asked Niu Wu to deliver the congratulatory gift he had prepared. Thank you, Mr. Huxian. Old me is very grateful. Please come in. Today, the second volume of the Three Kingdoms is on sale. Old me has already prepared everything. Owner's son was wearing new clothes today, and his face was full of wrinkles from smiling. He asked his employees to take the congratulatory gift, and he respectfully invited Li Wangyu into the store. Li Wangyu looked around the newly renovated bookstore. There were already many scrolls, calligraphy, and paintings placed inside. However, in the most eye-catching position of the store, there was a wooden table with the second volume of the Three Kingdoms neatly stacked on top of it. Seeing that everything was ready, Li Wangyu nodded in satisfaction. He went to the back of the store with owner's son to drink tea and chat, waiting for the East Market to open at noon. Because Sun's bookstore was opening for business today, owner's son had prepared a lot of firecrackers for the auspicious time to burn. Firecrackers were the predecessor of firecrackers. Before the Tang Dynasty, people used fire to burn bamboo, causing it to crackle and explode to drive away the god of plagues. At the beginning of the Tang Dynasty, saltpeter was placed in bamboo tubes and burned, resulting in an even louder explosion. This was the firecracker. In the Tang Dynasty poem Early Spring Poem, there was a line like, "The new calendar is only half open, and the small courtyard is still full of firecrackers." However, before the auspicious time arrived and the firecrackers were lit, the employees of the bookstore rushed in. "Boss, bad news. Our bookstore has been surrounded." Owner's son was also shocked when he heard this. How could there be trouble before his bookstore had even reopened? He hurriedly apologized to Li Wangyu and hurriedly followed the worker to find out what had happened. Li Wangyu was also worried, so he followed them to see what was going on. He was worried that those aristocratic families would not let Sun's bookstore go and find people to cause trouble again. Outside the bookstore, there were indeed many people gathered. They surrounded the entrance of the bookstore so tightly that not even a drop of water could trickle through. When owner's son and Li Wangyu saw this situation, their hearts couldn't help but thump. The two of them didn't dare to go out rashly, so they waited for the door to open and listened to what was going on outside. When they heard the voices of the crowd outside the bookstore, the two of them couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. They heard a few people talking loudly outside the bookstore. Sigh, I wonder if that bastard Dong Zhuo will be caught by Zhang Fei and Zhang Yida. Every time I read about that bastard plotting to kill the Han Emperor, I hate that I can't break his bones and suck his marrow to vent my anger. That's right. How could a hero like Lu Bu help a treacherous official like Dong Zhuo? What a pity. I still feel that Guan Yu and Guan Yunchang are amazing. That Hua Xiong killed several generals, but he was killed by Guan Yunchang's warm wine. It was so satisfying. It turned out that the people outside the bookstore were all fans of the Three Kingdoms. Because the employees didn't know what was going on, they made a ruckus and nearly gave owner's son a heart attack. The old man glared at the employee who came to report in a panic and then said respectfully to Li Wangyu, "Congratulations to Mr. Huxian. The people outside the bookstore are all customers waiting to buy books." Li Wangyu naturally heard the voices of the people outside the bookstore and was secretly happy. He didn't waste his time copying books. However, as more and more customers gathered outside the bookstore, Li Wangyu couldn't help but frown. Sun's bookstore only had 3 shops, but there were at least thousands of people gathered outside the bookstore. If they were to open the bookstore to sell books, there would be trouble if so many customers rushed in. Li Wangyu didn't want a happy occasion to turn into a sad one. If there were too many people and they got trampled, it wouldn't be good. He frowned and thought for a while. He had a plan in mind. Chapter 293. Whether it was Li Wangyu or owner's son, they did not expect the bookstore to reopen today and attract so many customers. He had underestimated the influence of the Romance of the Three Kingdoms. As one of the 4 classical novels of Huaxia, it naturally had its own unique charm. Even in the Ming and Qing dynasties, when all kinds of novels were constantly emerging, the Three Kingdoms stood out, not to mention the Tang Dynasty. Li Wangyu also, unscrupulously, separated the Three Kingdoms into 2 books, each with more than 20,000 words, which made the many scholars who were already fascinated by the book unable to stop reading. Therefore, when they learned that Sun Ji bookstore would reopen today and sell the 2nd volume of the Three Kingdoms, nearly 1,000 people rushed to buy it. Owner's son had never seen such a scene even though he had been in the bookstore business for most of his life. In the face of so many customers, owner's son was happy, but he could not help but start to worry. The old man also thought of Li Wangyu's previous concerns. Before the old man could think of a solution, Li Wangyu stretched out his hand to summon him and whispered a few words to him. After hearing Li Wangyu's words, the old man could not help but be stunned. Is this really feasible? Isn't this too childish? It's okay, just listen to me, it's definitely feasible. Owner's son, quickly go and arrange it, Li Wangyu said with a smile. Seeing that the man was so confident, and owner's son did not have any good ideas, he could only be skeptical and follow Li Wangyu's instructions to make arrangements. Fortunately, there was no shortage of the items that Li Wangyu had mentioned in the bookstore. Owner's son called over the shop staff and busied himself. Before the auspicious time for the opening of the bookstore, everything was ready. Owner's son specially invited the Taoist priest of the Taoist temple to calculate the auspicious time of the opening. Immediately, the shop staff took the brazier out of the shop and began to burn the exploding rods in it. The exploding rod ignited and exploded, emitting crackling sounds as the smoke dispersed in all directions. The crowd outside the bookstore also cheered. They were waiting for the bookstore to open so they could rush in to buy books. However, after the rods were set off, the bookstore's door did not open. Only owner's son and a few staff walked out of the bookstore. Owner's son took a deep breath and used the force of his dantian to yell at the crowd. Esteemed guests, Sun's bookstore is reopening today. Thank you all for coming. However, due to the limited space in the bookstore, it couldn't accommodate so many distinguished guests at the same time. For the safety of our esteemed guests, Old Me has made some number plates and invited our esteemed guests to collect them. In a while, Old Me will be divided into batches and randomly draw number plates. The distinguished guests whose numbers are called will be invited to enter the bookstore to purchase books. If there is any inconvenience, please forgive us. Owner's son's words stunned everyone. What did he mean by that? You need to draw a number to buy a book. Only Li Wangyu, who was hiding in the bookstore, couldn't help but snicker. Hee, I'll let you know the fear of lottery. Just now, when he saw that there were too many people present, an idea came to him. He recalled his experience of buying a house and drawing numbers in his previous life. There were more than 500 houses in the residential area, and there were actually 3,000 to 4,000 people queuing up to buy a house. This made Li Wangyu deeply suspicious. Were these houses given away for free? Fortunately, Li Wangyou's luck was not bad. He got into the top 500 and successfully got a house. Thinking of that house, Li Wangyou's heart started to ache again. *CK, he had paid the down payment and mortgage for such a long time for nothing. In the end, before he could even hand over the house, he was sent to the Tang Dynasty by his beautiful boss. That was why he had come up with the idea of drawing numbers just now, because he had a wicked sense of humor. Outside the bookstore, the customers who were waiting to buy books were confused. They took the number plates from the staff. Because it was an impromptu idea, these so-called number plates were just small pieces of paper written on the bookstore's paper. Various numbers were written on them. Everyone held the small pieces of paper in their hands and were all confused. They didn't understand what Sun's bookstore was doing. When owner Sun saw that the staff had finished distributing the number plates, he asked someone to bring out a box. He reached in and took out a piece of paper with the same number. The distinguished customers who got number 125-67 can enter the bookstore to buy books. The old man looked at the number plates in his hand and read out 30 numbers. Then, he began to invite the customers who got these numbers to enter the bookstore. "Here, I'm here." In the crowd, a scholar holding a small piece of paper in his hand shouted happily and squeezed out of the crowd. The others were envious as they watched these 30 people happily walk into the bookstore. Soon, they paid for the books and completed the transaction. When these 30 people walked out of the bookstore with brand new books in their hands, the crowd gathered in front of the bookstore looked at them with envy. "Brother, I'll give you 600 copper coins. Can you transfer this book to me?" Those who were rich couldn't wait and didn't bother to continue queuing. They simply squeezed to the side of the first batch of people who bought the book and wanted to buy it. The scholar who was stopped was actually a little embarrassed. He had to grit his teeth and fork out the money to buy the 3 kingdoms. Seeing that someone was willing to pay 100 copper coins for the book, he didn't hesitate and immediately nodded in agreement. The two of them immediately settled the transaction. The poor scholar who got the copper coins asked the shop assistant for a new number plate and started queuing up again, waiting for the numbers to be drawn. With this precedent, many customers outside the bookstore who didn't lack money started to bid for the book. They weren't stupid. It was understandable that the bookstore was afraid of having too many people. But at this moment, there were nearly 1,000 people outside the bookstore, blocking the street. If they continued to wait for the numbers to be drawn, they didn't know how long they would have to wait. It was better to spend a little more money. 100 copper coins. Not only did it save him time, but he could also immediately get his hands on the 3 Kingdoms book. Why not? Of the 30 people who bought the book in the first batch, many of them were like the poor scholar. They resold the book and started queuing again. Li Wangyou also noticed this scene and couldn't help but be stunned. Even a scalper had appeared, but fortunately, he didn't care. It was just his bad taste to make this number draw. Otherwise, he could have asked Niu Wu to take his goldfish charm and go to the marquis shop in the East Market to mobilize a group of marquis to maintain order. He didn't need to go through so much trouble to ask owner's son to make something like the number draw. This cynical man simply thought of the day when he was unhappy about the number draw in order to buy a house. He probably came to torment this group of people who bought books. The beautiful boss just finished dealing with the affairs of the carriage shop and also came to the bookstore to see how the sale of Li Wangyou's book was going. She rolled her beautiful eyes at Li Wangyou when she saw the speechless lottery method of buying books. This guy really had too much of a bad taste. Li Wangyou didn't care. He laughed and was very proud. Chapter 294. Li Wangyou didn't expect that copying the Romance of the 3 Kingdoms would cause so much trouble just to pass the time and also out of bad taste. Fortunately, all the troubles had been resolved. The Romance of the 3 Kingdoms not only set off a craze for the Tang Dynasty, but also brought a lot of profit to Li Wangyou. Li Wangyu only planned to print 10,000 copies of each volume of the Romance of the Three Kingdoms. However, there were 24 volumes of the Romance of the Three Kingdoms. If he copied all of them, he could make 60 million yuan just by selling the books, which was equivalent to 60,000 strings of copper coins or 10,000 taels of gold. Even he was shocked by the number that he had calculated. Wasn't this money too easy to earn? Now Li Wangyu had completely gotten rid of the embarrassment of being a second-generation rich person when he first transmigrated to the Tang Dynasty. His family's businesses were everywhere, and they were all profitable. The royal family owned 50% of the four-wheeled carriage business, and the Li family owned 30%. However, the daily average profit of each carriage was consistent, and the Li family could earn 300 copper coins. Now, under the management of the beautiful boss, the SF Express carriage business had more than 300 carriages in just over a month. In this way, the Li family could earn 90,000 copper coins a day just by the carriage business alone. Moreover, this income was still rising. According to the beautiful boss's business plan, the SF Express would reach the scale of 1,000 carriages in the future. At that time, the Li family could earn 300,000 copper coins a day just by relying on the four-wheeled carriage business, which was 300 strings of copper coins. It should be known that this was only a day's income. Pai Lupi used his official position for personal gain and sent the Ministry of Works to rush the construction of the wine workshop. The workshop was completed and the high alcohol content sorghum wine had begun. The first batch of sorghum wine had been brewed and sealed. After 40 days, it could be distilled and loaded into jars and shipped to Chang'an to be sold. Brewing wine, especially this unique Shaodao wine, was definitely a huge profit in the Tang Dynasty. Even if Pai Lupi didn't have an economic brain, he knew that the wine workshop would be another money tree for his royal family. In order to protect the secret of the brewery, he had even dispatched the imperial army to seal off the valley where the brewery was located. As for the craftsmen who made the wine, they were not allowed to enter freely. In order to keep it a secret, Pai Lupi even ordered the families of these craftsmen to be moved there. Regarding this, Li Wangyu, as the person with vested interests, could only silently complain in his heart about the evil feudal emperor. After that, he did not care about it anymore. Furthermore, after Li Wangyu calculated the profits that the brewery might generate in the future, he silently asked his beautiful superior to make another trip to Taiji Palace. He took the initiative to find Empress Zhongsun and changed the original 60% of the Li family and 40% of the imperial family's profits to 60% of the imperial family's profits and 40% of the Li family's profits. It wasn't that Li Wangyu was a coward. It was just that there was too much money, and he was flustered. Especially if he took more than Pai Lupi. Wasn't that just asking for trouble? Rather than being taken advantage of by Pai Lupi in the future, it was better to take the initiative now and hand over the shares. That way, everyone would look good. Currently, the most vexed person in the Li family was the old housekeeper, Li Heng. There was no other reason than the fact that there were too many copper coins at home. He didn't know where to put them. The county magistrate's mansion was still under construction. It would take at least half a year for it to be completed. Moreover, the Li family's old mansion was too small. Even though most of the copper coins at home had been exchanged for gold, the remaining copper coins still gave Li Heng a headache. He didn't know where to put them. Li Wangyu didn't want to return the money that he owed the county magistrate so early. In Li Wangyu's mind, this money was the same as a bank loan. Since he had to pay a lot of interest, why should he return it early? However, the old mansion's treasury was now full. Seeing Li Heng's distressed appearance, Li Wangyu didn't hesitate. He hurriedly took the copper coins to the county magistrate's mansion and paid off the family's debt. 5 four-wheeled carriages were needed to transport the 1 million copper coins. In an era before paper money, it had to be said that money really had a lot of weight. After Li Wangyu finished checking the family's assets, he closed the account book and proudly hummed a tune. I made money, but I don't know how to spend it. I'll buy a Nokia with my left hand and a Motorola with my right. The beautiful boss looked at the smug Li Wangyu from the side and was too lazy to pay attention to him. Fanning herself with a round fan, the beautiful boss wiped the fragrant sweat on her forehead and couldn't help but say, "Wangyu, why is the weather in the Tang Dynasty so hot? It's only April, which is March according to the Gregorian calendar. Why is it so hot?" Li Wangyu also wiped his sweat and replied, "Don't you know? During the Tang Dynasty, the temperature on Earth was relatively hot. I remember reading in a history book that there was no snow in the Tang Dynasty for 19 years. After the heat, it was cold. Therefore, the Song and Ming dynasties encountered the Little Ice Age. No wonder it's so hot in March and April." The beautiful boss was surprised. The weather was so hot that she was too lazy to go out. Every day, she hid in the mansion's backyard to avoid the heat. Fortunately, there was saltpeter, which could be used to make ice at any time. This made the early summer not so hot. The main reason why she felt hot was because of her clothes. Thin, transparent, and revealing. These were the characteristics of women's clothing in the summer of the Tang Dynasty. Unlike the women of the modern era who directly exposed their arms and legs, the Tang Dynasty women's clothing, although light, was still a full-body gauze skirt. The beautiful boss felt that the sweaty clothes stuck to her body and was very uncomfortable. However, Li Wangyu did not see it that way. He felt that the looming skirt was more attractive. Of course, he naturally did not dare to say this to the beautiful boss. Otherwise, he would certainly not have a good ending. Su Chongqing did not like the long gauze skirt. Therefore, he simply went to the East Market to buy some cloth. He called the mansion's maid who knew how to make clothes and busied himself. On this day, Li Wangyu was fanning himself while immersed in copying books in the study when the door was pushed open. He did not raise his head. He knew that the person who came in must be Su Chongqing. Now, because of the mobile phone, as long as he entered the study, except for the beautiful boss, no one else was allowed to enter. This was the mansion's rule. "Chongqing, help me get a cold drink. This damn weather is too hot," Li Wangyu said while copying. Seeing that the beautiful boss opposite him did not speak, Li Wangyu curiously raised his head, but he was directly petrified. Had he transmigrated back to the modern era? The beautiful woman in front of him was wearing hot pants that revealed her snow-white, slender thighs. She was also wearing a tight-fitting t-shirt that showed off her impressive figure. She even revealed a small part of her snow-white waist, which made Li Wangyu's Adam's apple bob a few times. The beautiful boss was actually dressed in a cool outfit like the modern era. Li Wangyu, who was used to seeing Tangs in long skirts, felt his mouth go dry. Su Chongqing motioned for Li Wangyu to put away the mobile phone. He then turned to open the door of the study and pulled Aphrodite in. After seeing Aphrodite's outfit clearly, Li Wangyu could no longer hold it in. He felt his nose heat up and 2 lines of blood gushed out uncontrollably. Chapter 295. Dumbstruck, Li Wangyu stared blankly as Avro entered the study. The young girl's face was full of shyness. She slowly took off her clothes, revealing her body that was as alluring as a peach. His beautiful superior also did the same thing, exposing her snow-white skin in front of Li Wangyu. Just like that, the 2 naked women slowly walked in front of Li Wangyu. When Li Wangyu suddenly woke up, he was shocked to find that last night was actually a wet dream without a trace. Li Wangyu's heart raced and he blushed at the thought of the embarrassing things he did with his beautiful boss and Avro in his dream. Actually, he couldn't be blamed for this. It was mainly because he had received too much shock yesterday. What he thought about during the day, he dreamed about it at night. A fair and graceful woman is a gentleman's ideal mate. Yesterday, Li Wangyu had already felt his heart palpitate when he saw his beautiful boss showing off her long legs. If it was in the future, it would naturally not be a big deal for young ladies to reveal their arms and legs on the streets. But now that he had transmigrated to the Tang Dynasty, Li Wangyu was used to seeing the way the Tangs dressed. So when he suddenly saw his beautiful boss dressed in such a sexy way, he couldn't help but feel a little excited. Although the Tang Dynasty was more open, it wasn't as conservative and feudal as it was after the Confucianism of Qing and Zhou. In the Tang Dynasty, it was also very common for women to wear half-exposed corsets. However, no matter how light, thin, and translucent the women's clothes of the Tang Dynasty were, they still wouldn't directly expose their thighs like the shorts and miniskirts worn by women in the modern era. Therefore, Li Wangyu couldn't help but stare after seeing his beautiful boss wearing such cool clothes. The reason why he had a nosebleed at the sight of Afro was naturally because the weather had been too hot recently. Li Wangyu would never admit that he had a nosebleed just because he saw a beautiful blonde girl wearing a miniskirt and a tight t-shirt. That would be too embarrassing. The teenage version of Angelina Jolie had blonde hair tied into a ponytail that hung in front of her chest. As for the hand-sewn t-shirt, because of the girl's towering protrusions, it was super full. Li Wangyu suddenly remembered a sentence he had seen on the internet in his future life. It was a crime for a woman with a good figure to wear a t-shirt. At this moment, Li Wangyu deeply agreed. In fact, even the beautiful boss was jealous of the blonde girl's overly good development. How did this European race grow up? His beautiful boss's figure was already very hot among Asian women. Whether it was her long legs or her slender waist, they were all filled with fatal temptation. Her perky buttocks and voluptuous upper body were even more attractive to men. However, compared to Avro, she had to concede defeat in certain aspects. The beautiful boss looked down at her chest regretfully and muttered softly, "Papayas are not sold in the Tang Dynasty." What bad luck. Li Wangyu's nosebleed for no reason surprised Avro. However, her beautiful boss's eyes were full of disdain, and the words in her eyes were pervert, hooligan, lecher. Avro was a little flustered. She didn't know why a nosebleed was for men. Seeing 2 lines of blood flowing out of Li Wangyu's nose, she exclaimed in shock. "Lang Jun, what's wrong with you?" The girl hurriedly rushed forward, took out her handkerchief, and frantically wiped the blood off Li Wangyu's nose. The girl's delicate fragrance uncontrollably entered Li Wangyu's nostrils. What was worse was that the girl's impressive upper body was now pressed against Li Wangyu's arm. The soft, bouncy feeling made Li Wangyu's nose bleed even more. The beautiful boss snorted and went forward to pull Avro away, who was still unaware that she was being taken advantage of. She said coldly, "Raise your head." Li Wangyu obediently raised his head. Su Chongqing picked up a piece of rice paper from the table, tore off 2 strips, and stuffed them into Li Wangyu's nostrils. She then asked Avro to fetch a basin of cold water. After dipping her hand in the cold water, she gently patted the back of Li Wangyu's neck. Only then did Li Wangyu's nosebleed stop. Li Wangyu said in a low, muffled voice, "Hee, the weather has been too hot recently." "I'm heaty." The beautiful boss glared at him. Pervert. Li Wangyu wanted to cry out for his innocence, but he didn't know how to explain himself. In short, ever since the beautiful boss came up with the cool clothes, the backyard of the Li family's old residence had become a forbidden area in the residence. Apart from Li Wangyu, all the other men in the residence were not allowed to enter the backyard. Li Wangyu was both pained and happy about this. It wasn't just the beautiful boss and Avro who changed their clothes. Perrin and the 4 maidservants in the residence also shyly changed into cool clothes as long as they stayed in the backyard. Li Wangyu feasted his eyes every day. But it was just a look. After a wet dream, Li Wangyu secretly changed out of his underwear. Too embarrassed to let the maidservants wash it for him, he took care of it himself. Speaking of underwear, there were naturally no such things in the Tang Dynasty. Strictly speaking, the underwear that the people of the modern era were used to was invented by the Americans in the 1940s. The ancient people of China naturally didn't wear underwear. During the Shang and Zhou dynasties, men didn't wear underwear or pants and only wore skirts, which were called chang. Starting from the Han dynasty, people began to wear pants inside, but they were open-crotch pants, which were called straddles. After the Tang and Song dynasties, open-crotch pants and closed-crotch pants became the mainstream clothing for men. During the Ming and Qing dynasties, closed-crotch pants dominated the world. In addition, many poor people who needed to work had a type of underwear that was similar to underwear called calf-nose underwear. The calf-nose underwear was similar to the underwear worn by Japanese wrestlers in the modern era. It was first wrapped around the sides and then passed under the crotch. This type of pants had been popular for thousands of years. It was originally underwear, but people at the bottom of the hierarchy, such as servants, coachmen, farmers, and other laborers, would directly wear it outside for convenience. After Li Wangyu and Su Chongqing transmigrated to the Tang dynasty, they naturally couldn't get used to not wearing underwear. Not to mention, if Li Wangyu wore open-crotch pants, it would really be terrible. Thus, they self-made a few pairs of underwear and finally avoided the embarrassment of not wearing underwear. As Li Wangyu washed his underwear, he wondered when this bitter, single life would end. Now, the beautiful boss's attitude toward him had finally softened under his relentless, fawning, and flattery. At least, when he held the beautiful boss's soft and seemingly boneless hand, he wouldn't be shaken off anymore. The long, cold war, caused by him secretly bringing Aphrodite home had finally ended, but Li Wangyu still had to work hard to achieve the success of his revolution. Just as Li Wangyu was hiding in the backyard and admiring the scenery every day, Pai Lupi found another troublesome matter for him, which gave Li Wangyu a headache. Chapter 296. In the backyard of the Li residence, Li Wangyu had been harassing all the beauties, young and old. No one could understand why their Lang Jun would say all those sweet words to coax them, as if he was smeared with honey. "Perrin, don't let me see you again." "Ha! Lang Jun, what are you talking about?" "Why?" "Because I like you every time I see you." The little girl, Pei Lan, let out a soft cry. She covered her blushing face and ran away. "Avro, come and take a look at my eyes. I think something went in." "Ha! Lang Jun, there's nothing." "Nonsense, there's someone I like in my eyes." Avro was stunned for a while before she realized what Li Wangyu was talking about. The girl kissed Li Wangyu's face shyly and ran over to him like a little white rabbit. Her jiggling curves made Li Wangyu's eyes sink in. "Chongqing, shut up. I'll beat you to death if you dare to say such vulgar words to me." The beautiful boss waved her little fist threateningly at Li Wangyu. She really couldn't stand Li Wangyu anymore. Ever since he saw those vulgar words on her phone, this guy never got tired of it and used those disgusting words to flirt with girls in the backyard every day. The beautiful boss wanted to bite him to death. Faced with the threat of the beautiful boss, Li Wangyu could only rub his nose awkwardly and retreat in defeat. He then turned his head and continued to flirt with Avro. Li Wangyu felt that life would be wonderful if it could go on like this. However, someone was causing trouble for him when he wanted to steal half a day of leisure. Early in the morning, Li Wangyu was woken up by the palace eunuch. Pai Lupi wanted to see him in Taiji Palace. Although he missed the bed very much, Li Wangyu could only climb onto the horse obediently and head for Chang'an City since the big boss had invited him, no matter how unwilling he was in his heart. It was still the legislative hall. Pai Lupi was pacing back and forth unhappily. "Ziyu, I have a problem here. Come and give me some advice," Pai Lupi said bluntly as soon as he saw Li Wangyu enter the palace. These words made Li Wangyu's balls hurt. "Pai Lupi, you bastard. You already said it was a very troublesome matter, and you still asked me to come. What is the meaning of this? Could it be that the things that you find troublesome are not troublesome for my small body?" However, even though he was cursing in his heart, Li Wangyu still bowed sincerely. "Uncle, Please speak. This nephew will do his best. Recently, a court official has submitted a memorial, asking me to issue a decree to release the palace maids, saying that this year's spring drought is related to the fact that there are too many palace maids in the palace. It was the accumulation of yin energy that caused the drought and lack of rain. This was ridiculous. Zio, what do you think of this? Pai Lupi's words made Li Wangyu slightly stunned. There was actually someone who said that the spring drought of the second year of Jingguan had something to do with Pai Lupi's Taiji palace having too many palace maids. What kind of strange logic was this? However, Li Wangyu was not in a hurry to speak. This was because in history, Pai Lupi had indeed released 3,000 palace maids this year, allowing them to leave the palace for marriage. This should be considered a good thing, right? As a steely straight man, Li Wangyu had long disliked the fact that Pai Lupi's Taiji palace had so many beautiful young ladies. If Pai Lupi was willing to release the palace maids, then it was a good thing. In history, Pai Lupi had released the palace maids twice. The first time was in the 9th year of Wuda. Pai Lupi issued a decree to release 3,000 palace maids from the palace for marriage. The second time was this year, in the second year of Jingguan. Pai Lupi once again issued a decree to release the palace maids. According to the historical records, in the 9th month of the second year of Jingguan, Li Baiyao, the secretary of the secretariat, requested to leave the palace again. Emperor Taizong of the Tang Dynasty ordered the Minister of External Affairs left Prime Minister Dai Zhou and the Minister of External Affairs Du Jingluan to select palace maids at the west gate of Yeding. From beginning to end, they released more than 3,000 palace maids. Bai Ji once wrote in his poem, 3,000 resentful women leave the harem. It was referring to this matter. But that should have happened in the 9th month of the second year of Jingguan's reign. It was only the 4th month now. Why was this matter being brought up? And judging from Pai Lupi's tone, he didn't seem too happy about it. There were too many palace maids, and the yin energy was too concentrated. He seemed to remember that in the history books, Li Baiyao, the secretary of the secretariat, had used this excuse to impeach Pai Lupi. Although it might seem nonsensical to the people of the future, in an era where even the plague of locusts was attributed to the emperor's immorality, one couldn't ask for too much, right? In short, according to the history books, Pai Lupi did release 3,000 palace maids because of this person. But Pai Lupi's words just now clearly implied that he wasn't happy about it. Why was that? Li Wangyu wasn't a hothead. He planned to first sound out Pai Lupi's tone and see what this fellow was thinking before making a plan. Uncle, these words are simply absurd. How could a gathering of palace maids cause a drought and lack of rain? Who knows how many palace maids there were in the Sui dynasty? Why didn't there be a drought? There were no palace maids on the Turkic grasslands, so why would there be a drought? Li Wangyu retorted agitatedly with an indignant look on his face. His words struck a chord with Pai Lupi's heart, and he couldn't help but nod repeatedly. Well said. We also think the same. This group of courtiers can't see things as clearly as a young man like you. Li Wangyu changed the topic and continued, however, the palace maids are truly pitiful. Many of them entered the palace in the Sui dynasty, right? Since in the 9th year of Wuda, Uncle already issued a decree to release 3,000 palace maids, why not continue to push the boat along with the current? His words made Pai Lupi's expression become awkward. In the 9th year of Wuda, Pai Lupi had just passed through the coup of the Xuanwu Gate. He had killed his brother and imprisoned his father, and disgracefully sat on the throne. At that time, he issued a decree to release the palace maids. On one hand, it was to show his benevolence, and on the other hand, it was to disgust Li Yuan. The 3,000 palace maids that were released from the palace were basically the palace maids that had previously served Li Yuan. After Pai Lupi ascended the throne, he naturally didn't want to keep these women. Who knew if any of these palace maids had once been favored by his father? Although Pai Lupi didn't care about these things, he also didn't want to inherit his father's property. There was another reason why Pai Lupi issued a decree to release the palace maids. It was because he was poor. At that time, the Tang dynasty had just been established. After the chaos at the end of the Sui dynasty, the Tang dynasty's treasury wasn't abundant. Later generations' impression of the prosperous Tang dynasty was that it was incomparably wealthy. That was from the Kaiyuan age. To put it bluntly, at that time, the amount of copper coins in the Tang dynasty's treasury was probably less than the amount of money in any of the 5 great clans' treasury. Therefore, Pai Lupi naturally didn't want to raise so many palace maids for nothing. Moreover, they were the palace maids that had served Li Yuan. Therefore, after he ascended the throne, he very happily issued a decree to release those palace maids from the palace. However, now that Pai Lupi had ascended the throne for 4 years, the amount of copper coins and grain in the treasury had gradually increased. In addition, Empress Xiangsun had made 2 good deals with Li Wangyou's family. The daily income of the carriage company from the partnership surprised Pai Lupi, not to mention the wine workshop that had already started production. Moreover, this money didn't even need to go into the treasury. It all went into Pai Lupi's little treasury. As the saying goes, money is a man's courage. With money in his pocket, Pai Lupi didn't want to release the palace maids. Therefore, when the court officials once again submitted a memorial, he became hesitant about this matter. Pai Lupi, who wanted to have a good reputation but didn't want to release the palace maids, thought of Li Wangyou. He hoped that he could give him an idea that could satisfy both sides. Pai Lupi didn't treat Li Wangyou as an outsider. After hesitating for a moment, he still gave him an explanation. After understanding Pai Lupi's thoughts, Li Wangyou felt even more disdain in his heart. Pai Lupi, this fellow, was simply a green tea bitch in the future. Not only did he want to be a bitch, he also wanted to establish a monument to his chastity. Chapter 297. Speaking of which, these palace maids were really pitiful. Many of them had been in the palace for decades or even longer. They were old and could not leave the palace. No one cared about them and no one asked about them. In the end, many of them died in the palace. The palace maids entered the palace at a young age and could not find love in their lives. They did not have the right to have children and could only spend the rest of their lives alone. As the saying goes, once you enter the palace, it is as deep as the ocean. As they had no hope of leaving the palace, many palace maids had escaped in history. The most famous one was in the first month of the first year of the Tang dynasty. At that time, there was a lantern festival in Chang'an City. Emperor Zhongzong, Li Xian, allowed the palace maids to go out and watch the lanterns. In the end, it was recorded, spring, first month, night of Bingyin, Emperor Zhongzong and Empress Wei went out to watch the lanterns in the city. Thousands of palace maids went out, and many died. Many died. It did not mean that they died, but they disappeared. It was the same as the saying, mending the pen after the sheep is lost. Emperor Zhongzong, Li Xian, allowed thousands of palace maids to go out and watch the lanterns. In the end, most of them took the chance to escape. What an irony! Thousands of palace maids all escaped. One could see how terrifying the palace walls were to these poor women. In history, apart from Pai Lupi in the 9th year of Wuda and the 2nd year of Zhengguan, he did not release any more palace maids until he died. Pai Lupi's descendants also rarely released palace maids. When Emperor Xuanzong, Li Longji, ascended the throne, he followed his great-grandfather, Pai Lupi, and ordered the palace maids to leave the palace. However, in his later years, he became more and more ridiculous. He went around recruiting women into the palace. In the Daming Palace, there were at most 40,000 palace maids. When Li Wangyou read the history of the Tang dynasty, he sympathized with these poor palace maids. He was also jealous of the emperors who shamelessly took over so many beautiful ladies. From Li Wangyou's point of view, Pai Lupi's current thinking was similar to that of his descendants. Because he no longer lacked money, he was unwilling to release the palace maids again. Li Wangyu could only express his disdain for Pai Lupi's strong possessiveness. Li Wangyu suppressed the urge to give Pai Lupi the middle finger. He pondered for a long time before he decided to follow his heart. If so many palace maids could only die of old age in the palace, it would be an unforgivable crime. Li Wangyu would look down on himself if he went against his conscience to cater to Pai Lupi. However, Li Wangyu wasn't stupid. He wouldn't follow Wei Zhang's example and offend Li Er and give him a death remonstrance. Even if it was for the good of the company, he was still an idiot to make his relationship with his boss so tense. Well, Li Wangyu was just that simple. He looked at the relationship between the monarch and his subjects using the workplace rules of the modern world. Apart from the fact that the boss could only fire you, but the emperor could cut off your head, his view was actually not wrong. Li Wangyu rolled his eyes and thought of a way to deal with Pai Lupi. He casually agreed with Pai Lupi with a few words. He put on a sad expression, which made Pai Lupi feel very touched. Li Er's expression was as if his nephew knew him well, unlike those foreign officials who kept thinking about the palace maids in his palace. Li Wangyu snickered at Li Er's hateful expression. Together with Pai Lupi, Li Wangyu said goodbye to the officials and left the palace. After he found his beautiful boss, the two hid in the room and whispered for a long time. In fact, Li Wangyu's idea was very simple. To deal with the possessive Pai Lupi, a pillow talk was the best choice. Although Empress Xiangsun insisted that the harem should not interfere in politics, in fact, releasing the palace maids was a matter of the harem. As the master of the harem, Empress Xiangsun was justified in dealing with these palace maids. As long as Empress Xiangsun was persuaded, even if Pai Lupi was unwilling, he would have to release the palace maids. Li Wangyu was planning for this. As for the reason to persuade Empress Xiangsun, it was simple. Her Royal Highness was now pregnant with the son of the dragon. She prayed for the child in her belly and also for the health of the child. The harem should not be too heavy with yin energy. Releasing some palace maids could not only pray for the child but also reduce the concentration of yin energy in the harem. In Li Wangyu and Su Changqing's opinion, as a pregnant mother, she would definitely not refuse this proposal. As for whether there were more women, whether it was really because of the gathering of yin energy, Li Wangyu was too lazy to think about it. Anyway, if the ancient people were willing to believe this kind of nonsense, then he would use it. It was not easy for other noble women to see Empress Xiangsun, but for the beautiful boss, it was simple. Whether it was entering the palace to discuss shop matters with Empress Xiangsun or teaching yoga, Su Changqing often went to the palace. After going there many times, Su Changqing was now very familiar with the harem of the Taiji Palace. He could find the way with his eyes closed. The beautiful boss naturally couldn't stand Pai Lupi's action of occupying many young ladies. Without hesitation, she went to the palace to give Pai Lupi a hard time. After Su Changqing entered the palace, Li Wangyu was very comfortable with his legs crossed, drinking tea, humming a song, waiting for the beautiful boss to return. I was watching the mountain scenery on the tower, and I heard the chaos outside the city. The banners fluttered in the air, but it turned out to be the soldiers sent by Sima. He felt that he was like Zhuge Liang, casually playing Pai Lupi in the palm of his hand. When Empress Xiangsun showed her power and wanted to release the palace maids, Pai Lupi would definitely be very sullen. He wanted to see Pai Lupi's expression at that time, as if he had eaten a fly. Wahahaha, I'm really a genius, Li Wangyu thought. Just as he was feeling proud, he saw the beautiful boss, with a gloomy face, walking in from outside the door. Changqing, what's the matter? Why do you look unhappy? Did Empress Xiangsun not agree? Li Wangyu asked curiously. The beautiful boss shook her head, the Empress agreed. Then why do you look like this? It's because of you, you idiot. As soon as he asked, he saw the beautiful boss gritting her teeth and rushing in front of him, her small fists pounding on his chest. Who asked you to come up with bad ideas? Who asked you to come up with bad ideas? Idiot, we've been fooled. Li Wangyu was baffled by the beautiful boss's words, and hurriedly asked what happened. Su Changqing angrily explained, and Li Wangyu suddenly realized, and couldn't help but pat his head. What the f***ck? They were actually fooled. He and Su Changqing were still too young, and didn't expect that people's hearts were unfathomable, and that they would be fooled by the Japanese, digging a big hole to bury themselves. Old fox. Pai Lupi, this drama queen, was actually fooled by him. He actually believed that Pai Lupi's performance, and foolishly asked the beautiful boss to find Empress Zhongsun, wanting to make Pai Lupi suffer. In the end, these two men and women weren't good people, and changed their tricks to play him and the beautiful boss. What Pai Lupi was reluctant to let the palace maids out of the palace, it was all fake. Li Wangyu looked at the sky at a 45-degree angle, and 2 lines of tears full of regret fell. What happened to the trust between people? In the end, it was all a trick. I originally gave my heart to the moon, but the moon shines on the ditch. Chapter 298. It wasn't that Pai Lupi was unwilling to release the palace maids. He had long felt that keeping so many palace maids in the palace was too expensive. Moreover, many of the palace maids had entered the palace in the Sui Dynasty, and many of them were already 35 or 36 years old. Even if Pai Lupi was a pervert, he wouldn't take a fancy to these palace maids who were considered old and decrepit by the Tang people. However, if they were released from the palace with just a decree, it wouldn't be a good thing. In the 9th year of Wuda, Pai Lupi released 3,000 palace maids, but many of them lived destitute lives after leaving the palace. Although Pai Lupi's original intention was to have these palace maids marry other people, in reality, not many of the 3,000 palace maids married after leaving the palace. The reason was that these palace maids were too old. In the future, there were plenty of 36-year-old holy maidens. Even Sister Jilin, who was 45, could marry, let alone 30-somethings. However, in the Tang Dynasty, it was normal for people to marry in their teens. Many women in the Tang Dynasty became grandmothers at 35 or 36 years old. Letting a palace maid, who was considered a grandmotherly generation in the eyes of the people of that era, marry someone was truly too difficult. Even those who successfully married were mostly widowers. Moreover, these palace maids came from the palace and were used to glory and wealth. How many of them would be willing to marry into an ordinary family and become a farmer? Even if it was a merchant's family, they might not be willing. Moreover, even if someone was willing to marry them, it was only because of their status in the palace and they wanted to take them home as concubines. Thus, although the palace maids looked forward to leaving the palace, they were also afraid. Many palace maids, after leaving the palace, would end up as prostitutes in Peace Square because they lacked a source of income. This made Pai Lupi feel that he had lost a lot of face. Thus, after Li Baiyao asked the palace maids to leave the palace, Pai Lupi and Empress Zhongsun thought about it and felt that they needed to find a way for these palace maids to make a living after leaving the palace. The two of them thought of Li Wangyu at the same time. They felt that it was best to leave this matter to their nephew. After all, Li Wangyu's businesses were quite profitable. Moreover, he was a nephew of the royal family. Letting him handle this matter would not bring shame to the royal family. However, thinking about Li Wangyu's languid personality, if he directly gave the decree to him, this scoundrel would definitely think of a way to refuse. Therefore, Pai Lupi and Empress Zhongsun cooperated to put on a show, digging a huge hole for Li Wangyu and his beautiful superior. When Pai Lupi was in the Lijing Hall, Li Wangyu believed that he was reluctant to let the palace maids out of the palace. He foolishly urged his beautiful superior to go find Empress Zhongsun and give Pai Lupi a bad look. He thought that he had succeeded, but he did not know that with his skills as a white-collar worker in the future, he could copy poems and articles and make so-called inventions. If he wanted to play petty tricks with Pai Lupi, it was simply showing off his skills in front of Guan Yu. He was overestimating his abilities. In Lijiang Hall, the beautiful superior urged Empress Zhangsun to do good deeds and pray for the baby in her belly. She said that the yin energy in the palace was too heavy and was not good for the child's growth. She said for a long time. Empress Zhangsun only listened quietly, her face revealing a difficult expression. The beautiful superior did not notice the smile in Empress Zhangsun's eyes. She asked Her Highness what was troubling her. Chongqing, it's not that I don't want His Majesty to let the palace maids out. It's just... forget it. Let's not talk about it. Empress Zhangsun was obviously someone who could win an Oscar for Best Actress. This sigh made the beautiful superior's heart tighten. Your Highness, is there anything troubling you? Chongqing is willing to share Your Highness's worries. This, forget it. Empress Zhangsun wanted to say something but stopped. The beautiful superior was an elite in the workplace in the future. At this time, she was hot-blooded and only wanted to save the palace maids who were persecuted by Pai Lupi. Where was her former shrewdness? Under the repeated questioning of the beautiful superior, Empress Zhangsun told her and Pai Lupi's concerns. Then she looked expectantly at Su Chongqing, waiting for her reply. Only then did the beautiful superior realize that she and Li Wangyu had been deceived. At this time, she was forced to the fire by Empress Zhangsun. She could not be hot-blooded just now and then directly turn her head and say that she had no way, right? Therefore, the beautiful superior had no choice but to pinch her nose and accept it. She promised to find a way to help the palace maids out of the palace find a livelihood. She could imagine how troublesome this matter would be. Even if only 1/3 of the thousands of palace maids needed to be worried about, it would be troublesome enough. Moreover, this was not a matter that could be solved by giving everyone some copper coins. Empress Zhangsun's meaning was that it was better to teach people to fish than to give them fish. They needed to find a way for these palace maids to make a living. After listening to the beautiful superior's explanation, Li Wangyu had not yet recovered from the blow when the old housekeeper, Li Heng, hurriedly came to report that a palace eunuch had come to deliver an imperial edict. The women are secluded in the depths of the palace. It is truly acceptable. Aside from sweeping, it was also suitable for the husband and wife to use, and it was also suitable for them to use. Li Wangyu, the man of Huxian, is to select the women in the palace. Pai Lupi did not give Li Wangyu any chance to regret. As soon as the beautiful superior stepped into the mansion, Pai Lupi's imperial edict arrived and directly threw the task of selecting palace maids to Li Wangyu. The eunuch who came to deliver the imperial edict seemed to have also received Pai Lupi's instructions. After reading the imperial edict, he did not wait for Li Wangyu to react and left as if he had just picked up a hot potato. He did not give Li Wangyu any chance to speak at all. In this regard, Li Wangyu could only send 2 fingers in the direction of Chang and City to express his endless admiration. Chongqing, what do you think we should do about this? Li Wangyu tidied up his depressed mood and turned to look at the beautiful superior. I don't know. Think about it yourself. The beautiful superior snorted and did not have the slightest intention of sharing weal and woe with Li Wangyu. She pulled Afro and Perrin back to the backyard. Looking at the beautiful superior who did not care about this matter, Li Wangyu felt countless mythical beasts galloping through his heart. Why is this person like this now? How can we build a harmonious society where the 8 honors and 8 disgraces coexist if she avoids difficulties? Chongqing, you can't be like this. Li Wangyu wailed and turned to chase after the beautiful superior. I won't listen. Su Chongqing, who had always been graceful and generous, actually covered her ears and ran away like a little girl. If her colleagues in the company in the future were to see this little girl's behavior, who knew how many glasses would be smashed? Manager Su, who had always been cold and aloof, also had such a little girl side. In short, no matter how dejected Li Wangyu and Su Chongqing were, the glorious and arduous task of selecting 3,000 palace maids and settling them down properly was placed in front of them. In this regard, Li Wangyu only wanted to ask Pai Lupi, "Does your conscience not hurt?" There was something that he did not know if he should say. Chapter 299. Following Pai Lupi's decree, the news of the selection of palace maids caused a huge uproar in Yeding Palace. There were about 10,000 palace maids in Taiji Palace. There were also thousands of people over the age of 30. In Pai Lupi's decree, the criteria to be selected was that palace maids who had been in the palace for 10 years or more and were willing to leave the palace could sign up and register. Many of the older palace maids had complicated feelings about leaving the palace. They yearned for freedom and wanted to escape the tall palace walls, but they were also worried about their lives outside the palace. These palace maids had entered the palace in their teens and spent most of their youth within the palace walls. They both yearned for and feared the outside of the palace walls. Some palace maids hoped to be reunited with their families after leaving the palace and be happy with their parents. Some hoped to leave the palace and marry someone to raise their children. However, these palace maids had been in the palace for more than a decade, and many of them had lost contact with their parents. Many of their parents had even passed away. After the chaos at the end of the Sui dynasty, the population had plummeted, and many palace maids had lost contact with their families. In the 9th year of Wuda, Pai Lupi released the palace maids, and many of them had encountered the same situation. After leaving the palace, these palace maids had no family to rely on, and it was difficult for them to marry their ideal husband. Many of them lived in poverty. This was also the concern of Pai Lupi and Empress Zhongsun about releasing palace maids again. After all, the face of the imperial family was still important. Even if these palace maids had no one to rely on after leaving the palace, and even wandered to brothels and alleys, Pai Lupi's face would be ugly. However, even with such concerns, there was still an endless stream of palace maids signing up to leave the palace. In a few days, the list of palace maids who were willing to leave the palace was compiled. At this moment, Li Wangyu held the preliminary list of palace maids and felt a toothache. Of the 3,000 palace maids released, more than half of them had lost contact with their families. On the list, there were more than 1,600 palace maids that Li Wangyu needed to arrange for after leaving the palace. This was not a simple job. What made Li Wangyu's teeth hurt even more was the middle-aged man kneeling in front of him. This person was the assistant that Pai Lupi had arranged for him to assist him in the matter of the palace maids leaving the palace. This was the first time Li Wangyu had met this person, but no matter how he looked at this middle-aged man with a flattering smile, he was not happy. The main reason was because this person was extremely famous in history. However, his reputation was not good. Su Jingzong was the man who was kneeling respectfully in front of Li Wangyu in the new Tang Dynasty, Legend of the Treacherous Courtier. In fact, Li Wangyu also knew that Su Jingzong was not an evil person, nor had he done anything that humiliated the country. The reason why he was listed at the top of the list of traitorous officials was mainly because he had done too many scandals. For example, tampering with the history of the country, marrying his daughter to a barbarian because of his greed, sucking up to the powerful, working with Wu Zetian to ostracize the loyal, and so on. Using Su Jingzong as a fence-sitter was the most appropriate way to describe him. Li Wangyu naturally kept a respectful distance from this kind of person. However, he had never thought that Pai Lupi would order Su Jingzong, who was currently the vice minister of the imperial clan temple, to assist him. This made him feel extremely disgusted. Looking at the middle-aged man in front of him, Li Wangyu did not know how he should interact with him. What he didn't know was that Su Jingzong, whose face was full of smiles at this moment, was even more perturbed. Su Jingzong had previously targeted Li Wangyu several times, especially at the imperial clan temple. When faced with the Li clan leader of Hu County, who had come to complain, Su Jingzong had used a sinister move to deal with the young man in front of him. However, he had never thought that the Hu County Li clan would go for wool and come home shorn. Not only had he not been able to do anything to the young man, but he had also been reprimanded and grounded by Pai Lupi. He had not even been allowed to enter Chang'an City. Moreover, this young man, who had shone brilliantly at the Zhujiang Lake Poetry Festival, had been conferred the title of founding prince of the country in the short span of a month. Su Jingzong could not help but feel despair. Later on, Li Wangyu had fought with the 5 clans and 7 Wangs, and the crown prince and King Yu had taken Li Wangyu as their master. This series of events made Su Jingzong feel even more regret. How could this young man be someone he could provoke? Now that he was facing Li Wangyu again, Su Jingzong's jealousy had long since dissipated into thin air. After all, the current Su Jingzong was not the right minister of the Zhou dynasty. He was still the vice minister of the imperial clan temple. How could he have the right to oppose Li Wangyu? Right now, Su Jingzong could only hope that the old clan head of the Li clan in Hu County would be tight-lipped enough to not expose the fact that Su Jingzong had given him the idea to use the spring to deal with Li Wangyu. Prince of Panhu County, please feel free to instruct me on how to send the palace maids out of the palace. Next time, I will do my best to cooperate. When Li Wangyu heard Su Jingzong say the words, next time, he felt even more disdainful. The vice minister of the imperial clan temple was a secondary grade 4 official. In comparison, he, the prince of Panhu County, was only a secondary grade 5 official. In terms of official rank, Su Jingzong was even higher than him. What did next time mean? Although he was being humble, he was referring to a pawn, someone who could run errands for others. *CK, this fellow's skin was really thick. Li Wangyu cursed in his heart, but on the surface, he did not show any impatience or disdain. When he was running errands in the future, he had seen all kinds of strange clients. Li Wangyu had long been able to treat the client like his first love even if the client abused him thousands of times. Thus, even Su Jingzong did not see through Li Wangyu's true thoughts on his face. Vice Minister Su, you are too polite. Although the saint has ordered you to help me, Vice Minister Su, you have been an official for many years and have a lot of experience. This time, I will need Vice Minister Su's help to send the palace maids out of the palace. Of course, of course. Next time, I will do my best. I wonder if the Prince of Panhu County has a way to deal with these palace maids who have no relatives to rely on. Yes, I am also worried about this matter. The palace maids who left the palace this time were given 100 strings of copper coins by the saint. However, although this money is not little, it is also not much. It will be difficult to properly settle these palace maids down. Li Wangyu thought, Pai Lupi, this fellow, was also extremely stingy. To send these palace maids out of the palace, he only gave each of them 100 strings of copper coins. It was really pitifully little. This little amount of copper coins was only enough for these palace maids to buy a few acres of land. If they wanted to use this to solve their livelihood problems for the rest of their lives, they would be dreaming. Li Wangyu despised Pai Lupi's stinginess, but he did not know that Pai Lupi's heart was bleeding. 3,000 palace maids meant 300,000 strings of copper coins as a settlement fee. This was not a small sum. Su Jingzong blinked and said in a low voice, it is not easy for the saint, but this 100 strings of copper coins is indeed not enough. Next time, there is a way to raise some copper coins. I don't know if I should say it. When Li Wangyu heard that this fellow could get copper coins, he did not have time to despise Su Jingzong's character and hurriedly asked. Vice Minister Su, what method do you have? In Chang'an City, there are more than 10,000 shops of various sizes in the 2 cities. These shops are all merchants and wealthy merchants. Can we let these merchants share the saint's burden? Su Jingzong's words were hesitant and unclear, but Li Wangyu immediately understood what he meant. Damn, he wanted to set up a stall and beat up the rich merchants in Chang'an City. Chapter 300. Li Wangyu wanted to curse after hearing Su Jingzong's idea. What kind of rotten idea was this? If he went to the merchants in Chang'an, he would definitely be able to collect money, but Li Wangyu's reputation would be ruined. The merchants in Chang'an would probably nail Li Wangyu's name on straw figurines and beat them up. He was determined not to do such a wicked thing. He was not like Su Jingzong, who would marry his own daughter to a barbarian for money. However, although Su Jingzong's idea was wicked, it was not to make money for himself. He could not say much and could only wave his hand, indicating that this method was not feasible. Su Shaoqing, we will discuss how to settle the homeless palace maids. As for the 1,000 or so palace maids who are preparing to return home, I will need you to take care of them. Su Jingzong quickly stood up and said, Don't worry, Mr. Huxian. Leave this matter to me. I will take care of it. Releasing the palace maids was not a simple matter. In addition to the registration and distribution of settlement fees, they also needed to inform the local officials of the palace maids who were about to return home and have them register these palace maids and add them back into the household register. These palace maids could not be left alone once they left Taiji Palace. They also needed to arrange for people to escort these palace maids who were planning to return home. Each and every one of these matters was troublesome. Li Wangyu didn't want to do these tedious things, so he pushed all of them to Su Jingzong to handle. In any case, Pai Lupi had ordered Su Jingzong to take care of them, so Li Wangyu was more than happy to relax. Su Jingzong did not complain at all. He patted his chest and immediately agreed, taking over these troublesome matters without hesitation. Although Su Jingzong did not have a good reputation and his character was even worse, he was still a capable official. Otherwise, he would not have become one of the 18 scholars of King Qin. Pai Lupi had arranged for him to be Li Wangyu's assistant to deal with the palace maids leaving the palace because he valued his intelligence and ability. After sending Su Jingzong away, Li Wangyu's face immediately became distressed. He really couldn't think of a way to settle the more than 1,600 homeless palace maids. In Li Wangyu's opinion, the best solution was to marry these palace maids off. Speaking of which, none of the palace maids who left the palace were ugly. All of them were beautiful young ladies. To be able to be selected from the common people to enter the palace, even if they were just palace maids, their figures and looks were definitely the best. Regardless of whether it was the Sui Dynasty, Li Yuan, or Pai Lupi, none of them had the hobby of choosing ugly women to enter the palace as palace maids. Moreover, these women, even if they were just palace maids in charge of watering and cleaning, had undergone strict training from the royal family. Every frown, every smile, and every glance was poetic, graceful, and dignified. Many palace maids were also good at musical instruments and dancing. They were all first class and graceful. However, it was rare for such an outstanding woman to marry into a good family after leaving the palace. Many palace maids who left the palace were reduced to housewives of rich families. Housewives, or mistresses, had no legal status at all. They were even worse than concubines. Speaking of the origin of housewives, according to unofficial records, it was related to Pai Lupi. According to legend, Pai Lupi gave Guan Guogong Rengui 2 beautiful palace maids. As a result, Rengui's wife, out of jealousy, used scissors to twist the 2 beautiful women's hair until they were bald. When Pai Lupi found out, he was very angry. He gave Rengui's wife a cup of poisonous wine and said, "Drink it and you will die immediately. The 3 of them are suitable for Jizhua. If you are not jealous, you do not need to drink it. If you are jealous, drink it immediately." In the end, Rengui's wife, like Fang Xuanling's wife, would rather drink the poisonous wine than let the 2 beautiful women enter the house. Of course, the poisonous wine was fake. Pai Lupi had no choice but to let Rengui settle the 2 beauties down. Even Li Wangyu didn't know whether this unofficial history was true or not. However, in the Tang Dynasty, housewives were not a good thing. The laws of the Tang Dynasty strictly forbade housewives. According to the Tang Assembly, housewives were forbidden. If they violated this rule, they would be banished from the 5th rank and above. From this, it could be seen that in the Tang Dynasty, these palace maids didn't have many choices. The fundamental reason for this was that the palace maids were older than they were. In this regard, Li Wangyu was very resentful. Were these people of the Tang Dynasty all lolicons? There were so many mature and beautiful young ladies in their 30s, but they didn't like any of them. They all insisted on marrying those young girls in their teens. They were simply perverts. Bah, a bunch of lolicons. I despise them. In fact, Li Wangyu was like a crow laughing at a pig being black. He didn't think about it. The young girl version of Angelina Jolie, in his residence, was also 15 or 16 years old. If it wasn't for his beautiful superior watching over him, he would have already taken advantage of the young girl. Li Wangyu sat in the central room. While he was thinking hard, he inadvertently caught a glimpse of the two Niu brothers talking in the front yard. Suddenly, an idea flashed in his mind. He hurriedly called out, "Niu Yong, Niu Wu, come here. I have something to ask you." "What is it, Lang Jun?" the Niu brothers asked, puzzled. Li Wangyu chuckled. He looked the Niu brothers up and down for a long time. When the two of them felt a little scared, he asked, "Niu Yong, Niu Wu, the two of you are in your 30s this year, right?" Niu Wu was puzzled. "I'm 36, and my brother is 38. Hee, the two of you are single." "Oh, no, you haven't married yet, right?" Niu Yong and Niu Wu looked at each other, wondering what was wrong with their Lang Jun today. It wasn't like he didn't know that the two of them weren't married. Li Wangyu didn't wait for them to speak. He continued to ask, "Do the two of you want to get married?" These words made Niu Wu a little embarrassed. "My brothers are both disabled. How can there be a girl from a good family who is willing to marry us? Just tell me if you want to." "Yes," Niu Wu answered. Niu Yong didn't say anything, silently agreeing with his brother's answer. "Do you mind if the girl is a little older? But regardless of her figure or appearance, she is first class." Li Wangyu asked again. Niu Wu rubbed his hands. His only eye was shining. "What does that matter? Older people know how to care for men. What right do we have to dislike others? The problem is, will others like us? Which family is she from?" Seeing that Niu Wu had so many questions, Li Wangyu hurriedly waved his hand, not allowing him to continue talking. This tall and strong man was actually so gossipy when talking about marrying a wife. It seemed that he had neglected the Niu brothers before. Their hearts were cold but passionate. However, the reaction of the Niu brothers confirmed Li Wangyu's previous thoughts. These palace maids who left the palace, even if they were a little older, it wasn't that they couldn't get married. The key was to find the right person. For example, in Dingzhou village, there were many old bachelors like the Niu brothers. Originally, these old soldiers were so poor that no one was willing to marry them. But now, with the operation of the carriage business, the pockets of this group of bachelors were all bulging. To be able to marry a 30-year-old, educated, and beautiful young lady home, wouldn't this group of bachelors be overjoyed? Bah, they were lucky. Chapter 301. Li Wangyu reflected on himself and felt that he seemed to have made a mistake before. In fact, there were many palace maids who were sent out of the palace because of their old age and beauty. Not to mention the distant ones, millions of people gathered in Chang'an and the surrounding counties. Was it difficult to find more than 1,000 men who were willing to marry palace maids? Although the situation like the Niu brothers was not many, it was not rare. It was just that in the Tang Dynasty, where information was blocked, most people did not have the channels to get information. It was too inefficient to rely on those matchmakers to connect the two sides. No wonder so many palace maids were homeless after leaving the palace, wandering among the people, and living a wandering life. Li Wangyu thought of the bald host in the future and the dating show. Would he be able to organize an unprecedented matchmaking event in the Great Tang and solve the problem of more than 1,000 unmarried young ladies from there? He was thinking about it when the beautiful boss came to the central room with a plate of washed fruit. Chongqing, you came at the right time. I have something to discuss with you. Li Wangyu said as he reached out to grab the fruit in the plate, but the beautiful boss slapped his hand away. How old are you? Wash your hands. Hey, you are dirty. You will not get sick after eating it. The beautiful boss did not speak but just stared at him. Li Wangyu was embarrassed and ran to wash his hands with a smile. Chongqing, you are really like my mother. You care about everything. After washing his hands, Li Wangyu ran back, grabbed a handful of cherries from the plate and stuffed them into his mouth. He said vaguely while eating. Hearing his words, the beautiful boss was so angry that her cheeks puffed up, which was very cute. Li Wangyu, what do you mean? Do you think I am too old? Li Wangyu was speechless. Can you focus on something so strange? Is that what I mean? Fortunately, he wasn't stupid enough to reason with a beauty. He hurriedly defended himself. No, I meant that you are gentle, understanding, and can take care of people. At least you know how to talk. The beautiful boss raised her eyebrows, acknowledging Li Wangyu's explanation. Li Wangyu silently wiped the cold sweat off his forehead. Indeed, Confucius was right. Only women and villains are difficult to deal with. He didn't dare to dwell on this issue and told his beautiful boss about the idea he had just thought of. Chongqing, what do you think? I use my eyes to see. I'm just teasing you. I think this is a good idea, but the point is, how are you going to find 1,000 or 2,000 suitable blind dates? In this day and age, there are no newspaper advertisements or TV advertisements for you to advertise. The beautiful boss covered her mouth and chuckled. Li Wangyu glared at her. Don't think that you can do whatever you want just because you're pretty. Isn't that simple? Ask Pai Lupi to announce the imperial notice. Li Wangyu stretched out his hand and snapped his fingers. Su Chongqing rolled his eyes. Posting the imperial proclamation, to think that he could think of it. Wasn't he making a mountain out of a molehill? What's more, it would be strange if Pai Lupi was willing to announce the imperial notice to the world just to find a husband for the palace maids. Even if Su Chongqing didn't study history, he knew that this kind of thing was unreliable in ancient times. Li Wangyu didn't feel that there was anything wrong with it. Finding a husband for the palace maids was not his private matter. Whether or not he could smoothly find a husband for more than 1,000 palace maids was related to Pai Lupi's face as the emperor of the Tang Dynasty. It was related to whether or not the Tang Dynasty could build a harmonious, prosperous, strong, and prosperous society. Why wouldn't Pai Lupi announce the imperial notice? What, you don't believe me? How about we make a bet? Li Wangyu rolled his eyes and said when he saw his beautiful boss's expression of disbelief. Bet on what? Bet that I can make Pai Lupi announce the imperial notice and find a husband for the palace maids. Do you want to bet or not? His beautiful boss snorted. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Let's bet. What if you can't do it? Li Wangyu looked around, then leaned close to Su Chongqing's ear and said with a sneaky smile, if I lose, I'll be at your beck and call without any complaints. If I win, you'll give me. After he finished speaking, his beautiful boss's face couldn't help but turn red. She reached out and punched Li Wangyu's shoulder. Bah, ugly rogue, what are you thinking? What rogue? I'm making a very serious request, okay? Li Wangyu's face was full of smiles. I don't care. I said you're a rogue. Hee, there's no reason to lose a bet. Are you sure you're going to lose? If you can't afford to bet, then forget it, Li Wangyu said. His beautiful boss raised her swan-like slender neck. Who said I'm going to lose? Let's bet. If you can't do it within 3 days, then you lose. Do you dare to agree? Hee, come, let's make a pinky promise. Keep your word, pinky promise. You can't change your mind for 100 years. Whoever changes their mind is a dog. Li Wangyu took Su Changqing's little hand and hooked it with his little finger. He even shook it a few times like a child. This made his beautiful boss helpless. She could only make a pinky promise with him and seal it. This somewhat absurd bet was set. After making the bet with his beautiful boss, Li Wangyu was like he was injected with chicken blood. He immediately led Niu Wu to Chang and to meet the emperor. In Taiji Palace, Pai Lupi heard Li Wangyu's words. He was so angry that his beard couldn't help but tremble a few times. He resisted the urge to take off his boots and hit him. He scolded, Zio, don't mess around. How can you use the Palace Gate manuscript to write a marriage notice? If the Imperial censor finds out, he will definitely accuse you of being so impudent. The Palace Gate manuscript that Pai Lupi mentioned was the Imperial Bulletin that Li Wangyu had mentioned before. Actually, Li Wangyu and Su Changqing's Imperial Bulletin was incorrect. The Imperial Bulletin referred to the list of grand scholars that were announced after the Imperial examinations. Because it was usually written on yellow paper, it was also called the Yellow Bulletin. The Palace Gate manuscript was used to convey news of the Imperial Court. After the Imperial Court made a copy, it was posted at the Palace Gate for people to copy. Therefore, it was called the Palace Gate manuscript. This was also the earliest way of publishing news in Huaxia. The Palace Gate manuscript later evolved into the Imperial Court Bulletin. The relay station conveyed news of the Imperial Court in Chang and to all parts of the country. Pai Lupi didn't know whether to laugh or cry when Li Wangyu wanted to post a marriage notice on the Palace Gate manuscript. It was as unreliable as posting a marriage notice on the People's Daily in the future. Uncle, why not? Isn't it because you love the people like your own children that you want to find a good husband for the palace maids? Who can accuse me of this? I will spit on his face. Li Wangyu persistently tried to persuade him. Now, this matter wasn't just about finding a husband for the palace maids. This was a bet between him and his beautiful superior. It was related to his personal happiness, so he couldn't help but take it seriously. Pai Lupi only felt a headache. He began to regret handing this matter over to this brat. This bastard brat. He had asked him to properly arrange for the palace maids to leave the palace, but he actually had the idea of plundering the Palace Gate manuscript. It was really absurd. He was too lazy to argue with Li Wangyu. He still had a bunch of important matters to deal with. He didn't have the time to play around with him. Pai Lupi simply said perfunctorily, "Okay, you can discuss this matter with the minister. If he nods his head, I will agree." Li Wangyu still wanted to continue to argue with Pai Lupi, but he was chased out by the impatient Pai Lupi. Chapter 302. After Li Wangyu was chased out of the Lijing Hall by Li Er, he grumbled helplessly and went to the imperial city outside the Taiji Palace. Fang Xianling was the left servant of Minister Fang Xianling, who worked here. However, as Pai Lupi expected, after hearing Li Wangyu's words, Fang Xianling shook her head like a rattledrum. No matter how eloquent Li Wangyu was, he refused to nod his head in agreement. Prime Minister Fang, this is a good thing for the country and the people. Isn't it a good story to publicly select a son-in-law for the palace maids in the palace? Why don't you agree with me? For the sake of the friendship between my lord and you, can't you make an exception for such a small matter? Li Wangyu also worked hard. In order to persuade Fang Xianling, he even mentioned the deadly Zhou. But no matter what he said, Fang Xianling refused to agree. She was really annoyed by his pestering, so she simply said, "Zio, this is a matter of great importance. I can't make a decision. Why don't you go to Prime Minister Du? If he agrees, I have no objection." Li Wangyu rolled his eyes at Feng Xuanling's words. Why did the officials of the Tang dynasty learn to kick the ball? Was it because they were good at Kuju? Unexpectedly, they were all good at it. He didn't need to go to Du Ruhui to know that Prime Minister Du would certainly not agree. Maybe he would kick the ball to someone else. Li Wangyu raised his head and sighed. Why was it so difficult for him to do something? Wasn't it just a notice of selecting a son-in-law on the palace gate? Was it necessary? He didn't think about it. The palace gate represented the voice of the imperial court. Every time the notice was pasted on the palace gate, the imperial court officials of all provinces and counties in the country would immediately order people to copy it and send it to all provinces and counties of the Tang dynasty through the post stations. Neither Pai Lupi nor Feng Xianling thought that the matter of selecting a son-in-law for the palace maids was qualified to be written on the palace gate and let the whole Tang dynasty know. After being repeatedly rejected, Li Wangyu couldn't help but feel a little dejected. If he hadn't made that bet with his beautiful boss, he might have given up. He wouldn't have bothered to waste his energy. But when he thought about how he could win the bet, Li Wangyu couldn't help but feel a fire in his heart. His originally somewhat discouraged heart rose again. He didn't want to waste any more time looking for Du Ruhui, so he simply left the imperial city. He called for Niu Wu, who had been waiting for him outside the imperial city, and returned to Dingzhou village. "How is it? That won't do, right? Hee, you should just admit defeat. Don't waste your time. You won't succeed." Seeing Li Wangyu's gloomy face, how could the beautiful boss not know that this guy must have been rebuffed? She couldn't help but laugh proudly. "Humph. Just wait and see. I won't lose." Li Wangyu turned and walked to the study. "Don't call me to eat. I have something to do." After saying this, Li Wangyu locked himself in the study. He had been writing and drawing. No one knew what he was busy with. The beautiful boss was too lazy to care about him. She just thought that this guy was afraid of losing face and was too embarrassed to admit defeat. Li Wangyu had been busy in the study for half the night. The next day, he got up before dawn and called Niu Wu. The two of them hurried to Chang'an City. Today, Li Wangyu specially put on his court uniform and rushed to the Vermilion Bird Gate of the imperial city. He just happened to catch up with the officials of the Chang dynasty waiting for the court. When Yu Shinan and others saw Li Wangyu come, they couldn't help but ask curiously, "Zio, why did you come to the court today?" After Li Wangyu was conferred the title of county founding man, he naturally had the qualifications to participate in the court. However, this guy had always been lazy. In addition, he didn't have an official position in the court. Naturally, he didn't have to go to court every day. He only had to attend the court meeting and the court meeting on New Year's Day. Li Wangyu chuckled and didn't explain. He went to stand among the hundreds of officials. Only Feng Xianling seemed to have realized something. She frowned slightly and thought, "Is this guy here because of yesterday's incident?" However, at this time, the imperial physician had already begun to ask the officials to line up and be quiet. They were ready to go to court. Feng Xianling naturally couldn't say anything to Li Wangyu. She could only wait and see. In the main hall of Taiji Palace, the officials greeted Pai Lupi and took their seats. Pai Lupi, who was sitting high on the throne, suddenly saw that there seemed to be a strange creature mixed in with the officials. Only when he looked over did he notice that Li Wangyu had also come to attend the court session. He couldn't help but feel puzzled. He wanted to go out of the main hall and look at the sun. Did the sun rise from the west today? Was that why this tired guy came to court? This brat wouldn't want to cause any trouble, right? Pai Lupi and Feng Xianling were the same. They both looked at Li Wangyu, who was sitting in the main hall. They didn't understand what he wanted to do. However, at this time, the court meeting had already begun. Some officials stood up and began to report the state affairs. Pai Lupi didn't have time to think about Li Wangyu. During the Jingguan period of the Tang Dynasty, the court was still very pragmatic. The morning court meeting was dealing with various state affairs. In the main hall, from time to time, there would be officials arguing fiercely in front of Pai Lupi about how to deal with certain government affairs. Li Wangyu didn't say a word from beginning to end. He just listened quietly, as if he really came to attend the court meeting. When today's court meeting was finally almost finished, Pai Lupi stood up from the throne. When he was about to announce the end of the court meeting, Li Wangyu suddenly stood up and said loudly, "Your Majesty, I, Li Wangyu, have something to report." Pai Lupi and Fang Xuanling's hearts skipped a beat. They thought to themselves, this bastard, is he going to talk about the palace gate plagiarism again? Yesterday, they rejected this guy's proposal. He wants to mention it in front of all the officials. Isn't he afraid of being spat to death by those officials? Report. Pai Lupi couldn't stop Li Wangyu from speaking in front of all the officials. I am now responsible for selecting palace maids to leave the palace. There are more than 1,600 palace maids who are homeless and have no one to rely on. I request your Majesty's permission to plagiarize the palace gate plagiarism to find a son-in-law for the palace maids leaving the palace, as a sign of His Majesty's great kindness. After Li Wangyu said this, the main hall was silent for a few seconds. Then, like a stone thrown into a pond, it set off ripples. What is Hu Xian saying? Finding a son-in-law for the palace maids is plagiarism? What does he think the palace gate plagiarism is? His family's toilet paper. TSK, I always thought that Hu Xian was a prudent young man. I didn't expect him to be so frivolous. Ziyu is indeed young. Writing the palace gate plagiarism for the palace maids to find a son-in-law, interesting, very interesting. Some imperial censors from aristocratic families immediately jumped out. Your Majesty, I will impeach Hu Xian for his unscrupulous actions and his attempt to use public weapons. I will also impeach Hu Xian. Pai Lupi saw the chaotic scene in the main hall and couldn't help but feel a headache coming on. He glared at Li Wangyu with dissatisfaction. This mess, go and clean it up yourself. Hu Xian, do you have anything to say? Pai Lupi couldn't be bothered and didn't want to help Li Wangyu explain anything. This guy was the type of person who wouldn't stop until he was taught a lesson. He had already reminded him yesterday, but he was still so stubborn. In the face of the official's criticism, Li Wangyu didn't panic at all. Instead, he smiled. Chapter 303. Li Wangyu only smiled in the face of the various criticisms in the hall. He did not retort, allowing the officials to criticize him. Some of the officials in the hall were busy adding insult to injury. Most of them were officials from aristocratic families. They were already dissatisfied with Li Wangyu, but they never had the opportunity to express their dissatisfaction. Now that they had found Li Wangyu's weakness, how could they let him go? There were also some people who were not familiar with Li Wangyu, so they just watched the show. Yu Shinan, Kong Yingda, and Yan Liben, on the other hand, looked worried. They wanted to defend Li Wangyu, but they didn't know what to say. Even in their eyes, it was indeed inappropriate to announce the selection of a palace maid son-in-law on the palace gate. As for the generals, especially the old scoundrels like Qing Yaojin and Yuqi Jingda, they all laughed and laughed, treating this as a show. They were all shrewd people, so they naturally knew that Pai Lupi would not punish Li Wangyu for such a small matter. They were too lazy to speak with the aristocratic officials, so they let them perform. Among the officials, Su Jingzong's expression changed several times. In the end, he gritted his teeth and stood up. Your Majesty, this subject agrees with the report of the county magistrate. Su Jingzong's words caused everyone in the hall to be slightly taken aback. For Su Jingzong to stand up and support Li Wangyu, this was not in line with his personality. There were many people who despised Su Jingzong's conduct. In the past, Su Jingzong's rank among the 18 scholars was the lowest, and he was in charge of the imperial clan temple. The main reason was not that Su Jingzong had no talent, but that Pai Lupi was dissatisfied with his character and was unwilling to put him in an important position. After all, when Su Jingzong's father, Su Shanxin, was killed by Yuan Huaji, Su Jingzong, in order to survive, had danced around to express his joy. In the eyes of Pai Lupi and the others, this kind of behavior was truly unworthy of an important position. Thus, in history, Su Jingzong was only given the title of Gaoyang County Assistant Minister of the Yellow Door in the 17th year of Jingguan era because he participated in the writing of the true records of Wuxing and true records of Jingguan era. Did such a slippery person take the wrong medicine today? Unexpectedly, in the face of everyone's opposition, he stood out and echoed Li Wangyu's tune. Li Wangyu was also confused by Su Jingzong's words, but he still nodded to Su Jingzong to express his gratitude. The reason why Su Jingzong stood up to support Li Wangyu was because he wanted to take a gamble. Su Jingzong didn't care at all whether these palace maids who had been sent out of the palace could marry or not. However, since Pai Lupi had ordered him to assist Li Wangyu, he wanted to bet on how much Pai Lupi valued Li Wangyu. In any case, even if Li Wangyu's tune was refuted by Pai Lupi, or even if Li Wangyu was punished because of it, it didn't have much to do with him. However, if Pai Lupi really valued Li Wangyu, his actions of helping him in his hour of need would leave a good enough impression in Pai Lupi's heart. In Su Jingzong's view, Li Wangyu was now the crown prince's imperial tutor, and his future was limitless. He naturally had to hold on to such a promising thigh tightly. Su Jingzong also felt that Li Wangyu's tune was a bit ridiculous. Using the palace gate to find a husband for the palace maids was something that this young man could think of. But so what? He didn't believe that Pai Lupi would heavily punish Li Wangyu because of this. At most, he would just reprimand him. How could Li Wangyu guess that Su Jingzong had so many twists and turns in his heart? Even if he guessed, he wouldn't care. In the Great Hall, the voices opposing Li Wangyu's impeachment quieted down a bit. Pai Lupi lightly coughed and prepared to reprimand Li Wangyu a bit and then let this matter pass. Just as Su Jingzong had guessed, Pai Lupi naturally wouldn't punish Li Wangyu because of his tune. However, without waiting for Pai Lupi to speak, Li Wangyu suddenly spoke in a clear voice. "Your Majesty, I have recently composed a few poems. Would your Majesty be willing to hear them?" Compose poems. What kind of poem was he composing at this time? Pai Lupi and the officials didn't understand, but Pai Lupi still waved his hand. "Read them." "Yes, your Majesty." This poem is called Palace Ci. Li Wangyu paced a few steps and walked to the front of the imperial steps. He opened his mouth to recite, 3,000 miles from my homeland, 20 years in the palace. He Manzi, my tears fall in front of you. Li Wangyu was reciting a Tang Dynasty palace grievance poem. It meant that I was far away from my homeland and had been confined in the palace for 20 years. When I heard He Manzi, I couldn't help but cry. In the Tang and Song dynasties, palace grievance poems were at their peak. Bai Zhi, Li Bai, Du Fu, Lu Yu, these big shots, all wrote many palace grievance poems. These palace grievance poems used all kinds of euphemistic verses to express the palace maid's grief and melancholy in the palace. Li Wangyu planned to use these palace grievance poems to cry out injustice for the palace maids, hoping to arouse the sympathy of the court. As expected, after he finished reciting Palace Ci, no one spoke in the Great Hall. Pai Lupi's face was a bit ugly. F*ck, this brat, what do you mean by reciting a poem? Don't all palace maids serve me, Pai Lupi? Isn't the grievance in this poem all directed at me, Pai Lupi? Li Wangyu didn't look at his face and continued, Your Majesty, I have another palace. In the ancient palace, the palace flowers are lonely and red. White-haired palace maids sit idly and talk about Emperor Yang. The last line of this poem was originally about sitting idly and talking about Xuanzong, which was Pai Lupi himself. Fortunately, Li Wangyu didn't make a mistake and changed it to Emperor Yang, which was Emperor Yang of the Sui Dynasty, Yang Guang. This poem made Pai Lupi's face slightly better. Yes, it was about the palace maids of the former Sui Dynasty. However, after he carefully thought about it, he gnashed his teeth in hatred. Wasn't this palace made of the former Sui Dynasty also in Pai Lupi's palace? Li Wangyu, you little bastard, you're indirectly cursing the locust. Your Majesty, I have another palace CI. When the silent flowers are closed, the beauties stand side by side in Chongxian. Speaking of palace matters with passion and desire, the parrot doesn't dare to speak before. Fine, it was another palace maid's grievance poem. In the Great Hall, the officials didn't want to speak. What Li Wangyu meant, even a blind person could see, not to mention that none of the officials were fools. The poems were all good, and the mood was also quite poignant. However, was it really okay for you to recite these palace grievances poems in front of Pai Lupi? It was simply pointing at a monk and cursing a bald donkey. Pai Lupi's face alternated between green and red. If it wasn't for the fact that they were in the Great Hall, he would have already dragged Li Wangyu over and fiercely spanked his butt. Wasn't it because we didn't allow you to use the palace gates to search for a husband for a palace maid yesterday? Was there a need for you to write so many palace grievances poems? Pai Lupi was now somewhat regretful. If he had known earlier that this brat was so difficult to deal with, he would have just agreed yesterday. Why would he have been put on the spot by this brat now? Su Jingzong was also dumbstruck by Li Wangyu's palace grievances poems. This battle strength was simply too shocking. In order to help a palace maid find a husband, this county man was really going all out. So many amazing poems, and he was reciting them as if they didn't cost money. It was truly unbelievable. Looking at the speechless officials in the Great Hall, Su Jingzong couldn't help but laugh. Chapter 304. After Li Wangyu recited a few poems of palace grievances, no one in the hall dared to object to his previous performance. At this time, who could say anything? To say that the palace gate plagiarism was related to the dignity of the imperial court. To say that he couldn't write about a small matter like finding a son-in-law. The palace maids were already so pitiful. Now that they were finally released from the palace, what was wrong with using the palace gate plagiarism to find a son-in-law for them? To object to this kind of thing, did he have any sympathy? Even those who didn't agree in their hearts didn't say anything at this time. They weren't stupid. If they went along with Li Wangyu's recitation of the palace gate plagiarism, they would probably be scolded to death when this matter spread. Pai Lupi's face was ashen. He glared at Li Wangyu, thinking about how to deal with this bastard. Your Majesty, I have another poem here, White-Haired Man in Shangyang. People of Shangyang, the beauty is old and the hair is new. The green-clothed supervisor guards the palace gate. How many springs are there in Shangyang? Emperor Gaozu was selected at the end of the year. When he entered, he was 16, now he is 60. At the same time, he selected hundreds of people, scattered in old age and crippled. Remembering the sorrow of parting with relatives, I helped them into the carriage and did not let them cry. Li Wangyu had only recited a few lines of Baiji's White-Haired Man in Shangyang, when he heard Pai Lupi's cold voice on the imperial steps say, "That's enough. I approve the performance of the Huxian man. Court is dismissed." After Pai Lupi finished speaking, he didn't wait for the officials in the hall to say anything. He turned and left, not even sitting on the imperial palanquin. Hee, Pai Lupi, you finally couldn't take it anymore. I thought you were thick-skinned. Li Wangyu had locked himself in his study for so long yesterday, but he had come up with more than 10 poems. He had only thrown out 3 or 4 before Pai Lupi surrendered. Li Wangyu couldn't help but feel a bit regretful. He couldn't help but make a V sign in his sleeve. His hard work was not in vain. He finally won the bet with his beautiful boss. However, seeing Pai Lupi leave in a fit of anger, Li Wangyu decided not to come to Chang and City for the time being, lest Pai Lupi retaliate. However, Li Wangyu had clearly underestimated Pai Lupi's vengeful heart. Before he could follow the crowd out of the main hall, an eunuch from the palace rushed over. Hu Xiannan, His Majesty invites you in. I'm not feeling well in my stomach. I'm afraid it's not a good time to meet the emperor. How about we do it another day? Li Wangyu was a little dumbfounded. If Pai Lupi summoned him at this time, it was obvious that nothing good would come out of it. He didn't want to give Pai Lupi a chance to vent his anger, so he wanted to find an excuse to leave. However, the eunuch ignored his words and made a gesture of invitation. There's still soup simmering on the stove in my residence. No, I have to go back quickly. Li Wangyu said as he tried to blend into the crowd. However, he was blocked by the eunuch. The eunuch didn't say anything and just looked at him. Let's see what other excuses you can come up with. Li Wangyu was helpless. F*ck, he was so focused on showing off just now that he didn't expect Pai Lupi to be so shameless. He had just finished the morning court and had already sent people to block him. He really wasn't willing to take any losses. He cursed in his heart, but there was nothing he could do. He could only follow the eunuch slowly to the legislative hall. As soon as Li Wangyu entered the legislative hall, he saw a big foot coming towards him before he could even bow to Pai Lupi. Li Wangyu was shocked and turned around to run. But with his small body, how could he outrun Li Er, who was the emperor on horseback? He was kicked in the butt by a foot, and the pain made him howl out loud. Pai Lupi was still angry and kicked Li Wangyu's but a few more times, causing Li Wangyu to wail like a ghost and howl like a wolf. This Pai Lupi is not human. He was too ruthless. Li Wangyu wondered if his butt was swollen. Didn't he just recite a few poems? Was there a need to be so ruthless? After taking a few more kicks, Li Wangyu didn't run anymore. He just lay on the ground and pretended to be dead. In any case, he couldn't outrun the beast Pai Lupi. He surrendered and admitted defeat. You Pai Lupi, the emperor of a generation, how could you abuse a captive? Pai Lupi kicked Li Wangyu a few more times to vent his anger. Alright, why are you lying there pretending to be dead? Jin's kicks aren't enough to kill you. Pai Lupi angrily scolded. Li Wangyu crawled up from the ground with an embarrassed smile. He opened his mouth and began to flatter. Hee, uncle, you are truly wise and powerful. Your martial arts are matchless, your luck is as good as the heavens, your longevity is as good as the heavens, you will last for thousands of generations and unify Jianghu. What nonsense are you talking about? If you dare to cause trouble like this again, Jin will order people to tie you up and flog you. Pai Lupi didn't know whether to laugh or cry at his words. The resentment in his heart also dissipated. Yes, I won't do it again. Li Wangyu quickly replied. A wise man knows when to retreat. Pai Lupi glared at him and then turned around to sit in front of the table. Speak, how do you plan on finding a husband for the palace maids? This little nephew plans on asking uncle to borrow Crooked River Pond and hold a large-scale blind date event. Through the palace gates, we will invite the men who are willing to marry the palace maids to Crooked River Pond to meet all the palace maids directly. This blind date event will be called, If You Are the One, Do Not Disturb. Blind date. Pai Lupi frowned again. Since ancient times, the words of the matchmaker and the orders of the parents were important. Blind dates were also arranged by the matchmaker or the matchmaker, and the parents worried about them. Before the man and woman went through the wedding ceremony, it was very difficult for them to see each other. Li Wangyu wanted more than 1,000 palace maids to meet the men who wanted to marry the palace maids directly. This seemed to go against common sense. But on second thought, these palace maids didn't have any relatives in this world anyway. Since that was the case, she might as well let Li Wangyu do as he pleased. Otherwise, he might come back and write a few more palace resentment poems for her. Who could stand that? Thus, with Pai Lupi's silent consent, this matter was settled. On the same day, a new copy of the palace gates was posted outside the palace gates. All the court ambassadors in Chang and city sent people to copy it, but what they copied made everyone think that their eyes were playing tricks on them. After 10 days, in Crooked River Pond, more than 1,000 palace maids would be choosing their husbands. They even invited the men who wanted to marry the palace maids to personally go to Crooked River Pond and meet the palace maids to drink and talk about life. If you are not sincere, do not disturb. What the hell is this? After these court ambassadors finished reading the copy of the palace gates, they were all confused. Some of them couldn't believe the content copied by the servants and personally went to the palace gates to confirm it. In all the squares of Chang and city, there were also voices of discussion about this matter. Everyone, did you see the copy of the palace gates today? TSK, this is really unheard of. Brother, are you talking about the Crooked River Pond and the palace maids' husbands? Yes, that's right. Brother, you are still unmarried, right? Do you plan to go to Crooked River Pond? Hee, of course I will go. I heard that those palace maids are extraordinary and have the demeanor of a noble family. They are much better than the common girls. Naturally, I want to ask for a marriage. Brother, your wife has passed away for many years. Don't you plan to remarry? Hee, I have the same intention. Why don't we go together? Haha, that's right. Let's go together. Chapter 305. Not only was the imperial palace selecting a husband for a palace maid who had left the palace, but it was also the first time that a man and a woman were allowed to meet each other at Sujiang Pool. As time went by, this matter caused a lot of heated discussion in Chang'an and Guangzhong Road. Many old pedants and defenders muttered that it was immoral and should be avoided between men and women. However, the people were all applauding this matter. As Li Wangyu had predicted, there were many people in the Tang Dynasty who were interested in marrying palace maids. Even when the news was spread through the courier stations, people in the provinces and counties far away in Yinzhou immediately rode to Chang and to catch up with the unprecedented Sujiang Pool blind date. Pai Lupi, through the 100 Horsemen department, unexpectedly found that he had received unexpected praise from the people because of this matter. Whether it was in the streets or in the villages, they praised Pai Lupi for his benevolence and love for the people. Even the palace maids who had left the palace were not left to fend for themselves. He deserved the praise of a benevolent emperor. This surprised Pai Lupi. He was forced to agree to this matter because of Li Wangyu's nonsense. He did not expect that it would have such an effect. What surprised Pai Lupi even more was that his harem had also changed greatly because of this matter. The palace maids in the Tang Dynasty were mainly composed of two groups. One was selected from the people, and the other was the women of the criminal officials who were thrown into the Yeting Palace to work. Whether it was the palace maids selected from the people or the women of the criminal officials, they did not see any hope of leaving the palace. Thus, they appeared to be lethargic. Even if these palace maids could leave the palace, they might not have a good ending. But this time, Pai Lupi not only released the palace maids, but also selected a husband for them at the imperial palace. This kind of benevolence made the other palace maids see hope. Even if the chances of them being released were slim, it was always good to have hope. Thus, in the originally lethargic Yeting Palace, there was now the bell-like laughter of the palace maids. Even the atmosphere in the Taiji Palace seemed to have become more lively. As for Pai Lupi's concubines, they treated Pai Lupi more and more gently. In particular, Empress Zhangsun and concubine Yang were extremely gentle to Pai Lupi. Yang Fei and the others even shyly unlocked many novel positions for Pai Lupi, making Pai Lupi, the emperor of the Tang Dynasty, unable to stand it. For the past few days, Pai Lupi had been indulging in the warmth and tenderness of the harem. He almost didn't want to get out of bed and go to court. The reason why the concubines of the inner palace treated Pai Lupi like this was because of the palace gate scroll. How could these Pai Lupi's women not feel proud that their man was so protective of women, to the point that he didn't even hesitate to publicly select a son-in-law for them at the palace gate? Although there was no such thing as women's rights in this era, it didn't mean that these women didn't want their husbands to protect women's rights. Putting aside the huge impact that the palace gate scroll had on Chang and Guangzhong Road, Li Wangyu was full of pride as he returned to the Li family's old residence in Dingzhou village. Although he was still limping a little after climbing down from the horse but was still hurting from Pai Lupi's sneak kick, he couldn't suppress the smile on his face. Li Wangyu was full of anticipation at the thought of how his beautiful boss would react when she found out that he had lost the bet. Changqing, I won. You must accept your loss and don't go back on your word. Li Wangyu couldn't wait to declare his victory as soon as he stepped through the gate. Su Changqing obviously knew what this guy was thinking, but he pretended not to hear him and turned to chat with Aphrodite. Aphrodite, do you know Chang'an East City's Maji Silk Company? I saw that they had a new design yesterday. Why don't we go shopping tomorrow? Seeing that his beautiful boss was ignoring him, Li Wangyu panicked. Hey, did you hear me? I won. Why does it seem like there's a mosquito? It's so annoying when the weather gets hot. Even mosquitoes and flies are coming out. The beautiful boss waved her hand as if Li Wangyu's words were just the buzzing of mosquitoes. Li Wangyu was so angry that he almost choked. What was the meaning of this? Was she not going to accept her loss? She was even treating him like a mosquito and a fly. How abominable. Hey, shameless people should be careful that you don't have chicks. Oh, wrong, you don't have any in the first place. Be careful that shameless people don't have breasts. Li Wangyu put his face in front of his beautiful boss's eyes and glared at her fiercely. Su Changqing pushed the big face in front of him away in disdain. Stay away from me or I'll scream molestation. Go ahead and scream. It's useless even if you break your throat. Come on, you must accept your loss. Break my throat. Li Wangyu couldn't help but shudder at the rare cold humor of his beautiful boss. Well, isn't it just a loss? You wait. I'll definitely honor the bet tonight. Su Changqing suddenly glanced at Li Wangyu with her charming eyes. Li Wangyu almost didn't know what to believe when he saw those beautiful watery eyes. Are you sure? You're not lying to me, are you? Li Wangyu couldn't believe that such a good thing could really happen. The beautiful boss pushed him away with a smile. Really, I'm definitely not lying to you. Are you sure? I'm sure. It's daytime now. I'm embarrassed. Good boy, I'll go to your room when it's dark. Su Changqing, who was full of mature womanhood, also knew how to act coquettishly. Her coquettish words made Li Wangyu's bones almost melt. He only knew how to nod stupidly. Li Wangyu's restless heart was teased by the words of the beautiful boss. He couldn't control himself and grinned stupidly all day long. In the evening, after eating dinner early, Li Wangyu gave the beautiful boss a, you-know-it, look. Then, he ran back to his room full of expectation and waited. Every time he heard someone passing by outside the room, Li Wangyu's heart couldn't help but beat faster. At this time, he was restless in his room, as if a cat was scratching his heart. He made a bet with Su Changqing. The bet he proposed was that if Su Changqing lost, she would have to belly dance for him. Moreover, she would have to wear the leopard print underwear she wore when she first crossed over to the Tang Dynasty. The reason why he proposed this bet was that Li Wangyu had accidentally learned in the future that the beautiful boss actually learned belly dance. Belly dance originally originated in the Arabian region. Later, it spread to Europe and America and became popular all over the world. In the future, many women would practice belly dance to keep fit, lose weight, and reduce pressure. Along with the fast rhythm of the music, they would sway their buttocks and abdomens. The dance was beautiful, the fancy movements of the crotch and the sexy and charming posture made belly dance full of temptation. This made Li Wangyu fantasize from time to time. What would a goddess like the beautiful boss look like when she belly dances? Therefore, when the beautiful boss wanted to make a bet with him, he immediately thought of this matter and proposed this bet. Just as Li Wangyu was looking forward to it, his room door was finally pushed open with a creak. A graceful figure flashed into his room. Chapter 306. For the next few days, Li Wangyu looked at his beautiful boss with a kind of resentment in his eyes. There was no other reason, he was being teased by his beautiful boss again. He racked his brains to win the bet with his beautiful boss, and even paid a painful price for it. He was kicked in the butt by Pai Lupi. As a result, that night, Li Wangyu looked forward to it, and his beautiful boss didn't break the promise, and really went to his room. Su Chongqing was barefoot, wearing a low-waisted long skirt, revealing her sexy waist, and a thin veil covering her upper body, faintly revealing her leopard print underwear. Just looking at her appearance, Li Wangyu began to feel his nostrils itch. Ever since Su Chongqing's phone was charged, he heard music coming from his beautiful boss's closed door many times, and saw dancing figures reflected on the window paper. He knew that his beautiful boss must have practiced dancing when she was alone. Regarding this, he envied for a long time, wanting to see his goddess dance, but unfortunately, he never had the chance. Today, by making a bet with his beautiful boss, he could finally get what he wanted. Li Wangyu's inwardly passionate heart was about to burst out. He saw his beautiful boss give him a coquettish look, take out her phone, and click on the play button. Accompanied by the Arabian-style music, the beautiful boss began to twist her waist, but before Li Wangyu could open his eyes wide, he saw his beautiful boss suddenly stop, turn off the music, and open the door, ready to leave. Hey, Chongqing, what do you mean by this? Li Wangyu said anxiously. The beautiful boss had a proud expression, and raised her eyebrows at Li Wangyu. Hee, I finished the bet, I didn't cheat. What do you mean finished? You just started. That's right. Think about what our bet is. Li Wangyu replied woodenly, wearing leopard print underwear, belly dancing for me. Hee, little idiot, we didn't say how long we were going to dance, right? I danced just now, you saw it, right? So, now the bet is finished, bye-bye, go to sleep, have a good dream, and don't think too much. Su Chongqing gently shook her finger, and seductively bit her lower lip, and ran back to her room with a chuckle. What? That's okay. Li Wangyu was almost made to cry by his beautiful boss's words. Sure enough, women are all liars. That night, Li Wangyu lay in bed, tossing and turning, and didn't sleep. The next day, with a pair of dark circles, he bitterly stared at Su Chongqing. Su Chongqing didn't pay any attention to this guy whose brain was filled with sperm. He just pretended not to see that pair of eyes filled with liar, liar, liar. After being teased by his beautiful boss, Li Wangyu had no choice but to devote himself to the preparations for the blind date convention. Time passed in the blink of an eye. 10 days later, Li Wangyu and Su Jingzong carefully prepared the Do Not Disturb the Tang Dynasty's Chu Jiangqi blind date. After working with Su Jingzong for a few days, Li Wangyu had to admit that the guy who ranked first in the new Tang Dynasty, Legend of the Treacherous Official, was indeed a capable person. Su Jingzong did all the work for the blind date alone. It was no wonder that he could force Zhang Sun Wuji, Chu Suiliang, and the others to be exiled to Lingnan and die in a foreign land. Early in the morning, Li Wangyu rode into Chang'an City and went straight to Taiji Palace. Yesterday, Li Er had sent an internal eunuch to pass on a message. He was also going out in plain clothes to go with Li Wangyu to watch the matchmaking convention. He wanted Li Wangyu to meet up with him at Taiji Palace today. Zio, I'm dressed well, right? I'm going to have a blind date with those palace maids today. You're not allowed to reveal my identity, do you hear me? In the Hall of Political Affairs, Li Wangyu looked at Pai Lupi, who was dressed like a scholar, and felt a toothache. Is this guy really going to have a blind date with the palace maids? Although these palace maids were all from Taiji Palace, there were only a few who had seen Pai Lupi. It would be a comedy if one of the palace maids was blind and took a fancy to Pai Lupi. However, since Pai Lupi had such a bad taste, Li Wangyu was too lazy to say anything. He just nodded silently. The two of them were escorted by the palace guards, who had also changed into casual clothes, and went straight to Chujiangqi. Walking on the road, Li Wangyu felt that the Tang craftsmen were really amazing. This kind of road actually existed in the Tang Dynasty 1,300 years ago. No one in the future would believe it. The so-called road was the elevated road in the future. Because it was high in the air like a pavilion, it was also called the Pavilion Road. In fact, the Pavilion Road had already appeared in the spring and autumn period. In Qin Shi Huang's Afang Palace, there was a pavilion road that was 500 steps long. The imperial palace of the Han Dynasty also had a pavilion road. In a later Han Dynasty book, there was a description of the killing of General He Jin. Because the Empress Dowager, the Emperor, and Prince Qianlu robbed the officials of the province, they went from the Pavilion Road to the North Palace. In the Tang Dynasty's Chang'an city, there was a pavilion road from Taiji Palace in the north of the city to Chujiangqi in the southernmost part of Chang'an city. This pavilion road was not for ordinary people to use. Only the officials could use it. If Pai Lupi, Empress Xiangsun, and the others wanted to leave the palace and go to Chujiangqi, they would use this pavilion road. They did not need to travel with ceremonial guards to disturb the people. It was also relatively safe and did not need to worry about the threat of assassins. The pavilion road in Chang'an city was completely enclosed. Walking on it was like walking in a pavilion. There were small windows on both sides of the pavilion road for ventilation and light. At the same time, people could enjoy the scenery outside. However, the pedestrians below could not see the situation on the pavilion road. It was Li Wangyu's first time walking on this pavilion road. He felt that it was very novel. At the same time, he was amazed by the skills of the ancient craftsmen. The high wooden plank corridor not only allowed horses to ride, but also allowed carriages to pass. It was really amazing. They walked along the pavilion road and soon arrived at Chujiangqi. The pavilion road was built in a royal courtyard in Chujiangqi. It was guarded by the palace guards. Li Wangyu led Pai Lupi and the others down from the horses and walked to the place where the blind date was held. When they arrived at the entrance of the blind date, they saw a group of people in front of the entrance. They did not know why, but they were noisy. Someone in the crowd shouted, "We are here to go on a blind date with the palace maids. Why do you charge us?" "That's right. Why do you have to charge us a copper coin to enter? Outrageous. This is ridiculous. Why do you have to charge us for the blind date? Who set this rule? Do you only allow rich people to enter? Are you going on a blind date or selling women? Have you gone crazy for money? We are poor scholars. We also admire these palace maids. Why don't you let us in?" Pai Lupi was also stunned by these people's noisy words. He turned his head to look at Li Wangyu. "Zio, you actually charge money for this blind date?" Li Wangyu nodded matter-of-factly. "Uncle, of course. I came up with this idea." Chapter 307. Pai Lupi looked at Li Wangyu thoughtfully, waiting for his explanation. Li Wangyu shrugged and replied, "I don't think these palace maids want to marry a stingy person, right? It's better not to know someone who doesn't even want to pay a copper coin. He paused and continued, since Uncle asked me to properly settle these palace maids, I hope they can have a good home. How can someone who can't even pay a copper coin let them live a good life after leaving the palace? Pai Lupi pondered for a moment and asked, but you can't deny that some poor scholars may not have any family property now, but they may be able to pass the imperial examination in spring. In the future, they may be carps that can jump over the dragon gate. Zio, why don't you give them a way out? Let these scholars enter. Li Wangyu disdainfully curled his lips. What can these poor scholars do other than study? They can't lift their shoulders and can't lift their hands. If we let the palace maids marry them, are we going to serve them? Besides, if they are really capable, even if they help people copy articles, they should be able to pay a copper coin, right? What he said was actually the truth. The literacy rate in the Tang Dynasty was low, so it was not difficult for these scholars to find a way to make money. Even if they helped people copy books, they could earn a lot of copper coins. If they were so poor that they couldn't even pay a copper coin to marry a wife, other than laziness, Li Wangyu couldn't think of any other explanation. For this kind of people, it was better to stay as far away as possible. I set the entrance fee of a copper coin to keep those good-for-nothings outside the door, so that these people can't deceive the palace maids with their flowery words. After listening to Li Wangyu's explanation, Pai Lupi thought for a moment, nodded slightly and didn't say anything more. In fact, there was another reason why Li Wangyu collected the entrance fee. It was because there were too many people who signed up. In the past few days, the number of people who went to Wanyan County and Chang'an County to register and participate in the Chu Jiangqi Blind Date Convention was beyond Li Wangyu's expectations. He had thought that he would be able to attract a lot of men, but he did not expect that there would be so many. There were already more than 5,000 people registered in the county government, but there were only about 1,600 palace maids who needed to leave the palace. Among these palace maids, there were some who did not want to marry or were older. There were only about 1,000 of them who were willing to be betrothed. After Li Wangyu and Su Jingzong learned of the number of people who signed up, they couldn't believe it. It was beyond their expectations that 5 men would fight over a palace maid. Thus, the two of them came up with an admission system. They would have to pay a fixed amount of copper coins as an admission fee. Through this, they would be able to filter out those who were purely there to join in the fun. The group of people bypassed the noisy crowd gathered at the entrance and went straight inside. In order to ensure the safety of the blind date, Li Wangyu and Su Jingzong had borrowed many bailiffs from Chang'an County and Wanyan County to maintain order. Especially when they learned that Pai Lupi was also participating, the great generals of the Jin Wu Guards had almost sent an army to surround the entire Tsujiang Pond. Therefore, Li Wangyu was not worried at all that these people who were not even willing to pay a fixed amount of copper coins could cause any trouble. On the spacious lawn beside Tsujiang Pond, it was already quite lively. The men who wanted to marry palace maids had already been waiting there for a long time. However, there were many decorations at the scene that no one had seen before. For a moment, they did not know what to do. They just gathered around the lawn and whispered to each other. Pai Lupi looked at Li Wangyu's decorations and could not help but be curious. Zio, there are many tables over there. There are all kinds of food and wine on them. What is the meaning of this? What are the tall round tables on the lawn for? They are so tall. How can people use them? Li Wangyu chuckled and said, Uncle, this is called a buffet party. You can take the food and wine on the tables. As for those tall round tables, they are not for sitting. Instead, they are for people to stand and chat. The matchmaking venue that this fellow ordered people to decorate had the appearance of a cocktail party in the modern world. The long tables were filled with wine and all kinds of food. The only thing missing was a champagne tower. As for the tall round tables scattered on the lawn, they were naturally for people to rest and chat. The round tables were only for people to place their plates and wine glasses. Pai Lupi found this new and interesting. He took the lead and walked toward the long table where the food was placed. There was no need for Li Wangyu to introduce him. He quickly took a set of tableware from the clean bowls and plates that were placed at the side and started to eat. The leader of the Imperial Guards at the side wanted to dissuade Pai Lupi. How could he allow Pai Lupi to casually eat food that was not in the palace? However, Pai Lupi did not care so much. He glared at the leader of the Imperial Guards and forced him to retreat to the side. He did not dare to say anything else. Li Wangyu also took some food and walked with Pai Lupi to a tall round table. They placed the food on top of it and chatted as they ate. The crowd that had been watching immediately understood after seeing Pai Lupi and Li Wangyu's demonstration. Some of the bolder ones immediately followed suit and tried to get food and drinks. Soon, the men who came to ask for her hand in marriage followed suit. The empty lawn quickly became lively. Pai Lupi drank a mouthful of wine and patted Li Wangyu's shoulder. He said with a smile, "Zio, it seems that the copper coins that you received were all used here, right? Uncle is wise." Hee, actually, the copper coins were all used on themselves. I did not embezzle a single copper coin. Pai Lupi thought about the crowd that was making a ruckus outside the door and then looked at the self-service wine party. He felt that his nephew was indeed brilliant. Moreover, he quickly saw the benefits of the self-service wine party. First of all, the guests could freely choose the food that they liked. It was very casual. Secondly, there were nearly 1,000 tall round tables scattered all over the lawn, allowing the guests to chat on their own. The atmosphere was very lively and unrestrained. Compared to the banquet he held in the palace, where each person had a table and everyone ate the same food, it seemed that Li Wangyu's style was more relaxed and pleasant. Li Wangyu was also very satisfied with the self-service wine party that he created. Although he had only seen it on TV in his previous life and had never participated in a real cocktail party, his beautiful boss was very knowledgeable. Whether it was when he was studying in the United States or when he was working in the company, his beautiful boss had often participated in such cocktail parties. Naturally, she was very familiar with the process. Based on the principle that his beautiful boss's was his, Li Wangyu was very shameless. He took the cocktail party process that his beautiful boss had written down for him and gave it to Su Jingzong to manage. Looking at the endless stream of food and wine that was constantly delivered, Li Wangyu sighed again. This guy who was ranked first on the list of treacherous officials really had some skills. Preparing a self-service wine party for a few thousand people, and there was no precedent to follow, but Su Jingzong made it look like it was a real thing. It was very rare. Just as he was sighing, someone suddenly patted his shoulder heavily. "Wahahaha, Zio, your brothers are here." Damn, why did this group of foppish people come? Li Wangyu's face darkened. Chapter 308. Li Wangyu couldn't understand why these debauches would want to join in on the fun when he was clearly organizing a matchmaking event. He knew that these debauches weren't good people. Although these debauches had yet to marry, they had many concubines at home. Even so, these debauches' favorite places to hang out were still Peace Square and the Hu restaurants in Shi City. Li Wangyu could only express incomparable disdain and deep envy towards this group of drunkards who lived in a drunken stupor. Ching Chumo and the others were just about to speak when they turned their heads and noticed Pai Lupi. They were so scared that they quickly stood properly and bowed to Pai Lupi. "Greetings, Your Majesty." "Forget it. Today is a matchmaking event and I'm also traveling incognito. You brats don't need to put on an act. Just call me Li Gong." Pai Lupi was in a good mood today and waved his hand without a care. Li Wangyu rolled his eyes. "What are you guys doing here today? Don't tell me that you're also here for a matchmaking event." "Hee, Zio, you're wrong. As the saying goes, a fair and graceful woman is a gentleman's good mate. My brothers haven't married yet, so why can't we come for a matchmaking event?" Fong Yai laughed mischievously. Li Wangyu was speechless. What kind of status did these debauches have? In the future, if they weren't going to marry a princess, they would marry a daughter of a noble family. How could they be interested in a palace maid? Moreover, these palace maids were much older than these debauches. Even if they were to take in concubines, they probably wouldn't be willing. Clearly, these damned debauches were treating the matchmaking event that he had painstakingly organized as a fun event. They were purely here for fun. However, after thinking about it carefully, Li Wangyu suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. This group of debauches, because many of them married Li Er's daughter, in the end, their fates were really not good. Not to mention Fong Juanfang's widow, Li Wangyu looked at this cuckold of the Tang Dynasty with pity when he thought about how this guy's future wife was Princess Gao Yang. Not only had he been cuckolded, but Princess Gao Yang had also plotted a rebellion. In the end, both of them had been sentenced to death. Chai Lingwu married Princess Bailing, who was also a foolish woman. She plotted a rebellion with Gao Yang and was killed. Du He had married Princess Qingyang. In the end, because she had been implicated in Li Qingqian's rebellion, she had been killed. His brother, Du Go, was also implicated and was exiled to Lingnan. Wei Shuyu almost married the princess of the new city, but the engagement was later cancelled. Qing Chuliang married Princess Qinghe in the future. Speaking of which, Pai Lupi was really good at giving birth. He had a lot of women in his harem and had a lot of children. Pai Lupi also liked to marry princesses to the sons and grandsons of nobles in order to win people's hearts. However, in Li Wangyu's opinion, it was better not to marry Pai Lupi's daughters. None of them were easy to deal with. While he was lost in thought, wondering if he should warn the other rich kids in the future. Just as his thoughts were running wild, he was patted heavily on the shoulder again. Zio, why are you in a daze? Fong Yai shouted, why haven't the palace maids come out yet? His tone was very similar to the way people urged the old madam in the brothel of Peace Lane. Li Wangyu was so angry that he gave him the middle finger. It's useless for you to call me brother. Hurry up and tell me, when are the palace maids coming out? Fong Yai still remembered the words Li Wangyu used to trick them. Giving the middle finger meant calling him brother. He had no idea that he was being scolded by Li Wangyu again. Li Wangyu was speechless. It's not like you're going on a blind date. Why are you in such a hurry? It's not time yet. Oh right, how did you guys get in? Did you pay? Pay? Pay what? We entered Crooked River Pond. Who dares to ask us for money? Ching Chumo replied casually. Li Wangyu was exasperated. He knew that these bastards would definitely come in without paying. They would eat and drink for free, and they would even look at the girls. Oh, no, the maids for free. How could they be so heartless? Pai Lupi was too lazy to pay attention to the quarrel between the younger generation. He noticed that there were a few new dishes on the table and couldn't help but ask curiously. Zio, you're really extravagant. There's actually ice cubes under the fish slices. Which ice cellar did you get this from? This must have cost a lot, right? I see that you only charge 1 copper coin. I'm afraid it's not enough to cover the cost. The fish slices that Pai Lupi was talking about were sashimi, or sashimi, which was often called sashimi in the future. In the future, when eating sashimi, the bottom of the plate was usually covered with ice cubes. This was to maintain the freshness of the ingredients and to maximize the taste of the sashimi. Although the Tangs loved to eat fish slices, in an era without refrigerators, it was very extravagant to put ice cubes under the plate. Pai Lupi naturally didn't know that Li Wangyu could use saltpeter to make ice. He thought that he had bought the ice cubes from a rich family's ice cellar. That was why he asked. Li Wangyu chuckled. Hee, uncle, these ice cubes weren't bought. I made them. Made them? It's already summer. How can you make ice cubes? Pai Lupi asked doubtfully. Hee, it's a secret. Li Wangyu didn't want to reveal his business secret. He still wanted to make a fortune from this summer's ice-making technique. Although the Li family didn't lack money now, no matter how small a mosquito's leg was, it was still meat, right? He couldn't let Pai Lupi know the secret of his ice-making technique for no reason. Pai Lupi glared at him in annoyance and didn't bother to continue asking. In his eyes, this was just a small trick. He reached out with his chopsticks and picked up a piece of iced fish slices. He dipped it in the sauce and put it into his mouth. The iced fish slices were even more delicious in his mouth. Pai Lupi couldn't help but exclaim, "Good. It's very popular. The ice melts in your mouth. It's sweet. Zio, you've really used your little cleverness on these unorthodox methods." Li Wangyu was speechless. Couldn't he speak properly? If the food was delicious, then say it was delicious. Why did he have to say that it was unorthodox? It really made him want to flip the table. However, Li Wangyu decided to swallow his anger for the sake of the fierce palace guards by Pai Lupi's side. He asked the waiter to bring everyone fruit juice and other drinks. He added a lot of ice cubes inside. This kind of ice-cold and refreshing cold drink made the group of people yell and cry out in satisfaction. Humph, a bunch of country bumpkins. Emperor. Look down on him. Li Wangyu felt a great sense of psychological satisfaction. He looked down on Pai Lupi and the group of debauches. Everyone ate and drank. Just as they were chatting happily, a bell rang not far away, followed by the sound of stringed and woodwind music. The time for the blind date conference had arrived. Under the burning gazes of the thousands of men present, 1,000 or so palace maids with graceful figures leisurely walked over. They smiled sweetly and had beautiful eyes. Thousands of beautiful women gathered in one place. All the men present, except for Li Er who was used to it, were shocked. Even the debauches who were used to seeing the spring scenery in Peace Square stared blankly at the palace maids in front of them. Wei Shiyu couldn't help but recite the lecture ode to lust, eyebrows like emerald feathers, skin like snow, waist like a bundle of silk, teeth like a clam, a sweet smile, bewitching Kaiyang City. Chapter 309. Because there were too many people participating in the blind date, Li Wangyu had already announced the rules of the day before everyone entered the venue. All the men participating in the blind date were not allowed to disturb the palace maids. They could only wait for the palace maids to take the initiative to communicate with them. Those who did not abide by the rules could only be expelled. With the deterrence of the golden guards in shining armor and the great sincerity of the men who were willing to pay a copper coin to enter, no one wanted to leave a bad impression on the palace maids at this time, so the scene was very orderly. More than 5,000 men who came for the blind date gathered in groups of 3 to 5 around the tall round table. They stared at the palace maids with burning eyes full of expectation, hoping to gain the favor of the beautiful woman. Since they could not take the initiative to strike up a conversation, they had to find a way to attract the attention of the palace maids. Therefore, among the people present, some loudly recited their poems, some pretentiously took out the guqin they brought, sat cross-legged on the lawn, and began to play the guqin as if there was no one around. There were even many scholars who brought paper and ink with them and began to draw for the palace maids on the spot. As for those who had a lot of property, they naturally had their own skills. Some of them took out gold toys inlaid with all kinds of gems and played with them in their hands. Some of them tidied up their expensive silk clothes. What made Li Wangyu dumbfounded the most was that there was actually a fat man who placed dozens of gold ingots on the round table in front of him. In short, these 5,000 men, in Li Wangyu's eyes, were like peacocks spreading their tails, competing to show off in front of more than 1,000 palace maids. He could not help but laugh. But soon, something that made him dumbfounded appeared. Among these 5,000 men, there seemed to be some strange creatures mixed in, not far away at the round table, there were several burly old hooligans. What the hell were they? Li Wangyu could not help but turn his head in surprise, looking at the group of dandy, and ask in disbelief, "Brothers, are my eyes playing tricks on me? Why are Uncle Ching and Uncle Yuchi here?" Ching Chumo and his brothers, as well as the Yuchi brothers, also had their mouths wide open. They looked with astonishment at their father, who was showing off his muscles to the palace maids. What is this situation? Illusion, it must be an illusion. I didn't drink much wine today. Why are my eyes blurry? Even Pai Lupi was speechless. What were these old killers doing? He didn't believe that these dukes would really take a fancy to a palace maid. After all, the palace maids who were selected to leave the palace had been in the palace for at least 10 years. Even if they entered the palace at the age of 16, they were 26 years old now. In the eyes of the Tang, this age was already considered an ant. What's more, which of these dukes' manors didn't have beautiful palace maids bestowed by Pai Lupi? Those who could be sent as gifts by Pai Lupi to the duke's mansion were all stunning beauties, and they were all budding young girls. However, this group of old killers actually came to this blind date in droves. What a premature death. Pai Lupi glared fiercely at the foppish sons. Like father, like son. You two are really father and son. The foppish sons could only smile awkwardly and politely. They didn't know how to evaluate their fathers. Fortunately, these dukes were just bored and didn't really want to add a few more concubines to their manors. Needless to say, these old hooligans had the same motive as the foppish sons. They all thought this blind date by the Tsujiang Lake was a fun thing and came to join in the fun. Li Wangyu could only sigh. The cultural and entertainment construction of the Tang dynasty needed to be strengthened. Even the dukes were so bored. It could be seen that the cultural construction of the Tang dynasty had a long way to go. More than 1,000 palace maids accompanied by the official matchmakers entered the blind date. The official matchmakers were also known as matchmakers, and matchmakers. In the Tang dynasty, the official matchmakers represented the government in the marriage of men and women. They were the official marriage agencies. The official matchmakers had appeared as early as the Western Zhou dynasty. From the Qin dynasty to the Qing dynasty, the power of the official matchmakers was not small. As long as men and women become famous, they will be recorded in the year, month, day, and name. If a man marries at 30, a woman marries at 20. The main job of the official matchmakers was to know the names and birth dates of men and women in the country and to urge men and women of the right age to get married. If there were official matchmakers, there would naturally be private matchmakers. The private matchmakers were often called matchmakers. However, even if the marriage was facilitated by private matchmakers, it still needed to be registered at the official matchmaker's office and be supervised by the official matchmakers. The so-called parents' orders and matchmakers' words referred to the official matchmakers. There was naturally a reason why the official matchmakers were needed to accompany the palace maids on the blind date today. Just like the Book of Songs Wei Feng, it said, "Bandits set the date, but the sun has no good matchmaker." It meant that without a good matchmaker, one could not get married. There was also, what about faking it? A bandit's axe can't subdue him. What about taking a wife? A bandit's matchmaker can't subdue him. It meant that without an axe, one could not cut wood, and without a matchmaker, one could not marry a wife. Therefore, if there were no official matchmakers on the blind date today to mediate the marriage between the two parties, even if the palace maids and the man took a fancy to each other, it would be considered a private vow to marry each other. They would be despised by both their parents and their countrymen. Moreover, the Tang dynasty also had a law that stated, for the law of marriage, there must be a matchmaker. This was also the reason why the official matchmakers accompanied the palace maids. In fact, Li Wangyu did not know that the matchmaking convention needed an official matchmaker. He only understood after Su Jingzong reminded him. However, even though there were millions of people in Chang'an City, there were not that many official matchmakers. Fortunately, Su Jingzong was capable and ordered people to urgently mobilize manpower from the counties around Chang'an City. It was not easy to find so many official matchmakers. Otherwise, today's matchmaking convention would really become a farce. Li Wangyu would definitely be impeached to death by the censor. Li Wangyu organized this "Do Not Disturb If You Are the One" matchmaking convention. Naturally, it could not be like the later generations where men and women could freely chat and communicate. Instead, they had to communicate through these official matchmakers. Those palace maids shyly raised their heads and swept their eyes over the many men present. Those who liked each other would whisper to the official matchmaker beside them. Naturally, the official matchmaker would go to the man's side and ask about his name, family background, and whether he was interested in the palace maid. If both parties were satisfied, the official matchmaker would record it. Even so, the 3 matchmakers and 6 certificates could not be left out. There were 6 procedures: accepting, asking for names, naive sign, asking for dates, and welcoming in person. In addition to the 6 certificates, there was an ink bucket on the heaven and earth table, a ruler, a pole, a scale, a pair of scissors, a bronze mirror, and an abacus. There could not be any sloppiness. However, these procedures were naturally much simpler. Compared to a blind marriage, it was completely based on the matchmaker's description of the appearance and situation of the 2 parties. Without a doubt, today's matchmaking convention in Chujiang Pool that Li Wangyu organized could allow men and women to clearly see each other face to face. This was a great improvement. In this regard, whether it was the more than 5,000 men who wanted to marry a wife or the palace maids who left the palace, they were all extremely satisfied. Li Wangyu accompanied Pai Lupi and wandered around the matchmaking convention. Pai Lupi had already seen with his own eyes that many palace maids and men looked at each other. After being recognized by the official matchmaker, it could be said that they were already considered to be husband and wife. In this regard, Pai Lupi was very satisfied and repeatedly praised Li Wangyu for handling this matter beautifully. While the 2 were chatting, Pai Lupi pointed at a group of people not far away and laughed. "Ziyu, does this count as a man attaining the Tao and his chickens and dogs ascending to heaven? That group of men, are they all from the Zhou village that you chose? How did they all get a matchmaking convention with my palace maids?" Chapter 310. Pai Lupi was pointing at the group of handicapped old soldiers from Dingzhou village. Most of these old soldiers came from poor families and were handicapped. Naturally, none of their wives were willing to marry them. All of them were old bachelors. Now, in just a little over a month, the income from the Shunfeng Express Carriage Company had filled the pockets of these old soldiers and made them quite wealthy. After Li Wangyu's persuasion, he managed to convince this group of old soldiers to come to the Crooked River's lakeside. She wanted to see if she could also get lucky and marry a palace maid to be her auntie. Even the Niu brothers, Niu Yong and Niu Wu, came to the blind date with the old soldiers under Li Wangyu's persuasion. They wanted to marry a wife. Although the 2 had joined the Li family as soldiers, they could still marry a woman from a good family. Moreover, Li Wangyu could let the 2 brothers go at any time. However, the 2 brothers were very stubborn and were unwilling to do so. Li Wangyu was about to go greet the crowd, but before he reached them, he saw a group of palace maids accompanied by an official matchmaker. Pai Lupi and he couldn't help but stop to see if the group of palace maids would like the old soldiers. However, even Li Wangyu didn't think that the group of old soldiers would be chosen by the palace maids. After all, compared to the other people present, this group of handicapped old soldiers really didn't have any advantages. However, Li Wangyu still wanted to help the old soldiers of his manor. Just as he was thinking about how to do it, he heard a discordant sound. The group of old soldiers, including the Niu brothers, stood awkwardly beside the round tables, feeling somewhat at a loss. Although they didn't lack money now, they were used to living a simple life. Today, they came to Chu River Pond for the blind date. The clothes they wore could only be said to be clean and tidy, but definitely not bright. They were all rather ordinary and rough clothes. As for the men around them, even if they were poor scholars, even if they had gone to borrow, they were all wearing new clothes today, which made them look rather bright and fresh. In comparison, the old soldiers of Dingzhou village seemed a little shabby. On top of that, many of them were crippled. Many of them were missing arms or legs. This made them stand out even more among the crowd. This caused many men in the surroundings to whisper to each other, and from time to time, roaring laughter could be heard. It was obvious that they were mocking them. Because of the group of palace maids walking over together, many of the men around the old soldiers unconsciously raised their voices out of desire to show off. TSK, there is really someone who is out of his league and wants to eat swan meat. Why don't you take a look at yourself? You actually have the nerve to come to the lakeside of Chu River. Aren't you afraid of offending the beauty? Isn't that so? This person who was missing an arm or a leg had come to a blind date. He really didn't know his place. I'm afraid someone must be blind to fancy them, right? Brother, you can't say that. Maybe there are beauties who sympathize with them. I heard that among the palace maids sent out by the saint this time, there are old women in their 60s. Maybe those old women will be willing to take in a son. Brother's words are reasonable. They really don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. This person knows his place. To sully the eyes of a beauty, how laughable. A group of field attendants. They don't even look at their own status. They actually came to the lakeside of Chu River to propose marriage. They don't know their place. Have these bumpkins washed the mud off their feet? Oh, I forgot that some of them are missing a leg. That saves us a lot of trouble, The words of these men who felt good about themselves and came to propose marriage made the old soldiers of Dingzhou village furious. Some of the more irritable ones rolled up their sleeves and planned to beat them up. However, they were stopped by the brothers Niu Yong and Niu Wu. Everyone, today is the blind date hosted by Lang Jun. Let's not cause trouble for Lang Jun. If there is anything, let's talk about it after this matter is over. Niu Dalong is right. We must not cause trouble for the men of Hu County. We will let them go for now. Yes, we'll deal with them after this matter is over. The old soldiers didn't want to cause trouble for Li Wangyu. Under Niu Yong's persuasion, they swallowed their anger. The palace maids naturally heard this conflict of words. Many of them couldn't help but cover their mouths and chuckle. They truly didn't want to marry a disabled husband after leaving the palace. This was human nature. However, the palace maids' laughter made the surrounding men even more pleased with themselves. Their mocking of the old soldiers grew louder and louder. Niu Wu was so angry that his veins were bulging. If it wasn't for his brother Niu Yong holding him back, his fists would probably have landed on those people's faces. Pai Lupi frowned when he heard the men's words. The 100 Cavalry Department had already reported the situation of the old soldiers of Dingzhou village to him. After all, Li Qingqian and the others went to Dingzhou village to study with Li Wangyu every few days. The 100 Cavalry Department had already figured out the background of everyone in the village. These dozen or so disabled veterans were all soldiers of the Sui Dynasty. They were veterans who had survived the bloody battle against the Turks at Yanmen Pass in the 11th year of the Great Undertaking. Although they were soldiers of the Sui Dynasty, Pai Lupi viewed them as his own subjects. In particular, they were all disabled from the battle against the Turks. This made Pai Lupi, the emperor on horseback, feel that it wasn't easy for these veterans. Now, these men who wanted to ask for a kiss were actually speaking rudely and humiliating these veterans. This made Pai Lupi very angry. Naturally, it wasn't convenient for him to show his face. He only glanced at Li Wangyu from the corner of his eyes. Li Wangyu was naturally unhappy. Even without Pai Lupi's words, he was already planning to flip out. After apologizing to Pai Lupi, Li Wangyu looked at the group of wastrels behind him. Brothers, what should we do if someone has a bad mouth? His mother. Slap him. Qing Chumo and the others naturally understood what Li Wangyu wanted to do. They were all very excited. They rolled up their sleeves and prepared to attack. My brother Qing is ruthless and doesn't talk much. Li Wangyu gave them a thumbs up and led the group of wastrels forward. Niu Yong, Niu Wu, and the others saw that their Lang Jun had arrived. Just as they were about to bow in greeting, Li Wangyu waved his hand at them, indicating that they didn't need to be so polite. Li Wangyu walked straight to the group of wastrels who were still chattering and mocking the old soldiers. Without wasting any time, he raised his arm and slapped them. That person was so enraptured that he didn't notice the arrival of Li Wangyu and the others. It wasn't until he felt a sudden pain on his cheek that he realized that he had been slapped. You, young man, who are you? What right do you have to hit people? Before that person could react to what had happened, the group of wastrels had pounced on him and knocked him to the ground with a few punches and kicks. To be able to beat someone up in such a carefree manner in front of Li Er, the group of Silk Pants felt that today's trip was indeed not in vain. The things that the Li family's young master did were all so interesting. Guards, someone is causing trouble. Imperial guards, quickly arrest them. Murder. Save me. Hero, please spare me, I was wrong, please don't hit me. The group of wastrels who had just ridiculed the villagers of Dingzhou village were now wailing like ghosts and howling like wolves. Chapter 311. Due to the men's cries, the conflict at Chu River Pond soon attracted the attention of the people around them. The imperial maids were so frightened that their faces turned pale. They kept exclaiming as they did not know what exactly happened. Tens of imperial guards from the Golden Guards, who were in charge of maintaining the order at the blind date at Chu River Pond, quickly rushed over. Stop! You! The Imperial Guard squad leader stopped abruptly as soon as he shouted. Even if he did not know Li Wangyu, who was from Huxian County, it was impossible for him not to know Qing Chumo and the other hedonistic young masters. Did a group of heirs from the dukes who founded the country need a reason to beat someone up? Did they? The Imperial Guard squad leader could only mourn for those people who were blind. It was obvious that they were beaten up for nothing, and there was no way for them to seek justice. Nevertheless, the men who were beaten up by the hedonistic young masters and Li Wangyu thought that their saviors had finally arrived when they saw the Imperial Guards from the Golden Guards around them. The man who was slapped by Li Wangyu crawled to the Imperial Guard squad leader and pointed at Li Wangyu as he yelled, Quickly arrest that man. They're disrupting the order of the blind date and beating us up for no reason. The Imperial Guard squad leader glanced at him impatiently and said coldly, This is Huxian County's man, and those are heirs from the High Duke's public houses such as High Duke Liu, High Duke Lai, High Duke Zheng, High Duke Liang, High Duke Yi, and High Duke Qiao. Are you sure you want to accuse them of beating you up? The man was dumbfounded by the squad leader's words. Were we beaten up by a group of heirs from the High Duke's public houses and Huxian County's man? He was in a daze as he mumbled, How did we offend the heirs? The men who were beaten black and blue by the hedonistic young masters were dumbstruck when they heard the squad leader's words. They did not know why they were undeservedly implicated. Heirs, Huxian County's man, we didn't offend you. Why is this happening? Li Wangyu swung his hand. He had used too much strength in the slap just now, and it hurt his own hand. Hearing the man's question, he pointed at Niu Yong and the others. Do you know who they are? We don't know. What a good don't know. With a cold laugh Li Wangyu stared at this group of people and said in a loud voice, In the 11th year of day, Tuju's Shibi Khan's 200,000-strong cavalry besieged Yanmen Pass. The defenders at Yanmen Pass were only 17,000 men, with insufficient provisions. The Tujua's military strength is more than 10 times our Han men's military strength, yet under the desperate resistance of the Yanmen Pass defending army, for a long time they were unable to take them down. He paused for a moment before raising his voice once more. Over the past month, the Turkic cavalry has been attacking the Yanmen Pass non-stop, and the Yanmen Pass has suffered heavy casualties. However, they didn't surrender or run away. They only fought to the death. In the end, the Turkic cavalry had no choice but to retreat, losing more than 2,000 captives. Li Wangyu pointed at the old soldiers of Zhou village and said, They are the veterans of the Great Battle of Yanmen Pass. They fought bravely against the invasion of the foreign invaders. After that battle, all of them were crippled. They are the heroes of the Tang Dynasty. At this point, the crowd fell silent. Even the profligate scions had looks of reverence on their faces. On the other hand, the imperial army of the Chamberlain of Chamberlain looked at the crippled old soldiers with reverence. Following Li Wangyu's words, Niu Yong and the others straightened their backs like spears. As for the group of palace maids, many of them had tears in their eyes. They covered their mouths tightly with their hands, afraid that they would make even the slightest sound. Li Wangyu took a deep breath and shouted with all the strength in his body, You bunch of trash! Tell me, what right do you have to humiliate them? Who do you think you are? How dare you challenge the heroes of the Tang Dynasty? Men! Li Wangyu did not wait for the men to speak. He shouted at the imperial army, Throw these bastards out. His Majesty's palace maids will not marry trash like them. Yes, sir. The imperial army members of the Chamberlain of Imperial Insignia pounded their fists heavily on the armor on their chests, causing loud clanging sounds to ring out. The imperial army rushed forward. They could not wait for the men who were beaten black and blue to beg for mercy. They dragged them out like they were dragging dead dogs. After the imperial guards dragged all these people away, the atmosphere finally relaxed. Pai Lupi nodded in satisfaction. Just as he was about to ask Li Wangyu to continue looking at other places, he saw the group of palace maids walk toward Li Wangyu and curtsy. Greetings, Mr. Huizhu. Ladies, there's no need to be so courteous. Li Wangyu waved his hand at them, indicating that they did not need to be so courteous. Mr. Huizhu, we heard that you wrote a poem to plead for us in the Great Hall that day, which led to the Imperial Palace's public search for a son-in-law. We are so grateful that we are unable to repay your kindness. Mr. Huizhu, please accept our greetings. After the palace maids finished speaking, they ignored Li Wangyu's dissuasion. They all knelt on the ground, cupped their hands, and slowly nodded their heads on the back of their hands. This was a greeting, the most solemn greeting in the Tang Dynasty. Li Wangyu couldn't stop them, so he could only accept the palace maids' great salutes before urging them to get up. Ladies, there's no need for this. You should be grateful to the sage. The sage is a wise ruler of a generation, and he cares about the people of the world. After you leave the palace, you must live up to the sage's painstaking efforts. You must live well. Li Wangyu flattered Pai Lupi without leaving a trace, which made the palace maids who did not know the truth kneel down and kowtow again in the direction of Taiji Palace. How could Li Er not know Li Wangyu's thoughts? However, he still felt very comfortable. The corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up. After the palace maids thanked Li Wangyu, more than 10 people walked out from the palace maids, walked to Niu Yong and the others, and knelt down again. This gave Niu Yong and the other old soldiers a fright. They all blushed and did not know what to do. Ladies, what are you doing? Quickly get up, quickly get up. Thank you, benefactors. What benefactors? Ladies, did you make a mistake? We don't know you. Niu Yong and the others were confused by the palace maid's words. They did not understand what they were talking about. Pai Lupi, Li Wangyu, and the other playboys also looked at the palace maids curiously, not understanding why they suddenly acted like this. Benefactors, our ancestral home is Daizhou, and we were chosen to enter the palace in the 12th year of the Dai Dynasty. During the Battle of Yanmen Pass, it was all thanks to our benefactors that we did not fall into the hands of the Turks. Today, I can finally say thank you to my benefactors for your kindness. The palace maid's words made Li Wangyu and the others come to a sudden realization. Yanmen Pass was under the jurisdiction of Daizhou, and these palace maids were originally from Daizhou. Back then, if Niu Yong and the others had not blocked the Turks' cavalry at Yanmen Pass, these palace maids would have met with a tragic end. Every time the Turks invaded, their favorite thing to do was to kidnap people. This was especially true for women. They loved to kidnap people the most. In this way, it was reasonable to say that Niu Yong and the other old soldiers were the palace maids' benefactors. After Niu Yong and the others understood the whole story, this group of strong men blushed and rubbed their hands, not knowing what to say. Li Wangyu was angry. Why did this group of idiots become mute at this time? Chapter 312. Li Wangyu was anxious for Niu Yong and the others. These bastards, did they forget their purpose of coming to Zhujiang Pool today? Blind date. Marrying their wives. Why are they standing there in a daze? Why don't they take the opportunity to chat with the palace maids? Are these bastards waiting for a sister Lin to fall from the sky and marry no one else but them? Sigh, I'm so angry. Li Wangyu grumbled in his heart. He was prepared to personally take the field and use his glib tongue that he had honed in his previous life to help Niu Yong and the others brag and see if he could convince the ladies. What if a young lady was dizzy and nodded in agreement? In life, there was always a need for some dreams. Li Wangyu calculated. From the 12th year of Dai to the 2nd year of Xinguan, it had been 12 years. These palace maids were selected to enter the palace when they were 15 or 16 years old. Now, they were 27 or 28 years old. Wasn't this age suitable for Niu Yong and the others? Li Wangyu ridiculed Niu Yong and the others. In fact, he was laughing at himself. This guy still had the face to ridicule Niu Yong and the others. He didn't think about how he felt when facing his beautiful boss. It had been more than 2 months since he transmigrated to the Tang Dynasty. A single man and a single woman living under the same roof. But even so, Li Wangyu had only touched the hand of his beautiful boss after such a long time. It was really shameful. He had the nerve to ridicule Niu Yong and the others with this level of flirting. He was simply shameless. However, Li Wangyu didn't think so. He only felt that Niu Yong and the others were too weak. He still needed his Lang Jun to make a move. Li Wangyu coughed lightly. Just as he was about to speak up for Niu Yong and the others, he saw a palace maid leisurely walk up to Niu Yong. She opened her cherry lips and said something. After the palace maid finished speaking, Li Wangyu almost stumbled and fell to the ground. Damn, will Sister Lin really fall from the sky? Benefactor, are you here for a blind date as well? I am Su Qiao. I don't know if my humble appearance can catch benefactor's eye. Slave is willing to tie the knot with benefactor. This palace maid named Su Qiao was born with a charming appearance, but after saying these words, she was so embarrassed that her face was like a peach blossom, and her eyes were misty. Niu Yong was even more unbearable. This man, who could even kill a tiger with his bare hands, was blushing in the face of the palace maid's words. He stuttered, my body is incomplete. I'm afraid I'll offend you, young lady. Li Wangyu was exasperated. Was there any justice in this world? Why would a beautiful lady take the initiative to confess to such trash? He kicked Niu Yong's butt. Just tell me if you're willing or not. Why are you spouting so much nonsense? Yes, I'm willing. Neo Yong hesitated for a long time before finally giving an affirmative answer. Li Wangyu was too lazy to talk nonsense with him. He waved his hand to the official matchmaker and asked her to register the two of them immediately. This wasn't the later world, where there was no need to pay attention to mutual understanding and deepening feelings. These things could be slowly understood after the wedding night. As long as the husband and wife were willing, that was enough. As for whether Su Qiao was doing it out of gratitude or out of gratitude, Li Wangyu didn't care. Moreover, Neo Yong was definitely a good man who valued relationships and righteousness. In the future, he would definitely be a man who loved his wife. Although he was missing an arm, he was still strong enough to kill a cow with one punch. Moreover, Neo Yong and Neo Wu didn't lack copper coins in their pockets. Li Wangyu didn't treat these two brothers unfairly. In terms of income, Neo Yong and Neo Wu were definitely among the top in Dingzhou village. As for this palace maid called Su Qiao, her figure and appearance were all first class. Li Wangyu could only secretly complain in his heart, Neo Yong, this guy, is really lucky. Li Wangyu turned to look at the group of palace maids and said loudly, "Ladies, these Langjuns are all from my fief. Now, they are all one of the owners of the Shun Feng Express Carriage Company in Chang'an. They are rich and are a good match for a husband." He wasn't lying. The carriage company originally had 20% of Dingzhou village's shares. Later, Chou Yuanliang and Chou Kuan went to the old village chief and spent a lot of money to buy 10% of the shares. Dingzhou village still had 10% of the carriage company's shares. Therefore, it was reasonable to say that this group of old soldiers were one of the owners of the carriage company. No matter how small the shareholders were, they were still owners. Nowadays, the Shun Feng Express Carriage Company was known by everyone in Chang'an. Even if these palace maids were imprisoned in the palace walls, they still knew that the carriage company was set up by Empress Zhangsun and Hu Xinman. They also knew that the carriage company was an industry that made a lot of money every day. And this group of men who were physically handicapped and dressed simply were actually one of the owners of the carriage company. The palace maids couldn't help but be slightly surprised. The reason why Li Wangyu said these words was to let the palace maids know that these old soldiers, who were just mocked as bumpkins, were not shabby. Which of these palace maids didn't want to marry a good Langjun after leaving the palace? This was human nature, and there was nothing wrong with it. As the saying went, when marrying another, one had to wear clothes and eat food. If they were so poor that even their aunts had to suffer from cold and hunger, no one would be happy. After Li Wangyu's words of encouragement, and with Su Qiao as a precedent, several official matchmakers beside the palace maids walked out and whispered to the group of old soldiers. From time to time, they pointed in the direction of the palace maids. Obviously, other palace maids had taken a fancy to these old soldiers of Dingzhou village. They were not as bold as Su Qiao and only let the official matchmaker come out and act as a go-between. The group of old soldiers were all smiling from ear to ear as they hurriedly nodded their heads in agreement. How could they not agree? In fact, this group of men was going crazy thinking about their aunts. Now that there were palace maids out of the palace who wanted to marry them, it was simply like a dream. An official matchmaker ran to Neo Wu's side and pointed at one of the palace maids and said something to him. Li Wangyu quickly went over and wanted to see which palace maid had taken a fancy to this guy. Following the direction of the official matchmaker's finger, Li Wangyu looked up and couldn't help cursing in his heart that this guy was really lucky. The one who had taken a fancy to Neo Wu was the most beautiful palace maid in this group of palace maids. Li Wangyu felt that she looked like a movie star in the future. Seeing that Neo Wu was just grinning foolishly, Li Wangyu fiercely slapped this lucky guy's head. "What are you grinning foolishly for? Hurry up and say it, okay?" "Hee, okay. Why not? I'm just afraid that I'll be rude to this young lady." Li Wangyu rolled his eyes. "F***ck, you even know how to use words. You're so rude." He didn't expect that today's blind date by the lake of Chu River, more than a dozen old bachelors of Dingzhou village would all be single. Li Wangyu was happy for them from the bottom of his heart. It seemed that there would be more than a dozen weddings in his fief. Chapter 313. In just one day, thousands of palace maids found their Mr. Right with the help of the official matchmakers. Pai Lupi was quite satisfied with this result. In line with the principle of simplicity and speed, under the control of the official media, the 3 matchmakers and 6 proofs, the acceptance of the bride, the name of the bride, the nomination of the bride, the invitation of the bride, the invitation of the bride, and the reception of the bride began to move quickly. With the help of the official matchmakers, the families who wanted to marry the palace maids quickly completed the acceptance, Wenming, Naji, and other procedures. When it was time for naive sign, they didn't know what to do. Naive sign was to send betrothal gifts to the bride's family. But where to send the betrothal gifts? Not only were the men scratching their heads, but the official matchmakers were also having a headache. Most of the palace maids who were sent out of the palace had no family. Now that they all lived in Yeding Palace, where could they find the bride's family to send betrothal gifts? At this time, the official matchmakers reported this to Su Jingzong. Su Jingzong naturally had no choice but to find Li Wangyu to discuss this matter. Li Wangyu had never experienced marriage in his 2 lives, so he didn't know how to handle these complicated Tang Dynasty weddings. He didn't want to care about this kind of thing. Anyway, his task had been completed. But looking at the sad eyes of Niu Yong and Niu Wu at home, Li Wangyu remembered that his 2 troops also needed to send betrothal gifts. In desperation, Li Wangyu could only go with Su Jingzong to the palace again to see Pai Lupi and see what he would do. What Li Wangyu and Su Jingzong didn't expect was that Pai Lupi actually waved his hand and decided to act as the bride's family of the palace maids. The families of the more than 1,000 palace maids who were about to get married could send all the betrothal gifts to Taiji Palace. And on the day of the wedding, he would personally send the betrothal gifts to these palace maids. And as the bride's family of the palace maids, he would also prepare the dowry for these palace maids. In response, Li Wangyu could only shrug his shoulders, indicating that it was fine as long as she was happy. The notice posted on the Vermilion Bird Gate once again announced that Pai Lupi would personally escort these palace maids out of the Vermilion Bird Gate in 5 days to see them off. After the news spread, Chang'an City was once again stirred. Those families who had participated in the Chujiang Pool blind date and had successfully set up a marriage contract with a palace maid through the official matchmaker felt as if they had been hit on the head by a meat pie. What an honor it was for the saint to give a palace maid as her maiden family. For a moment, the people who were about to marry the palace maid walked with their backs straighter. In the words of the later generations, he walked with the wind and spoke with the rain. In Chang'an City, carriages carrying betrothal gifts drove one after another to the Taiji Palace. It was a spectacular sight. Li Er was not using this to amass wealth. He had written clearly on the palace gate records that the betrothal gifts prepared by the family of the palace maid's husband would not accept gold, silver, or other valuables. The betrothal gifts were all 9 types of gifts. The 9 gifts referred to 9 items, such as Hawan, Jiahe, donkey hide gelatin, josie pudding, vermilion reed, double stone, cotton wool, longevity thread, and dry lacquer. These 9 items all had the meaning of blessing the couple's love for eternity. Of course, this only referred to folk customs. For example, if Li Wangyu had not broken off the engagement with the Wang clan of Taiyuan, he would have needed to prepare a naive sign. These 9 gifts would not have sufficed. The naive sign sent to the palace was more of a symbol. After the naive sign, it was time for the betrothal ceremony, which was also the date of the wedding. However, Pai Lupi had said that he would personally send the bride off in 5 days, so the betrothal ceremony was ignored. On the day of the wedding, at dusk, the Vermilion Bird Avenue, which was more than 150 meters wide, was completely blocked by carriages coming to pick up the bride. In the Tang Dynasty, the wedding ceremony was held at dusk. It was not until the middle of the Tang Dynasty that the wedding ceremony began in the morning. The earliest wedding ceremony referred to as a fainting ceremony, which was held at dusk. According to the White Tiger Tongi, the wedding ceremony is held at dusk, so it is called the wedding ceremony. Dusk was the time when yin and yang alternated. Men belonged to yang and women belonged to yin. The union of men and women was the meaning of yin and yang alternating, so it did not violate the natural time. However, if it was an ordinary wedding, it would be fine. But today, thousands of bridegrooms were going to pick up the bride. After a lot of trouble, it would be late at night when all the bridegrooms picked up the bride. In order to let thousands of bridegrooms go smoothly, Pailupi once again unexpectedly announced that the curfew in Chang and city was cancelled today. Originally, there were only 3 days before and after the Spring Lantern Festival in Chang and city every year. All the people could freely enter and leave the streets and alleys and watch the lanterns all night long. At other times, there was a curfew in Chang and city. Except for cases of illness, childbirth, and death, those who violated the curfew would be flogged 40 times. Knowing that there was no curfew today and thousands of bridegrooms were going to pick up the bride, almost half of the people in Chang and city crowded to both sides of the Vermilion Bird Avenue to watch the fun. Pailupi also spent a lot of money. He ordered the Ministry of Rites to decorate the Vermilion Bird Gate with lanterns and colored banners, which was quite festive. Thousands of bridegrooms, led by the official matchmaker, lined up neatly on the Vermilion Bird Avenue, waiting to pick up their brides from the Vermilion Bird Gate. However, the wedding ceremony in the Tang Dynasty was not a simple matter. The first difficulty was the roadblock, which meant that the bride's side would gather a group of people to block the bridegroom's carriages and not allow them to pass. If the bridegrooms wanted to pass, they had to leave money or meet the requirements of the roadblock team. After passing the roadblock, the bride's female guests would beat the bridegrooms with sticks wrapped in cloth in their hands. This meant that the bridegrooms would not bully the bride in the future. Other similar situations included urging the bridegrooms to write make-up poems, folding fan poems, and so on. In short, whether it was in the Tang Dynasty or later, marriage was never an easy thing. Today, Li Wangyu, as the husband of Niu Yong and Niu Wu, accompanied them to Chang and city to pick up the bride. However, when he saw the obstacle cart team blocking the Vermilion Bird Gate, this fellow disregarded the code of brotherhood and abandoned the Niu brothers, as well as the group of old soldiers from Dingzhou village, and directly chose to defect. There was no other reason. The roadblock team blocking the Vermilion Bird Gate was actually Qing Chumo's group of playboys, followed by hundreds of burly imperial guards. Were they here to block the roadblock? Were they not going to fight the enemy? What did they mean by wearing that armor? Li Wangyu looked at the Niu brothers and others who were wearing red bridegrooms and decided to abandon the darkness and join the light. So he directly jumped down from the bridal carriage and ran in front of Qing Chumo and the others. Brothers, why are all of you here? Are you also the maternal family of a palace maid? Li Wangyu asked curiously. Qing Chumo smiled and said, even the sage is the maternal family of a palace maid, why can't we be? Cut the crap. Even brothers should settle accounts clearly. If you want to pass through here, you have to pay the toll. Bah, a group of bandits. Li Wangyu despised them in his heart, but his body was very obedient and stood beside Qing Chumo. He, I'm the nephew of His Majesty, so naturally I'm also part of his maternal family. Ha ha ha, Sio, you're so tactful. Then let's go together. Today, no one can take the bride away so easily. Chapter 314. Niu Yong and Niu Wu were dumbfounded by their Longjuan's lack of loyalty. How could he be like this? There was a traitor in the Revolutionary Army. This kind of behavior should be severely criticized and condemned. Fortunately, the people who came to fetch the bride were already prepared. Immediately, someone began to throw copper coins in order to let them pass. Ching Chumo curled his lips in disdain and shouted, "Let me tell you, money won't work today. If you want to marry your wives, you have to rush over yourselves." His words stunned all the grooms. What? Money won't work? They still have to rush over. Looking at the hundreds of Imperial guards who were wearing bright armor and blocking the Vermilion Bird Avenue, the grooms' faces turned green. This group of men who were going to marry the palace maids were not young anymore. Asking them to rush through the Imperial Guards' blockade, wasn't this an international joke? On the other hand, Niu Yong and Niu Wu, together with the dozens of old soldiers from Dingzhou village, all jumped down from their horses and stood in front of the bridal procession. Let's rush. Do you think we're afraid of you? Everyone, stand behind my brothers. Let's rush in together. Niu Yong shouted with a smile. Although the dozen or so old soldiers were few in number, they were in a triangular formation that was used to charge and break through enemy lines. Dressed in red wedding robes, they gave off a valiant aura. Seeing that someone took the lead, the grooms also jumped down from their horses and stood behind the soldiers. Rush! Rush over to fetch the wives! Yong Niu shouted and led everyone to charge forward. These 10 old soldiers, who had survived hundreds of battles, actually had the aura of a battlefield breaking through enemy lines. Behind them, the 1,000 grooms followed. Everyone laughed loudly as they charged forward. The foppish lords led the Imperial Guards and naturally used their bodies to stop them from moving forward. The barricades were only there to set up the atmosphere. They weren't really there to stop the grooms from fetching the bride. This commotion made the crowd on both sides of the Vermilion Bird Avenue cheer loudly. The applause and cheers rose and fell one after another. It was very lively. The onlookers began to shout in unison, "Bride, bride!" Niu Yong and the rest squeezed out sweat before they finally rushed through the human wall of the Imperial Guards. However, the next scene made them dumbfounded. *CK, won't people die if they do this? Normally, there would only be a dozen or so female guests holding sticks ready to beat the groom when they were receiving the bride. At this time, there were no less than 1,000 palace maids holding sticks blocking the sides of the Vermilion Bird Gate. Even though the heads of the clubs were wrapped in thick cotton cloth and couldn't hurt anyone, being hit by so many clubs was still a very uncomfortable feeling. When Li Wangyu saw this scene, he couldn't help but give a thumbs up. Pai Lupi, you're really ruthless. You really know how to play. He was even more glad that he had betrayed earlier. If he had been the bridal escort for Niu Yong and Niu Wu, wouldn't he have been beaten up along with them? Niu Yong and Niu Wu looked at each other. What else could they say? Even if he had tears in his eyes, he could only rush forward. Thus, thousands of bridegrooms wearing bright red wedding robes rushed towards the Vermilion Bird Gate with their hands on their heads. The palace maids on both sides of the gate were all shaking with laughter. The sticks in their hands didn't show any mercy as they hit the bridegrooms. In the crowd, grooms would occasionally let out cries of pain. This made the onlookers laugh even louder. This group of bridegrooms who had never been taken care of before finally rushed into the Vermilion Bird Gate. Then, there were servants who started to lead them to the Taichung Temple on the right side of the Vermilion Bird Gate. Pai Lupi would send the palace maids off here. The Taichung Temple was responsible for the ceremonies and music of the mausoleum. It was responsible for astronomy and divination. At this time, a red carpet was already laid out in the Taichung Temple. Thousands of palace maids and bridegrooms wearing emerald green wedding robes were waiting there. The wedding robes of the Tang Dynasty weren't like those in modern TV series where both men and women wore red wedding robes. Instead, the bride wore green wedding robes. The men wore red to show their status, while the women wore green to show their beauty and gentleness. This was the meaning of the so-called red men and green women. Moreover, in the Tang Dynasty, the bride didn't wear a veil. Instead, she held a feather fan to cover her face and shyly waited for her groom. After the two parties entered the bridal chamber, there was naturally no ceremony to remove the veil. Instead, the groom had to recite a poem to remove the fan. Then, the bride would delicately move the feather fan in her hand a little and slowly reveal her lovey-dovey face. These bridal clothes were also generously given to the palace maids by Pai Lupi. These bridegrooms were wearing emerald green long-sleeved gowns and long skirts. Their bodies were covered with long and exquisite shawls. Their faces were covered with gold foil ornaments, which made them look particularly shy and lovely. All the bridegrooms opened their eyes wide, wanting to see where their bridegrooms were. However, in the face of more than 1,000 palace maids who were also wearing emerald green wedding robes and covering their faces with feather fans, even Sun Wukong's fiery eyes of truth might not be able to find them. Fortunately, each pair of bridegrooms was in charge of the official matchmaker. These bridegrooms didn't have to worry about marrying the wrong wife. Li Wangyu even thought that these bridegrooms had only seen each other once by the Tsujiang Lake. He was afraid that if they really made a mistake, they would just muddle through and make the best of it. Then, it would be lively. However, with the official matchmaker in charge, naturally, the things that Li Wangyu thought in his heart wouldn't happen. One by one, the palace maids in splendid clothes were led out by the official matchmaker and stood on the right side of their husbands. After the bridegrooms and bridegrooms stood on the red carpet in Taichung Temple, they heard the eunuch shouting in a sharp voice, "The sage has arrived. The empress has arrived." Under the reminder of the official matchmaker, the bridegrooms all knelt down and kowtowed to Pai Lupi. Today, it was not the ceremony of monarch and minister, but the ceremony of kneeling to Pai Lupi to make them a good matchmaker. The twin lotus flowers cuddled together, and the red carpet spread out to welcome the bride. On the red carpet, the bridegrooms knelt to Pai Lupi on the right side. The bridegrooms stood on the right side, but they didn't kneel. They just bowed to salute. This was also the wedding custom of the Tang Dynasty. It was the custom of men bowing to women and not to men. Pai Lupi laughed and was in a very good mood. Empress Shangsun, who was pregnant next to him, also had a happy look on her face. Wei Kei has a nest, Wei Jiu lives there. Yu Gui, son of Wei Kei, 100 tales of Wei Quebec. Wei Kei has a nest, Wei Kei Fong lives there. Yu Gui, son of Wei Kei, 100 tales of Wei Kei. Pai Lupi gave the bridegrooms a blessing and a few words of encouragement, and then let the 1,000 or so bridegrooms leave the palace. The bridegrooms were taken out of the Zhuke gate and sent to the carriages of each family. The bridegrooms had to ride their horses around the carriages 3 times before they could set off to return to the groom's house. After the Niu brothers and the old soldiers of Dingzhou village helped their bridegrooms onto the carriages, Li Wangyu came out of nowhere and mounted his horse. "Let's go, take the bridegrooms home." After Li Wangyu finished speaking, he pretended to rub his shoulders and wipe off the non-existent sweat. It was as if he had put in a lot of effort to take the bridegrooms and had completely forgotten his previous rebellious behavior. Niu Wu secretly ground his teeth. If this guy didn't take into account that he was his Lang Jun, he wouldn't be wronged even if he was beaten to death. Chapter 315. It was a sleepless night in Chang'an City. In Chang'an City, almost all the houses had families getting married today. The pavilion closest to the water enjoyed the moonlight first. Most of the more than 1,000 palace maids had married into Chang'an City. Almost every one of the 108 houses was holding a wedding. Many houses even had more than one wedding today. On this day, all the wine in the wineries and restaurants in Chang'an City had been sold out. In addition, there was no curfew in Chang'an City today, so there were lanterns and colored banners everywhere. It was very lively. Many of the people in Chang'an City, even when they were old, still talked about this scene to their children and grandchildren. This was an unprecedented day of celebration in Chang'an City. After the wedding procession returned to Dingzhou village, the whole village became even noisier. "The bride is here, the bride is here." When the naughty children in the village saw the wedding procession coming back, they screamed excitedly and ran around the carriage, making a lot of noise. Niu Yong's bride, the palace maid named Su Qiao, quietly opened the curtain of the carriage, wanting to see the village where she would live in the future and her future home. Although it was already dark, Li Wangyu had people hang wind lanterns and big red lanterns all over the village for the wedding. The village was quite bright. Su Qiao stole a glance. When she saw the environment of the village, she felt a little disappointed. It was the same as 2 months ago when Li Wangyu took the ox cart and entered Dingzhou village for the first time with his beautiful boss. All she saw were thatched houses made of yellow mud and dilapidated courtyards. Su Qiao naturally didn't know that the reason why the families in the village were still living in such dilapidated thatched houses was that they didn't have time to build new houses. Almost all the men in the village were working in the carriage business. They were busy every day and couldn't find time to rebuild their houses for a while. Therefore, every family hid nearly 100 strings of copper coins, but still lived in dilapidated old houses. There were many palace maids like Su Qiao who secretly observed the situation in Dingzhou village. Most of them were like Su Qiao. After seeing the dilapidated appearance of Dingzhou village, they couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. However, they were only slightly disappointed. Su Qiao and the palace maids didn't feel like they had been deceived. As the saying goes, if you marry a chicken, follow the chicken. If you marry a dog, follow the dog. In the Great Tang, women weren't as complicated as the women of the later generations. Even if she married a poor man, they could just live together as husband and wife. It was no big deal. Su Qiao even began to calculate how the 100 strings of coins Pai Lupi would give her as a dowry could help her husband improve his life after she left the palace. This time, Pai Lupi was very generous to marry a palace maid. In addition to the 100 strings of coins, Pai Lupi had also prepared a valuable dowry for all the palace maids who got married. There were 3 sets of ceremonial books, a bolt of expensive silk, a bolt of auspicious silk, a bolt of brown embroidery, a bolt of embroidery, a pair of embroidered handkerchiefs, 5 items of embroidery, a red silk tent, a sachet hanging from 4 corners, and a spring stool. Su Qiao silently calculated in her heart. If she sold these dowries in the East Market, she should be able to get at least 100 strings of coins. In the 12 years she had been in the palace, she had also accumulated a lot of copper coins. Palace maids also had a monthly salary in the palace, but it wasn't much. Every month they would get around 100 strings of copper coins, which was 12 strings of coins a year. In the past 10 years, Su Qiao had also accumulated 50 to 60 strings of copper coins. With these 200 to 300 strings of copper coins, she could discuss with her husband when she returned. If their house was also a thatched house made of yellow mud, it would be better to use a few dozen strings of copper coins to rebuild it. Her husband was currently a soldier of the Baron of Hu County, but she didn't know how much his monthly salary would be. Would it be enough to support the family? If they had children in the future? Su Qiao sat in the carriage and thought about these things. When she thought about children, she couldn't help but blush. Most of the palace maids had the same thoughts as Su Qiao. They sat in the carriage and thought about how to use their 200 to 300 strings of copper coins to support the family. Just as they were thinking about these things, the carriage stopped and the noise from outside drifted into the carriage. They knew that they had arrived at their husband's house. They hurriedly tidied up their emerald green wedding clothes and covered their faces with their feathered fans. However, when the curtain of the carriage was lifted, the palace maids were slightly surprised. Why did the carriage stop at the village threshing ground? Led by their husbands, they carefully alighted from the carriage. When the group of brides saw their surroundings through the feathered fans in their hands, they were a bit confused. Why were they still together? Shouldn't they be going to their husband's house to perform the wedding ceremony? Niu Yong seemed to see Su Qiao's confusion and quietly explained, "Wife, this is Lang Juan's arrangement." He said it's called a group wedding. A group wedding. Niu Yong's words made Su Qiao even more confused. What did a group wedding mean? What did the Baron of Hu County mean by this arrangement? Langjun means that everyone will get married and perform the wedding ceremony together. It'll be lively, Niu Yong added. This made Su Qiao even more confused. Everyone could get married together. Naturally, there was no such thing as a group wedding in the Tang Dynasty. What group wedding? It was purely Li Wangyu's bad taste acting up again. Of course, Li Wangyu wasn't fooling around. He had no other choice. In Dingzhou village, more than 10 old soldiers and the Niu brothers were going to get married within a day. As a county man, he naturally became a hot commodity. Every family wanted to invite him to their banquets. Because the Niu brothers had no parents, they asked him to be the officiator of their wedding. Among the old soldiers, there were quite a few who were alone. There were also quite a few who asked him to officiate their wedding. The phrase officiating appeared in the Tang Dynasty. In the Tang Dynasty law, there was a rule that stated, if a marriage is against the law, the grandparents and parents officiate the marriage alone. It meant that if a marriage was against the law, the grandparents and parents would officiate the marriage and only the officiator would be held responsible. Although Li Wangyu was only 16 years old, he was the county man of Hu County and the head of the Niu brothers. Dingzhou village was also the location of his fief, so he naturally had the qualifications to be the wedding host and preside over this marriage. However, he was only one person. He couldn't split into several halves and attend every wedding and officiate the wedding, right? In this dilemma, Li Wangyu thought of the group wedding in the future. He found the old village chief and discussed with him that he might as well help the old soldiers and the Niu brothers hold a lively wedding together. He would pay for all the expenses. A group wedding was something that had never been heard of in China. The old village chief naturally shook his head and didn't agree no matter what. In order to convince the old village chief, Li Wangyu's saliva was almost dry. However, he still couldn't get the stubborn old man to agree with his idea. He didn't expect that the person who helped him convince the old village chief in the end would be the treacherous official Su Jingzong. Chapter 316. For Su Jingzong to be able to become one of the 18 scholars of the Qin King's manor, he naturally had some ability. After he found out about Li Wangyu's thoughts, he actually dug out a story from the Eastern Han Dynasty to convince the old village chief. There was an official called Ren Yan in the Eastern Han Dynasty who was appointed as the governor of Zhoushan. Zhoushan was the central part of Vietnam in the future. However, the people of Zhoushan did not have marriage rights, and they did not have a fixed wife. Ren Yan ordered all the men and women in the counties to get married and hold a wedding for them. At that time, there were over 2,000 men and women getting married at the same time. To thank Ren Yan, the people of Zhoushan named their children Ren. Su Jingzong used this story to convince the old village chief that it was not unprecedented for people to get married at the same time, and it should be a good thing. With Su Jingzong's words and Li Wangyu's strong request, the old village chief could only helplessly agree to the mass wedding. Niu Yong, Niu Wu, and the group of old soldiers did not have any objections to this. As long as they could marry their wives, they did not care how the wedding was organized. Hence, the unprecedented mass wedding in the Tang Dynasty was organized by Li Wangyu. Now that Li Wangyu had a lot of money, he naturally took care of everything for the Niu brothers and the old soldiers. The grain sunning field in the village was decorated with lanterns and streamers. The 127 families in the village, a total of 563 people, were all gathered here. A banquet that had never appeared in the Tang Dynasty was held on the grain sunning field. For this wedding, Li Wangyu specially borrowed 10 imperial chefs from the Taiji Palace from Pai Lupi, so their skills were naturally quite good. The 10 couples were led by the official matchmaker to get married. However, reciting a fan poem was difficult for Niu Yong and the others. If they relied on this group of rough men, they would not even be able to recite a limerick, let alone recite a fan poem. Whether it was Niu Yong, Niu Wu, or the old soldiers, the fan poem that they had to recite when they got married was all prepared by Li Wangyu in advance. They only needed Niu Yong and the others to recite it. But even so, Niu Yong and the other Guanzhong men used to wielding weapons were so anxious that they were covered in sweat. Hua! 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 The poem made Niu Yong recite it like it was constipated. Li Wangyu felt like killing someone after hearing it. Fortunately, there were not many people in Dingzhou village who were literate, not to mention composing poems. Even though Niu Yong and the others had recited the fan poem in such a manner, the over 500 villagers present also let out thunderous cheers. After reciting the poem, the palace maids shyly removed the feather fans in front of them, revealing their delicate and beautiful faces. Seeing the faces of the brides, the villagers of Dingzhou village cheered again. The men laughed and scolded Niu Yong and the others for being so lucky to be able to marry such beautiful women. The women in the village joked with each other, gossiping about whose bride was more beautiful, and whether it would be easy for them to give birth in the future. They tied their hair in a bun, the husband and wife bowed to heaven and earth, paid their respects to their parents-in-law, paid their respects to Li Wangyu, the wedding officiator, paid their respects to the guests, and sent them to the bridal chamber. This wedding banquet was noisy until the second day of the night before it finally dispersed. Everyone drank until they were dizzy and returned home. Since the county mail mansion was still under construction, and the original Niu family mansion was already dilapidated, Li Wangyu made the decision to let Niu Yong and Niu Wu temporarily set up their bridal chamber in the front yard of the Li family mansion. However, Li Wangyu soon regretted this decision. The next day, when the roosters in the village crowed, many villagers had already woken up and were preparing to take their carriages to Chang'an City to start work after washing up. However, Li Wangyu's expression was dull. He hugged his blanket and sat on the bed, wondering if he should chase the Niu brothers out of the house. There was no other reason other than the fact that the two brothers had made too much noise last night. It was so noisy that he almost wanted to knock on the door. If not for the fact that the Niu brothers were newlyweds and it was their wedding night, he would have gone berserk last night. Not only was Li Wangyu upset from the noise last night, his beautiful superior, Aphrodite, Perrin, and the others were even more unbearable today. When they left their rooms in the morning, they all had dark circles under their eyes and peach blossoms on their faces. Clearly, they had been attacked by the noise last night as well. Li Wangyu was even a little jealous of the Niu brothers. They were indeed as strong as calves. To be able to torment themselves for an entire night, their waists were too good. It wasn't just the Li family who had been attacked by the noise last night. There were countless other families in the village who had been disturbed last night. Early in the morning, many of the villagers left their houses with dark circles under their eyes and yawned non-stop. Clearly, they hadn't been able to sleep well the night before. The homes of the dozen or so old soldiers were scattered all over the village. It was as if the entire village had undergone a baptism of sound waves last night. It would be a miracle if the villagers could sleep well. A group of old bachelors who had been single for almost 40 years met a 30-year-old palace maid who had been locked up in the palace for more than 10 years. This was truly a raging fire, it was just that the fire burned a little too fiercely at night. Not to mention that the dilapidated houses made of yellow mud in the village didn't have any soundproofing effect. Even though the Li family's old residence had been repaired, the noise made by the Niu brothers in the front yard was enough to make Li Wangyu and his beautiful superior, who were in the backyard, unable to sleep all night. After getting out of bed, Li Wangyu glared at the Niu brothers angrily. However, the two brothers didn't feel ashamed at all. Instead, their faces were glowing. If it weren't for the fact that Li Wangyu knew that he couldn't beat these two animals, he would have fought them to the death long ago. It was just that his mouth was cheap. Why did he let these animals marry for no reason? It was simply too torturous. The Nyo brothers didn't care about the fact that they had been eavesdropped on. In the eyes of this group of rough men, if they could satisfy their wives, it meant that their bodies were strong and others couldn't envy them. In the face of Li Wangyo's resentful eyes, the two brothers were still topless and exercising with stone weights in the front yard. Seeing their bodies full of muscles, Li Wangyu could only cover his face and leave. It was really too infuriating. After a night of noise, attacks, Li Wangyu began to wonder if it was time to help the village repair the houses. The construction of his county manor had already started and would be completed in half a year. It would be too unreasonable for him to move into such a luxurious manor while the villagers lived in thatched huts. What's more, he had promised his beautiful superior that he would build Dingzhou village into a peach blossom spring. Anyway, it wasn't expensive to build houses in the Tang Dynasty. In addition, he had cement. Oh no, now it was the mirage mud named by Pai Lupi. Not only would it be faster to build houses, the cost would be lower, and the houses would also be more solid. The more Li Wangyu thought about it, the more he felt that it was feasible. He was too lazy to argue with the Nyo brothers, these two animals, and quickly ran to find Su Chongqing to discuss the matter of building houses. Chapter 317. The cost of building a house in the Tang Dynasty was not high. During the Xuanzong period, the imperial court auctioned off a steel rubbing of state-owned real estate. It showed that a big house with 39 houses and an area of 2.9 mu was sold for 138 strings of coins. From this, it could be seen that the construction cost would not exceed 100 strings of coins. After Li Wangyu transmigrated to the Tang Dynasty, the house in Huxian County, including the land, was only used to pay off the debt of 80,000 strings of coins, which was 80 strings of coins. This was also the reason why Yang Quan paid off part of the debt for Li Zhou's sake. Even if Li Wangyu wanted to build a big house for the villagers, it was not allowed. The houses built by the commoners were not allowed to have more than 3 rooms or 4 racks. The gatehouse could only have 1 room or 2 racks, and they were not allowed to decorate it. There were also rules for commoners' houses. A good family with less than 3 people is given 1 mu, 3 people plus 1 mu. A bad family with 5 people is given 1 mu, 5 people plus 1 mu. These rules were clearly stated in the Tang Dynasty law, and could not be violated. Therefore, Li Wangyu and his beautiful boss calculated that even if the facilities were complete, building a house would at most cost 50 strings of coins, which would be around 200,000 yuan in the future. There were 127 families in Dingzhou village. However, 5,000 strings of copper coins was enough. Li Wangyu could really afford this amount of money. His beautiful boss naturally agreed with Li Wangyu's idea of building houses for the village. After some discussion, the two decided to build a new Dingzhou village near the county's manor. The new Dingzhou village not only had to have well-planned residences, but Li Wangyu and Su Chongqing also planned to build a complete landscape, roads, sewer pipes, methane pools, toilets, ditches, and a series of other public facilities for the village. Li Wangyu naturally could not design a new village, but he did not plan to do it himself. He just needed to find Yan Liben. Yan Liben's older brother, Yan Lide, would be a master craftsman in charge of the construction of the palace. It was easy to find him to design a village for him. Li Wangyu made a special trip to Chang and to ask Yan Liben to introduce his brother to him. Yan Lide naturally knew about Li Wangyu, the county's man, the crown prince's teacher, and his younger brother's teacher. When he heard Li Wangyu's intentions, he patted his chest and agreed without hesitation. That day, Yan Lide led the supervisor to Dingzhou village to survey the terrain and measure of the land. Li Wangyu took out a sketch of the new Zhou village that he had drawn after discussing with his beautiful superior. On the sketch, 127 small courtyards were located in an orderly manner at the foot of the hill where the county magistrate's mansion was located, adjacent to the Gan River. Li Wangyu sketched out a sketch of Dingzhou village. Although it was simple, it incorporated many of the architectural features of Huaxia after the Tang Dynasty, which made Yan Lai applaud. Although Li Wangyu made a lot of requests, which Yan Lai thought were strange, they were not troublesome, including using mirage mud to build tile-roofed houses. Now, the supervisor had begun to use the recipe Li Wangyu provided to make mirage mud on a large scale. The craftsman had figured out how to use mirage mud. It just so happened that the work supervisor did not have any tasks to build a palace, so Li Wangyu decided to ask Li Er to help him build a new village with his own money. Regarding this, Li Er naturally had no objections. He nodded and agreed to his request. When the supervisor's craftsman drove into Dingzhou village with all kinds of construction tools and materials, it immediately attracted the attention of the villagers. Dalong, what are you doing? Is the county's man going to continue to expand the county's manor? I'm not sure, maybe. I'll call the village chief and ask if he needs our help. Let's go, let's go. The county's man's business is our business. When Li Wangyu's county's man's manor started construction, the village chief of Dingzhou village led a group of villagers to find Li Wangyu, wanting to work on the construction site. The villagers had to serve the corvée all year round, so they were good at construction. Toward Li Wangyu, all 500 people of Dingzhou village were moved to tears. Being able to work on his manor's construction site was also the old village chief and others' goodwill. Besides, Dingzhou village was now Li Wangyu's fief. The villagers would no longer serve the corvée, so it was natural for them to work on Li Wangyu's manor's construction site. However, Li Wangyu naturally declined the village chief's kindness. After all, he was born under the red flag and grew up in New China, so he still had this awareness. Although these villagers were now his, Li Wangyu didn't feel that he should exploit them. Nowadays, the villagers of Dingzhou village were all coachmen of the four-wheeled carriage company. A day's delay meant a day's worth of income. How could he have the nerve to ask the villagers to help him build a house? Therefore, no matter how the village chief and others asked, Li Wangyu refused, which made the village chief and others feel very regretful. However, a large number of construction tools and materials were transported to the village today, causing the villagers to misunderstand that Li Wangyu wanted to expand his manor. The village chief didn't look for Li Wangyu, so he led a group of villagers and rushed over. When he saw that the craftsmen had stopped their carriages and ox carts at the hillside outside the village and began to unload the tools, he hurried forward. Everyone, you're wrong, wrong. The county's man's manor is on the hillside. You've got the location wrong. The supervising craftsmen stopped what they were doing and looked at an official in a light green official's robe. The official quickly walked over and cupped his hands towards the village chief. Sir, you're not wrong. We're not building a manor for the county's man. Not building a manor for the county's man. Then what are you doing? The village chief asked. We're here to build a new village. The words of the official who was going to be the supervisor stunned the old village head and all the villagers. Build a village. What do you mean? This is our Dingzhou village's land. How can you build a new village? Who asked you to build a village here? This old man's surname is Qian, and I'm the village chief of Dingzhou village. Why didn't I know about this? The village chief asked with a frown. The official smiled. Village Chief Qian, the one who asked us to build a village here is the county's man. The village chief was stunned. What? The county's man asked you to come. What is the meaning of this? The county's man funded us and asked us to build a new house for you. It's that simple. As the official spoke, he unrolled a scroll in his hand. Look, this is the sketch of the village that the county's man personally drew. We'll build a new Dingzhou village according to this drawing. With a whoosh, the villagers all crowded over. When they saw the contents of the scroll, they were so shocked that they couldn't close their mouths. This is real. This paradise on earth is the new house that the county's man built for us. Erlang, hit me. I'm not dreaming, am I? Muramasa, what happened? Chapter 318. After repeatedly confirming that this group of craftsmen was really building a new house for them, all the villagers, including the old village chief, were so excited that they couldn't control themselves. It wasn't that the villagers couldn't afford to build a new house with their own money. 50 or 60 strings of cash was no longer an astronomical figure for the villagers of Dingzhou village. But the significance of Li Wangyu building a house for them was completely different. In the eyes of the old village chief and the villagers, it was simply too incomprehensible that the county's founding father, who was so noble, would actually pay to build a house for them. The news of the new house being built instantly spread throughout the village. Under the leadership of the old village chief, the villagers of Dingzhou village all knelt in front of the Li family's old house, regardless of gender or age. Li Wangyu was speechless. It seemed that he was only paying to build a house for the village. Was there a need to be like this? He naturally couldn't understand the thoughts of the old village chief and the others. It could be said that ever since the villagers found out about the construction of the house, the 127 villagers of Dingzhou village became completely loyal to Li Wangyu. Originally, because Li Wangyu and Su Chongqing had done so many things for the village, everyone was already deeply grateful. But today, the villagers of Dingzhou village were absolutely loyal to Li Wangyu. If the data of the computer strategy games of the future were used to describe it, then their loyalty was off the charts and had reached the max level. It was estimated that even if Li Wangyu ascended to the throne and raised an uprising, wanting to rebel and seize the throne, these villagers would not hesitate to take kitchen knives and hoes and follow him to Chang and city. Of course, Li Wangyu wouldn't have such a brain-damaged idea, and the villagers didn't need to follow Li Wangyu to the end of the world. In the face of the people who were kowtowing in front of his house, Li Wangyu could only brace himself and persuade them to get up. Everyone, quickly get up, there's no need for this. Old village chief, please don't, please don't. Li Wangyu helped him up, but the person beside him knelt down again, making him extremely speechless. Yuqi village chief, this kind of old man, was kowtowing to him, which made Li Wangyu feel that his lifespan was shortened. What ability did he have to make these Dingzhou village villagers treat him like this? It took a Herculean effort to persuade the old village chief and the others, who were so excited that they couldn't control themselves, to the point of tears. The villagers expressed their gratitude again and again before slowly dispersing under Li Wangyu's persuasion. This caused a layer of white sweat to appear on his forehead. F***ck, futile thinking is not good. However, the man was secretly pleased to be treated in this manner. This kind of treatment was impossible to experience in the future. While Li Wangyu was vexed, he also felt very satisfied. The news that Hu Xiannan had appointed Zhou Siyuan to build a house quickly spread through the surrounding villages. Regarding this, the commoners who heard of this could only feel envy. Originally, Dingzhou Siyuan, which was like mud, was famous for being poor among the surrounding villages. No matter which family wanted to marry their daughter, they were unwilling to marry into Dingzhou Siyuan. In Dingzhou Siyuan, it wasn't just the old soldiers who were single. There were many people who were so poor that they couldn't find a wife. Thinking about it, this was very normal. Which family would be willing to push their daughter into a pit of fire and refuse to marry into a good family and insist on marrying into Dingzhou Siyuan to eat rice and vegetables? However, following Li Wangyu's move to Dingzhou Siyuan, in a short 2 months, there were already people from the surrounding villages who had invited matchmakers to the village to act as matchmakers. When the news of Li Wangyu building houses for the village spread, those official and private media almost flattened the doorsteps of the unmarried families in the village. These families in the village were originally distressed over not being able to find a wife, but now they were distressed over which family to choose. However, this kind of distress was actually a happy distress. Now that the villagers were free, they would run to the construction site at the foot of the facing sun hill to take a look and help the craftsmen work. Even an old man like the old village chief would use his walking stick to deliver water and food to the craftsmen. This made the craftsmen even more diligent. Those 127 small courtyards were being built at a speed visible to the naked eye every day. Yan Lied estimated that the construction of Dingzhou Cun would be completed in about 2 months. Regarding this, Li Wangyu didn't have any objections. After he threw all the work of building the village to Yan Lied, he became a shopkeeper. It wasn't that Li Wangyu wanted to be lazy, but that Su Jingzong was pestering him again. It was still the matter of settling the palace maids out of the palace. Pai Lupi gave the matter of settling the palace maids out of the palace to Li Wangyu. After ordering Su Jingzong to assist, this treacherous minister of the Wu Zhou dynasty wanted to handle this matter beautifully and show his face in front of Pai Lupi. However, Li Wangyu was very tired. After sending more than 1,000 palace maids back to their hometowns, and then holding a blind date, marrying off more than 1,000 palace maids, he didn't want to bother with this matter anymore. In fact, it wasn't that Li Wangyu wanted to wash his hands of this matter, but how to settle the remaining palace maids was really a headache. There were still about 500 palace maids left. These palace maids' hometowns and relatives had long lost contact with them. The remaining palace maids were unwilling to marry, or because they were too old and unsuitable for marriage. Apart from the 100 strings of copper coins given by Pai Lupi as a settlement fee and the little monthly salary they had accumulated, these palace maids had nothing else. How to settle them really gave Li Wangyu a headache. After all, the Tang dynasty was not the modern era. It was difficult for women to show their faces in public and find a suitable job. Otherwise, after the palace maids were released, there wouldn't be so many palace maids who were even reduced to working in brothels. Although there were a lot of copper coins in the Yin family, there wouldn't be a lot. There would be a day when the mountain would be empty. At that time, these women would lose their livelihood, and it would be really pitiful. Li Wangyu thought of many ways, but he felt that they were not feasible, so he simply pushed the matter to Pai Lupi and asked Pai Lupi to make a decision. Although Pai Lupi was a good emperor who was diligent and loved the people, he was not a kind-hearted person. If these palace maids were to stay in Wuda for 9 years, they would be left to fend for themselves. But now it was impossible. Previously, Pai Lupi released the palace maids, ordered the county men to hold a blind date, and created momentum at the palace gate. Now, the people of the Tang dynasty were spreading the word of the saint's kindness. In the end, if these 500 palace maids were not dealt with properly and were criticized by the people, Pai Lupi would naturally not agree. Pai Lupi, who cared about his reputation, had no other ideas, so he just urged Su Jingzong. Su Jingzong, who was forced into a corner by Pai Lupi, could only come to Dingzhou village to find Li Wangyu. It felt like the ball was kicked under his feet again after being kicked back and forth. In this regard, Li Wangyu could do nothing but raise his middle finger in the direction of Chang and City to express his excitement. Chapter 319. Li Wangyu was annoyed by Su Jingzong's pestering, but he had no good ideas. He could only promise that he would try his best and send Su Jingzong away. As for how to find a job for the palace maids, Li Wangyu could only continue to have a headache. Neither he nor his beautiful boss had any good ideas about this. In the Tang dynasty, it was really difficult for women to earn money in public. In this era, men worked outside and women worked in the house. Although women in the Tang dynasty did not stay at home like in the Ming and Qing dynasties, they rarely went out to work. Of course, ordinary peasant women were not included in this list. In order to make a living, even women had to work in the fields with their men during the busy farming season. In addition to being performers, performing music, dancing, and entertaining people with their beauty, there were a few rich families who needed to hire some older and more cultured women to teach their women etiquette. After all, These palace maids had been trained by the female officials in the palace for a long time, so their abilities were needless to say. Many of the older palace maids were invited by the rich families in Chang and to be female teachers in their mansions to teach their women. But obviously, these palace maids did not want to be performers. Moreover, even if they wanted to be performers, they were too old. In this regard, Li Wangyu thought about it until his head was about to explode, but he still could not come up with a reliable idea. On this day, Li Wangyu was lying in the backyard out of boredom, fanning himself with a round fan and drinking fruit juice with ice cubes. His eyes were darting around as he kept stealing glances at the scenery beside him. Now, except for Li Wangyu and Mosquito, who were male, no other men were allowed to enter the backyard of Lai Hot. The reason was naturally because the women in the backyard were wearing thin and light clothes after the hot weather. This naturally benefited Li Wangyu, who was cold on the outside but passionate on the inside, and his eyes took advantage of her every day. But this feeling of being able to see but not being able to touch was really heartwarming. As a healthy man, Li Wangyu was in pain and happy every day. The weather was hot, and his beautiful boss practiced yoga every day. She moved from the indoor to the shade of the backyard. In the backyard of Lai Hot, not only was her beautiful superior practicing yoga, Perrin and Avro were also practicing yoga with her. Even the 4 maidservants that Cho Kun had given her were also practicing yoga with her whenever they were free. Yoga could bring benefits to a woman's temperament and figure. Even the women of the Tang Dynasty could not resist its charm. Therefore, when the women in the backyard practiced yoga every day, it became Li Wangyu's daily welfare time. With regards to Li Wangyu sitting on the recliner at this time of the day and sneaking glances at them under the guise of enjoying the cool air, all the young ladies in the residence were naturally well aware of it. Each of them had different reactions. In the future, his beautiful boss had long been used to this kind of gaze. Modern women wore sexier clothes when they went to the beach or the pool. They were no longer bothered by the attention of men. Therefore, when Li Wangyu peeped, Su Chongqing only rolled her beautiful eyes at him and calmly did her own things, not affected at all. Avro's mentality was closer to Su Chongqing's. Firstly, she was born in the Byzantine Empire after all, which was different from the customs of the Tang Dynasty. Secondly, ever since she was bought by Li Wangyu, she had long regarded herself as Li Wangyu's woman. Therefore, in the face of Li Wangyu's scorching gaze, not only did Avro not resist, but she would also welcome his gaze and proudly stick out her proud peaks. In this regard, Li Wangyu could do nothing but swallow his saliva. Vixen. Damn it. As for Perrin and the 4 maidservants, their pretty faces would turn red every time Li Wangyu looked at them, and they would lower their heads and not dare to look at him. Their bashful appearance made Li Wangyu feel that the ancient poem was indeed well written. Fragrant flowers smile shyly, willowy wastes are warm and cozy. Wasn't it exactly like this? Li Wangyu took a sip of the cold juice and shook the round fan twice, feeling that it seemed to be missing the taste. At this time, shouldn't the fan in his hand be opened with a swoosh, and then elegantly waving the fan, looking like a distinguished scholar? He looked at the round fan in his hand with disdain. This fan was no different from the cattail leaf fan in the future. How could it show off his distinguished and elegant style? That's right, the folding fan. It seemed that this thing hadn't been invented in the Tang Dynasty yet. Li Wangyu thought for a moment and realized that he really didn't seem to have seen anyone use a folding fan in the Tang Dynasty. He didn't know that folding fans only appeared in the Song Dynasty, and it was only in the Ming Dynasty that they were taken out of the palace and became popular for a time because of Emperor Yongl's love. If a distinguished scholar didn't have a folding fan made by a famous calligraphy artist, he would be ashamed to go out and meet people. Li Wangyu's interest was piqued. He got up and ran back to the study, took a charcoal pencil and paper, and began to draw the structure of the folding fan. The folding fan wasn't complicated. It was just made up of the ribs and the fan face. Although Li Wangyu didn't know how to make a fan, He believed that it wouldn't be difficult to make a folding fan if he drew a diagram and asked the village's carpenter Lu to perfect it. At that time, he would ask Yen Liben to draw the fan face for him, and then ask Pai Lupi to inscribe a few words for him. TSK. What kind of style would this fan look like when he held it in his hand? After finishing the drawing of the folding fan in a few strokes, Li Wangyu threw it aside and went back to find Carpenter Lu to make the fan. Now, he should continue to look at the beauties at home and do yoga. Under the shade of a tree in the backyard, there was a thick blanket. The beauties at home wore thin clothes and were barefoot on the blanket, practicing with their beautiful boss. Li Wangyu looked around and was very satisfied. His beautiful boss, in particular, had a mature woman's body, long, straight, round legs, small waist and towering peaks. Li Wangyu's eyes almost fell in. On the other hand, although Aphrodite was only 15 years old, she wasn't inferior to his beautiful boss at all. The development of European women was really better than that of Eastern women in certain aspects. Li Wangyu dared to bet that his beautiful boss's impressive upper body would definitely make most Eastern women envious and jealous. But for the 15-year-old Aphrodite, even his beautiful boss could only look up at her in envy. Li Wangyu's eyes would always be unconsciously attracted by his beautiful boss and Aphrodite's fatally seductive bodies, and he would forget to look away, but with his keen observation, as